Welcome everyone to live stream reviews by StreamYard. My name is Christian Karasiewicz. I'm the content marketing manager at StreamYard. And today we've got another exciting show for you. We missed you all last week. I really, I love just all of the, I love working with you all and hearing from you and helping you. And, obviously I have a great co-host as well, and Leticia Campbell here. I just want to say that. So thanks a lot for tuning in. And this is episode 16 of live stream reviews. So I'm going to go and bring on Leticia. For those of you, if you're new here, by the way we normally work is we will send out the link here in a maybe 1 to 2 minutes. We'll send out the link. You can come on screen with us. We want to learn more about your live stream, who you are, what you live stream about. And then if you have a challenge or a question, or you need some help or some guidance, we're more than happy to help you with that. So all we ask you to do is come on screen, turn your camera on, obviously, and just have a quick conversation with us. So Leticia, it's great seeing you.
Nice seeing you as well, Christian. How you doing today?
Doing pretty good, actually. Pretty
good.
That's
good.
Yeah. By the way, if you're watching, I'd love in the comments actually to tell us where are you watching from? Are you watching on YouTube? Or are you watching over in our Facebook group? Or you're on our Facebook page and so forth? Let us know in the comments. But Leticia, I'm going to turn things over to you.
Right. So, obviously you guys heard of this term called run of show. So our main question that we want to ask you guys, those of you who didn't start off your live shows with an actual run of show, and now you started to implement a run of show in your live stream, how has that benefited your streams? We would love to know that, especially for those in the community that have not heard of a run of show or is thinking about implementing a run of show. And it would be great if you guys hop on for those of you who haven't started out with a run of show, but you started implementing it and you want to talk about the benefits. And also those of you who don't have a run of show, if you want to join the screen and get some help, join us on screen, and get some help with that. We will love to help you. I know I did not start off live streaming with a run of show at all. I didn't even know what that was.
Yeah.
Didn't know what the hell that was. Somebody said, run a show. What is that? That means somebody's going to run my show. That's honestly what I thought that term meant. But when I implemented one, which was way later, that's probably years later after I first initially started live streaming, it has absolutely helped me not over chatter. You know how sometimes we can go off into these big old rants.
Yeah.
And it turned my shows from being just blah, 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 just a typical show where it goes to rant. There's no particular organization or organization to the show. And now it's, my shows are way more organized. And yes, there's some times where we do go a little bit off into a rant here and there. Yeah. But for the most part, we have a foundation on what to go back to by going back to the run of show. So yeah, for those of you who don't know what a run of show is basically a full-on outline of probably minute by minute of how your show is going to run from the intro all the way to the closing remarks. What do you think, Christian?
Definitely, yeah. Well, and it's to the point where, you're we have a template, for example, by the way. I dropped a link for you all. There's a link there, but it's basically a template. It's when you're going to start, when you're going to end on things.
Right.
It's going to be the duration. It's going to be what the session is, or what the time is when somebody's on screen. It's going to be the graphics that you need to bring up. It's going to be the video,
the banners,
exactly. All of that stuff is super important for your live streams. And it sounds like, oh, well, why do I need this? And the thing is, it helps things run a lot more smoothly. I want to bring up NLTMW's comment here. So you have the run of show for your live stream. So this is basically a document, a step-by-step of what your live stream is going to be about, what's going to happen minute by minute. But then you also have essentially a showrunner as well to help get the things that, obviously that he might forget. So basically they're going to help you as well with your live streams.
Yeah, so sometimes a showrunner can help with the content as well. You can have a showrunner and their job is to maybe go on blogs and curate some, credible blog content so that you can add to the show, or the showrunner can pull up the videos for you so that way you don't have to do it, or pull up the comments for you on screen. StreamYard has really sort of allow us to be way more creative with all the features that is already built in. And so more of us are getting into implementing a run of show. Like I have client testimonials, I have hundreds of client testimonials, and I know, okay, I'm going to cue these testimonials at this time of the show. So that way I don't look all over the place and it has some sense of organization, like I said before.
And it helps things run smoothly. That's the key thing that Leticia was mentioning. You know, if you're running a live stream and you don't have a run of show and you're just kind of haphazardly doing things, like it will work. But when you have the run of show, so what you could do is, for example, if we had a producer right now, I'm the producer basically. If we had a run of show for this, you know, we would know, okay, so we're starting at 12. At 12 to 12:05, we're going to do our intro. Then we're going to, you know, from 12:05 to 12:25, you know, we're going to bring on guests. This is an example, by the way.
Right,
so like,
right.
we're going to bring on guests. Then we're going to display a certain banner, for example, or an overlay or a graphic that we've already got. So,
right. And those of you who's getting started, you can continue to still produce your own shows, but maybe you want to, you know, hire a co-producer, somebody that where you still want to run it. Because I get it in the beginning, sometimes you don't want to relinquish all of the tasks to someone, but maybe you could have somebody that like a co-producer that just pulls up the comments or just pulls up the videos or something like that. So I don't want you guys to think of the big extreme, like start like bit by bit, like Christian's reading this book called The Atomic Habit. And just if you just get 1% better every single show, just imagine where you're going to be this time next year. So if your run a show is simple, keep it simple, and then you could just build on it from there.
And I like the point that Leticia just made, keeping it simple. Your run of show does not need to be complicated.
Right.
For example, you know, Adam's Exploits here saying, you know, I need a run of show because I'm ADD and I'm trying to watch the chat, post comments, listen to my guests, responses, stay on track, etc. Yes. So you need a run of show, but then you also, in your case, depending on how busy you are, you may need a co-producer. So somebody who is doing all of the button pushing essentially behind the scenes for you to help you stay on track. So they may get the run of show, you know, of it, and then you're doing your show, and then you don't have to worry about all the other, you know, things you have to actually look at.
Absolutely. And it keeps you consistent too. For those of you who are really serious about what it is that you do and the shows that you're trying to create, you know, when you do implement a run a show, it's going to keep you consistent, right? When I started doing run a shows, before I started using Livestream, I would just have it like a notebook in a notebook, and I will sit in my car and go live from there. And yes, I was looking down a lot, but it did keep me organized and on point. So yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. And I like, you know, and then as I mentioned, there's various like degrees of this. So NLTMW says his streams are usually about building, fixing, making things. So his run of show
is really good.
Are getting the parts and tools prepared beforehand. So I will say this, it makes a lot of sense to prepare as much as you can beforehand. Build that run of show. Make sure, you know, you will get into a flow the more you do a live stream.
Yeah. And a run a show is just not just for the live show. A run a show is again, as you build on it, is what you do before, during, and after your broadcast. So keep that in mind as well. So if you just have something, if you're like an individual that doesn't really like to go off of notes and things like that, there's something that's to distract you, but maybe your run a show can be what you're going to do before the show and what you're going to be doing after the show.
Yep. And as Alex mentioned here, you know, prep is key.
Yes. Yes, it is. Oh my gosh. And, you know, prepping even up to the minute, I know sometimes we do that, but even if you have to show up a couple of minutes behind, you know, at least when you do show up, your audience sees some sense of professionalism. And on top of that, they don't remember that you were 2 minutes late. All they remember that you just gave some awesome organized content, and they appreciate that.
Right before we bring our first guest on, by the way, we did drop the link to the backstage. So if you want to join us, got a question, we want you to come on stage with us and talk to you and learn more about your streams and some of your challenges and things like that.
Right.
But one other thing I also want to mention real quick. So you do a run of show, you may have a producer that helps you. And then the other thing also that I think is super important is after you're done with your live streams, you need to take a few minutes. It doesn't have to be a lot of time. It could be 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Take some time and review your live stream. And I don't mean watch the whole live stream. Like you may remember, okay, well, there are certain things that didn't work well. How do I fix those? And so basically you're doing a debrief, whether it's if it's just you or with you and whoever is your, you know, assistant basically, or whoever's producing. Do a debrief, find out, you know, what worked well, what did not work well, and then make an adjustment. For example, you're run of show may have a section where, like you said, you know what, this will take 5 minutes, and that 5 minutes took 20 minutes. So, and maybe you're like, well, when it's 20 minutes, it pushes everything else and it throws off your run of show. The key thing is to try to stick to it. So with that, I'm going to go and bring on our first guest, Leticia. We've got JP here. I think he's still in Japan, right? So I'm going to bring on JP, and let's see what question JP has for us. JP, how you doing?
Hello, guys. That's correct.
So what question do you have for us?
Actually, I've got a question for the audience.
Yeah. Okay, let's spotlight you.
I've got a question for the audience because it was brought up early before you guys went live about your Facebook page.
Okay.
Your Facebook page. Guys, they do have a Facebook page. They do have a Facebook group. I want to see a +1 if you guys are members of the Facebook group. If not, plug it. Christian, go ahead, plug it.
So what's the Facebook page question, I guess? So like I did notice backstage, I guess, that I'm not sure if it actually went out to the Facebook page. There may have been an issue. I'm not sure. I'm getting an error there.
Yeah, I'm getting an error too.
Even though we started before it normally cuts off. So I'm not sure what Facebook did, but we do have this awesome Facebook group. We've got over 21,000 members in this group. You can go there. You can ask questions, by the way. We do challenges as well. We just did Veda, I think it was, right? So video every day in April. We just did that in the group. I know we've got a lot of other really good things planned. It's a great place for you to meet other people. If you're somebody who needs a producer, for example, it's a great place to go as well to ask for that or find people to connect with.
Yeah,
and
amazing
that's
community.
What I wanted to touch upon, Christian, because all three of us are in the mentor program. So if you have specific questions outside of the video or the video itself hasn't answered your question, the mentors are there.
That's right.
Absolutely. So I just dropped the link to the Facebook group, or it's posting right now. That is our Facebook group we have. Just request to join. And again, I mean, like we'd love to have you there. So
yeah, it's an immense resource. It's just absolutely fantastic.
Tons of resources. And I like in the group that you get multiple perspectives on your questions. So it's almost like you're getting multiple angles to your live stream strategy, and you get to choose which one works best. And if one doesn't work, you go to the next one. So that's what I really also enjoy about the community as well.
Yes. Now the other one, the last one, I wanted to plug the Facebook community. The last one is feature request for mobile.
Okay. Yep. What's up?
If we take a look at our setup here, and we have the cog wheel for the mic and cam.
Yeah. Okay.
On mobile, it's kind of a pain in the butt.
Okay. So basically, I think you're telling me that you want to simplify mobile, right?
Yeah, right. Simplify the mobile. So see where it says stop cam and mute? Instead of stop cam, I would just like to hit the camera button and select which cam I would like to use, front, back, and stop.
Okay.
Instead of going through settings, the save. Okay. Because we had an issue with that when we were doing our mobile stream. We had 3 of us on mobile, and we're sitting there going, okay, I need to switch the camera. I want to talk to you guys, but then I got to show you what I'm doing. So it was, that's a feature request. That's it. But the big plug, get on the Facebook group, guys.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And by the way, if you are not sure if you're part of it, just go to facebook.com/groups/StreamYard community. I dropped a link. As Adam mentioned, he said he thought he was part of it, and then he checked and he wasn't. So just go ahead and request to join. We'd love to have you there. So awesome. Thanks for the feedback, the feature request, by the way, JP. And for those of you who are watching, if you do have, we have 2 things. If you have a question, use #ask in the comments. It helps us kind of find those and get to them faster. And then we also have, if you have a feature request, put in #feature. This helps me identify it. I'm literally taking notes as you all are giving them to me. So try to get as much information as possible. Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, JP.
Thank you.
Okay. So who's next, Leticia?
Sorry about that. Someone had a
worries.
question about website. You saw that comment?
No, go ahead and bring that up if you have.
Okay, let's bring that up before we get to the next guest, which is Jericho's going to be next. They had a question about embedding their live streams. Hold on, I want to really find that because I know that's something that came up before.
Sure, yeah. And by the way, just a question for you all. If you're in the Facebook group, can you do me a favor and tell me if you actually see the live stream there?
Yeah, let us know.
I'm hearing mixed results. And if not, I'll go. You know what? I'm gonna just go ahead and post it. So
yeah, go right ahead.
There we go.
Oh, you see it?
No, I don't see it, but
okay, I think it disappeared. But the person asked, can they embed their live stream on their website?
Good question, actually. So let's pull that comment up. Actually, can you bring it up if you see it?
I'm still searching for it. 1 sec. It was early in the show, that's why.
Ooh, it looks like we've got some competition going on too. By the way, it looks like Silver Fox Talks is at the is at a virtual summit here that we are sponsoring. So yeah, definitely.
Oh, awesome.
Okay, so yeah, let me know if you find that comment, by the way.
Yes, we'll do.
And we got some good questions here. So
you can pull up the next one while I find this one.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna go and bring on
I got it. No, that's here we go.
Okay.
That was Sherry. Yes. I love StreamYard. I love to stream to my website. Okay. Will this ever be available?
Okay, so do you mean like stream into your website, like into it privately, or what exactly? So you can go ahead right now and you can embed a YouTube, like if you do a YouTube live, you can take that video and embed it on your website. There's also actually a couple of WordPress plugins. Actually, let me see if I can find it. There's a few that will actually let you embed. Let me find them real quick. I think it's WP YouTube Live, maybe. Yeah, so that will actually grab your YouTube Live. You can put that in there. So I'd love to get a little more on that, actually.
Yeah, more details. Yeah.
Like what kind of live you're actually looking to do.
Yeah, that's a great question too. I used to see that get done in the past, where people will like create a whole live page and it will stream on that. But yeah, give us more details so we can answer it appropriately.
And then I'm gonna make a note, by the way. So Leticia, feel free to bring up. So I want to just say thanks to Neil Perek. Thanks a lot for joining us. Good to see you here as well. What other questions do we have, Leticia?
Yes. Someone asked about a feature request. Just signing on here. Is StreamYard introducing a run of show component within the platform?
It's a good. I'm gonna actually note that actually right now. So if I'm not talking, I'm literally just taking your notes. So
wow, that's good. That's good. Someone asked about the co-host feature.
Okay, yeah, you want to talk about that?
Well, I don't know much any other updates on it other than what we shared during our most recent show that is soon to be coming out in the summer.
Well, yeah, what's the question? I guess Silver Fox Talks. Is it how to bring on a co-host, or is it?
Oh, I'm sorry. He said, I have a quick question. It just says co-host feature ?
Yeah, so co-host. So Silver Fox Talks. If you could do me a favor and just give us a little more detail. Are you referring to the Teams feature that we're releasing in the summer, or are you referring to bring on a co-host, like, for example, like I brought Leticia on right now?
Yes. And just going back to, I keep missing Sherry for some reason. She said, as if I was streaming on Facebook and YouTube.
Oh, that's easy. Yeah, super easy, actually. So let me actually do this. Let's see. 1 second. Let me actually grab
that's what is like the easy feature without doing all that coding.
Okay. So
I think that's what
in her case. Okay, so I'll show her what she means. Okay, so okay, so let's leave her comment up there, and then I'm gonna bring this up. And then we're gonna bring Jericho on, and then we got Nicole here, and we've got Charles as well. Okay, so Sherry's asking about being able to take her live streams and put them on her website. And so actually this is pretty easy. So this is all I have to do. I go to my YouTube live. So in this case, I'm going to go, I'll exit out of this. So here I am. I'm on the YouTube live. What's up, guys? And so if I want to put this on my website, the easiest way to do this is going to be click the share button, click on this embed option, and I can copy this iframe text. So this is going to be, this is going to actually put your live stream into your website. And then you can choose to show the player controls or obviously enable privacy enhanced mode and things like that as well. So that's I think that's what you're looking to do. If not, yeah, go ahead.
And guess what? I did that for my Evergreen webinar. I set up a page into my ESP, which is email service provider. It was just a landing page. I put that up there and they got to see the webinar and click the button to my offer. I did that all through StreamYard. It was like when I was like, oh my God, why don't I just do it that way instead of doing it on like, you know, Facebook or wherever, where people's attention span can go from, this person sent me a notification. Let me just jump on their stuff. So I was like,
And the other part, by the way, if you're on Facebook, it's very similar. On Facebook, you actually go and click the 3 dots that are going to be next to a post, and then you should have an option there to get the embed code as well. So same process, and then you just copy and paste that text and put it in your website. So that's the standard way to do it.
It's like butter.
There, you know, obviously, I mean, there also like some people want like more advanced ways, but that's the standard way. I think that's what you're asking. If not, let me know. Let
me skim through. In the meantime, we could bring up Jericho.
Yeah, go ahead and bring on Jericho.
Let's go.
Hey, Jericho, how you doing?
Hey. Hi, I'm fine, thank you.
So, where are you tuning in? Where are you tuning in from, and what's your live stream about?
From Philippines. I'm holding.
Philippines.
Yes, I'm Philippines and holding different events here in the Philippines, big events and small events. And I actually like StreamYard. I tried the different web-based live streaming studios, but StreamYard is the best because I even the background audio. I just tried other studios. It makes me difficult other than using the StreamYard. It's so much easy to use that.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I'm so glad to hear that. Actually, do you have a question or a challenge or anything you need help solving?
Yes, I have a question. Actually, also me. I'm a late bloomer on using this live streaming. So we have different issues about the internet connections, the copyright issues. Miss Leticia, can you give us like tips on how we handle that issue? Like, let's say about internet connection when our guests we have difficulties in internet, or let's say issue about the copyright issue when you are live, then the Facebook is, let's say, make it block, or let's say the Facebook down your live streaming. That.
Yeah. So when it comes to like internet connection issues, like going back to what Christian always tells us, you know, to have, you know, that Ethernet plugged in. And a lot of times when I'm having a guest on, like I tell them, make sure your Ethernet is plugged in, make sure all your tabs are closed out, make sure that you're in a good area, that you're not driving. I remember one time I had a guest on and she was driving and her connection was going in and out, in and out, in and out. So, you know, you got to do that little bit of that extra step just to ensure your streams go better. And not to say that you're not going to run into internet issues. I mean, it comes up, it happens, and you just got to work through it as well. But yeah, definitely try to build. I know for me, I had to get I had to have the Verizon come in and just like reroute my house a little bit. So that way, you know, I can plug in Ethernet anywhere in my house. So that can help. And I know for some of you guys who are not, you know, who are in a different country, it may be harder to get that sometimes, especially from your guests as well. But it's, you know, sometimes it's just a tried and true thing that you just got to keep working through when it comes to good internet.
So I would say this, my recommendation in the situation is going to be, you know, for starters, Leticia recommended plugging into Ethernet if you can. That's obviously on your end. However, if you have guests that are going to join and they're in, you know, and they don't have the best connection, for example, or the fastest speed or things like that. The other thing you can also do is you can lower I would recommend lowering the quality of the stream. Like, for example, if they're coming on camera,
right, go
into your cam mic settings there, and under camera, you can actually click on show advance and change the resolution that's there. Do you need me to show you how to do that, or do you know how to do that? and you're muted right now. You got it?
He's
Yes,
thumbs up.
I know, sir.
Okay, so I
Yes.
definitely start there, like lower the resolution. In the off chance, like if you have bad internet, for example, lower the resolution. A lot of people then, they try to output something that's, if their internet's not as good, it's gonna, like, they're trying to output something that they don't have enough bandwidth for. So if you lower the resolution, it will then be it'll be less data that has to go back up. By the way, Charles, do you mind if I bring you on for a second and have you also kind of maybe share some tips?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to bring on Charles as well. So Charles Matthews, a good friend of ours. We're going to bring him on as well. Let's see if he can share something as well. So Charles, how we doing?
Hey, buddy. Hi, guys. How you doing? Listen,
Hey, Charles.
you guys got me going crazy over here. I got one screen with the YouTube family. I got another screen over here with the Facebook family. I'm talking to Sharon over here. I'm talking to Adam on this page.
Yeah.
But what you're saying, Jericho, is great, because most times what we do is before you get your guest to come on, make a nice little template email.
Yes.
And send it to your guest 2 days before the show.
Right.
And, hey, I'm excited to have you on my show. I want you to sound great and look great. So here's a couple of tips to help you out. And then name all those things that Leticia just said. Make sure your lighting is good. Make sure your email is there. Make sure. And then what you do as well, in that same letter, put your link so they can share it with family and friends. That way you got more views and viewers coming on. So that way everything is pre-done before they even get to your show. So
right.
You're not like, oh, I can't hear you, I can't this, because they've already read your whole email.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about it is, you look more professional because put your logo on it, put your little hashtags on it. So when they get this email, they'll forward it to friends, and you'll see your numbers grow as well.
Right.
And then in terms of the internet, what do you recommend there? Like, because I know, for example, I know Jericho's in an area probably where I don't think you have like fiber connection. Do you, Jericho?
Yes, yes. We have a fiber connection, but sometimes it slow down, or sometimes it's down the internet. We I am like a helicopter to find a steady internet connection.
Okay.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yes.
But here's the thing, though. With your show, is it about the viewers or is it about the live stream? What's your main thing for your show?
I just always input is the show, not the viewers. Even it's because all the events is about the let's say my event is holding about mental health awareness. I'm not just pursuing the viewers, but I hope that the content of my live stream was best and perfect to all the viewers.
Okay, so here's the thing I'm going to recommend, and I think a lot of people forget that StreamYard is the ultimate best, because it gives you two options.
Yeah.
It gives you the recording afterwards. So if you really don't care about the viewers, you can record only without sending it out to Facebook and Twitter and all that stuff. Record it and then do a little editing and then pump it back out again. So just in case someone cuts off. So if I'm talking to Leticia and then I get frozen.
That was good, by the way. That was very good.
Then I could say, you know something? Okay, I got frozen at 12:04, and then go back in my show and just take that little frozen part out and then send it out. Because remember, on YouTube and Facebook, you can set it for a timer to go out like it's live and still get the comments. People won't know if it's live or not, right? So all the comments will come in. So use the record button on StreamYard and record your show and then do a little editing.
Does that help?
Yes, it's a big help to me, and also for all the first timers that use in StreamYard also.
Right.
So
Fantastic. Thanks for
even with my show, some of my, I'm doing a virtual summit in July, and just to make sure, because we may just run through internet issues because of the guests, that whole summit's being pre-recorded, a big portion of it, and then the rest is going to be live just in case. So sometimes it's better to be safe than sorry. And with the video file feature that StreamYard gives us, we can upload a video and it still be it's presented as a live.
It is the ultimate best. Like, okay, for example, when I get like high dignitaries or high people coming on my show, I actually
Why you not yet?
listen, don't stop, woman. I asked them to pre-record it just in case, because you don't want them to get glitchy. Like you just said, and I upload that.
Right,
so,
right.
You know what I mean? So and like look, like like with the high dignitaries, Leticia's too busy for me anyway, so she's never around to come on my show. So you know how it is.
It's not true.
Jericho, you know how it is, right? You know what I mean? Like Christian talks to me all the time. We talk on Facebook, but Leticia, she ain't talking to me.
Oh, don't say that. You're so funny. Yes. So I hope that helped, Jericho.
Yes, a big helps to us. Thank you very much once again. So,
awesome.
Thank you so much for joining us. And again, if you have any questions, don't forget, join the Facebook group. Alternatively, if you need to contact support, just go to StreamYard.com/contact. We've got 24/7 chat support there.
Yes.
There you go.
Awesome. Thanks, Jericho.
Thank you.
So here's the thing. I have a question for you two.
Yeah, sure.
Ooh.
So I just finished doing, and people forget this as well, and I think we touched on it last time, Christian, before we left. Guys, don't forget podcasting. If you need podcasting, this is the ultimate platform for podcasting. I've gotten rid of all my other podcasting platforms, and I'm straight StreamYard. Yeah. I just finished doing a show, and now they've also edited where you can take the two voices and separate them. You can download separated voices.
Right.
If you're doing a podcast, you can separate your voice. It's on StreamYard. So here's my one request to ask the team if they can do.
Yeah, sure. What's up?
So I did I just finished doing a podcast. Okay. But when they separate the voices, all my sound effects are not uploaded.
Okay.
So if they can do it where the sound effects get uploaded as well.
Okay.
So how are they playing? How are those playing, first of all?
Okay, so for example, if I'm talking to you and I welcome you to the show, okay. Right? But then when I go back and I take each sound,
okay,
the sound effects is gone. It's just your voice and my voice, but the sound effects are not in any of the streams.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Okay, so... Okay, let me make a note real quick of this, actually. So, Leticia, I'm gonna let you keep the conversation going. Let me actually make this note, because this is a good note.
Yeah, I didn't know that was an issue. I thought it would pick up on all the sound. That's quite interesting to know.
It took my voice perfectly, took my co-host perfectly, and then when we were waiting for the sound effects, there wasn't any.
Wow. And can you tell everybody what you're using for your sound effects?
Sure, I'm using the Go XLR Pro.
Uh-huh.
So you can upload up to 30 different effects. You can
change your voice at any time to make it sound better.
And you can put any voice you want. So
my God, that is cool.
It's good for a co-host for like Leticia. When she's not listening, you have to, put the hammer down.
Leticia, listen to what I'm saying right now. Pay attention, please. Thank you.
That is so funny.
So that's actually pretty good.
There you
go. I got to go add some sound effects to mine.
I know, me too.
So that's the Go XLR, I think, right?
Yeah. So the Go XLR Pro. There's the mini one. So if you don't need all the bells and whistles and all this stuff, there's the mini one in there. Yeah. But yeah.
And actually, what I want to do real quick, I'm going to share this because I want to show you guys what the product actually looks like.
Right.
So let's make sure I got the right thing.
Someone said you could use a virtual mic.
Yeah,
Charles.
You can,
yeah.
So you can get the sound effects. Would that help?
You can do. Here's a funny thing. See, and this is what people keep forgetting about StreamYard. Yeah. With StreamYard, you can actually pull effects in, and if you have like a little zonk button on there, you can put the sound effects on the screen. So what I would suggest is if you don't have all the tools and you want sound effects, just go in, get little clips, put it in, and then just push the button, and the sound effects will pop on screen and pop off a screen.
Okay.
Right.
So this is the Go XLR, by the way. It's the one here on the left. There's a Go XLR. There's the XLR Mini. How much is this, by the way, Charles? Do you happen to recall offhand?
Here in Canada, I think I paid $8 and change at the time.
Mhm.
So it's probably gone down now. Remember when the world was going crazy and everybody wanted one? So
there's the Go XLR. Let's see. Yeah, so they make the there's a stand that you can put on your desk, the XLR Mini. So as you can see, the XLR Mini doesn't have all of the functions.
no.
Quite zoomed in actually. Wow. So it lets you, for example, let's look at the top here. So it's got a system fader, it's got a music fader, a chat fader, and then a mic. And then at the bottom, you can mute your various channels.
Yep.
And mute your microphone, and then there's a bleeping option as well.
Yeah.
And as you can see, super small. It's about the size of a pair of headphones. So that's the Go XLR.
Right.
Sorry, that's the Go XLR Mini. And then if you go with the Go XLR Pro, as you can see here, this does a whole lot more. So I'm just going to run along what's here. So you've got mic volume, music volume, chat volume, system volume, you have sound effects. You have, and then you can adjust things. So you can add reverb. You can add echo, you can add gender, you can add pitch. They also have some built-in sound effects as well. The megaphone option. Can you put the megaphone option or the hard tune one on?
Sure. So you just push the button.
So what one are you pushing?
I'm hitting robot.
Okay.
And then you go and then you can scroll down to FX.
Yeah.
Then you have to push that first. And after you push that, then it's good to go. And with the robot, you can change it on how many levels. So if I hit the gender and squeeze the gender to the other side, it changes the volume of
Oh my gosh.
any
Awesome.
sound you want.
So that's the Go XLR. And basically the way this product works. So, for a lot of you have asked us about like, how do I add music, for example, to my live streams? I assume on this one, can you assign a sound, like an audio file to one of these, Charles? One of the buttons?
Yeah. So actually, I have one that I put in for sound effects on different sounds.
Yep.
So if you want music on each button, there is 4 colored buttons that you saw on the screen, and you make the color. The thing about this, you make the colors, so you recognize each one, and then you just drop the sound effects in. So if I'm thinking, when Leticia comes on, I think of her.
I like that.
Yep. So this is a hardware option that you can basically, add on to your live stream. So you basically plug this in your computer, and then your mics go into the Go XLR,
right?
And then you can control all of this directly on the actual product. So
and then here's the number one thing that it does: it pre-mixes all your blending in for you, so you don't have to worry about anything else. So
and then the way it works inside of StreamYard is once you're in StreamYard, all you have to do then is select that as your option for your audio, and then everything runs through there. And so now you have music literally brought in. So let's say you have a file that's like on Epidemic Sound. You can basically go into the software, you put the file on that button, and then now when you push that button on the Go XLR, it's going to play that. So very good product. I appreciate you for
no problem. And here's the number one thing that it does that everybody keeps asking about: plug in your phone. It takes phone calls.
Yeah.
So you can plug your phone at the back, and then now you can receive phone calls into the system as well.
And so essentially what you can also do is, I'm going to go back to Jericho's question he had earlier for us. He was asking about having people call in, for example. This is a great way. So for example, if somebody, I'm throwing this out there as an example. If somebody does not have good internet, for example,
right,
then, when you use the phone option, it's going to sound like a phone call.
Yep.
But that's normal. And so the way it would work is if he wanted to like reduce, for example, if you wanted to reduce the bandwidth, like say the person doesn't have good internet, maybe you have them call in instead of actually being on the stream.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Right.
And then you could have you could put up an avatar, or you could, you could just have that person be part of your stream, but not actually be like actually there, like on screen.
Right.
And then there's a funny thing
hold on. So Jericho, hold on. I want to pull Jericho in because I love the facial expression, because Jericho, sorry to put you on the spot, but I'm like,
he does that to me all the time, Jericho. Trust me.
No. It was awesome because we want to help you, and so I want to make sure that we're helping you. So that's an option to consider doing. Actually, is to get like a Go XLR, for example. And here's the thing: it is a pricier investment, but Charles, as you know, it's an investment to help you not just with your live streams. You can add additional mics. So like when you think about it long term. Let's say you're going to make a podcast, and let's say Charles and I happen to actually be in the same room at some point. We plug in 2 mics into the the mixer, and we can actually talk and record that in StreamYard, for example.
Right. I have a question, and I'm glad TGC brought it up. What's the difference then between a Go XLR Pro and a Rodecaster Pro?
Okay, I can answer the Rodecaster Pro part. So Charles, you got the Go.
That's
XLR
a good
part.
question, though.
Okay.
All right, you ready? Round one.
Round one.
Okay.
Fight. Finish him.
This is a great question. Great question. Okay, so I will say this: the main difference is it's going to partly be price. So I know the Rodecaster Pro is like $600. How many mic channels do you have on your Go XLR?
The Go XLR is made for one main mic.
Okay, I've got 4 mics.
Right.
And then I also have a USB option. And I'm on the Rodecaster Pro. I've got a USB option. I've got a phone option. And then I also have a Bluetooth option.
Okay.
And the Bluetooth option is not for Bluetooth headphones. It's for Bluetooth devices, i.e. I could Bluetooth a phone to this, for example, if I wanted to. You could even have 2 call-in numbers at that point. And then it also has the sound panels and things like that. Now, what it doesn't have is it doesn't have the reverb effects, the bleeping, that kind of stuff. However, you could add, like, it does have sound panels. So there's like 8 sound effects or eight panels that I can actually push to bring in sound or audio or effects or whatever I want.
Right. Now, here's the only difference why I went with the Go XLR Pro is because the difference is that it will automatically mix any sound I bring in.
Okay.
So, sometimes people are trying to bring all 3-4 different mics.
Yeah.
It automatically finds them and bleeds them in together for you.
Nice.
So you don't have to go in and put each one in. So right now, if I go to YouTube on my computer,
okay,
I can automatically bring that sound right into the show without clicking it and putting it in the feed or anything.
Okay.
So if you ask me to bring anything in right now, I pull it up, it automatically finds it and bleeds it and mixes it in.
Nice.
That's the difference between the Pro and Go XLR. If you're a person that wants sound effects and bring things automatically right away, then it has that option. Also, if you wanted to record on the spot, you can automatically record instantly on the spot. So if Leticia's talking, she says something funny, and I held down the button, I just captured her voice instantly, and I can play that back instantly.
And actually, so that's interesting. Yeah, it's like I think it's overdubbing, right? Is that what it is?
Right.
Yeah. So actually, the Rodecaster does have that as well. So you can actually use the buttons for that. And by the way, I got one other little feature. I forgot to mention this. This is actually in beta on the Rodecaster. If you want to actually do video switching, by the way, the Rodecaster is actually in the software, the current beta, they actually will let you use the sound panel buttons to switch your camera views.
Wicked. Nice.
So, but it is beta, so it could be removed on the next update. Who knows? So, but yeah, no, this is a really good. So hopefully that answers that person's question in regards to what the Rodecaster Pro versus the Go XLR is.
Yeah, and don't forget, people, baby steps. We're not
steps.
We're not telling you to go run out and get this right away because don't.
Right. But it's good to get clarity though, because those of us like myself who are not into this, techie stuff.
Yeah,
it's good to ask that question. What's the difference between this and this? And it could be that one thing that this has that machine doesn't. Right. That will be like, okay, let's buy it.
And here's the number one answer for him to cut it all down. What is your show? If your show is a 2 or 3 part person, do not go for the Go XLR Pro.
Right.
If you're a one man's show and then you're going to bring other people on screen, then you need it. Because for me, it's only me. I don't need all those other plugins. Mm-hmm. If you think that you're going to be doing like a podcast with 4 or 5 people live, then you definitely need to go with that one.
Right. That's true.
So know what your show's about first before you did it, because it took me 4 months to decide between the two. Right?
Yes.
Do I need all those channels? No. Does it have the mixing? Yeah. I want to bring in extra music. Can it do that? Can I bring extra sounds? Yes. What can we do with it? And it's easier to blend. And then I figured out which one I would like to go with.
Absolutely.
So
and I got one other last feature addition to this. So like the other thing also, I don't know how yours works specifically, Charles, but I know like the Rodecaster Pro, for example, it actually can be portable. You can power it off of a portable battery.
Yeah.
Provided it has the right amps.
Yep.
But,
you can. The thing about with both of them, what I like is yes, you can walk with this and
I
say.
don't know if I'd walk with it, but like, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's
Not-
portable to be
not
able to
out
take
here.
somewhere, like to like a conference or things like that.
Yeah, but here there's one thing I'm going to give yours a big check mark on.
Yeah, what is that?
Is that you can record into the system on a
SD card.
SD card.
Yeah.
So if you and Leticia want to go out to the park and record the show, you can record it on the SD card, come back, put it back in.
Oh, so we don't have to bring out our laptops or anything. Oh, okay.
No, correct me if I'm wrong, Christian, you can record it right into the system itself.
Yep, you can. Yeah, you can record directly into that. I'll even throw this out as an idea. So, like, for example, if you wanted to record like snippets that you bring up during your live streams, for example, you can record them directly in there onto the sound pads. You can record a podcast directly onto the Rodecaster. So it's got the memory card as well. And then, typically the way I usually work is, it works. It's fantastic. So
yeah, both of them, and plus with yours, and if you like my microphone,
the
Rode, it automatically syncs with it because they're made for the same generation, so it automatically syncs with it. So all I'm saying is, people, StreamYard is a multi-use system. So don't go outside the box. If you want to do podcasting, it has stuff there. If you want to do video, it has stuff there. It's just play around with StreamYard. That's one thing I think a lot of people don't do. They're afraid to hit all the buttons, what it can do. Just play around.
By the way, I do have one last question real quick before we go and answer some more questions and bring on a few more people here. So I do need to get some more details from you on that individual audio file with the sound effects. So do me a favor, just send me a private message. We'll take care of that.
Not a problem. Before you go though, I have one more request.
Sure. Yeah. What's up?
I don't know if people are using it, but I use it every day on my show. The giveaway tool.
Yes.
Love it.
Amazing.
Thank you for the reminder, by the way, as well. I got to remember, we're not doing the giveaway yet, but by the way, for those of you who don't know about this giveaway tool, you can access the StreamYard giveaway tool here. Go ahead and what's your feature request?
Okay, so like how you're going to do the giveaway tool, you put in the hashtag, whatever you want.
Yeah.
The one feature I would love the guys to add on to the giveaway tool
is what?
Is the ability to show what the prize is.
Okay.
So, when you click it right now, like you see how you're going to go into it.
And pull up like a picture of it.
Yeah, so you're going to choose what feed it is. So you go into broadcast, it has all your feeds, whatever shows you've preempted already. You just go to the broadcast and it shows what feed. You do the drop down box. And then you type in your own hashtag, what you want.
By the way, for those of you who are watching right now, I'm going to go ahead and start the giveaway tool. I'm showing you how this works. So this is available within all of your StreamYard plans, StreamYard.com/giveaway. And we'll show you actually how the tutorial works, but there is a tutorial here. I'm going to start it for this one. So I literally click the drop down. I select my live stream from my dashboard. And then in this case, what do we usually use? Leticia, what is it? Love StreamYard, I think, right?
Yes, we use hashtag love StreamYard.
I'm going to do that. I'm going to, and we're not drawing until down the road here, so, but I'm going to start it right now. And so now if you actually want to go in and you want to, if you want to enter the giveaway, just put hashtag love StreamYard. And that's all you're going to have to do. Let me figure this out.
Show me the car, Albert. I was just thinking about this. You want a car. You want a car. Yes.
Here, let me figure out. So that's the giveaway tool. Let me make a note for you.
Yeah.
So be able to show the prize.
Yes. Right under that part where you put the hashtag, if they had a button just to upload what the prize would look like.
Right. That'd be great. I like that idea.
When it's going through, you can see the prize and you see the winner and you're like, yep, that's what you got. Congratulations. This is what we're giving away.
Very cool.
So it'd be great for your, like, if you have a guest that just wrote a book, they can see the book that they're going to win, something like that.
So let me I'm making a couple of notes here, by the way, so y'all can keep trying to enter the giveaway. It's interesting. I'm seeing a bunch of entries, which is good. I'm just getting an error as well. So, but it's StreamYard.com/giveaway if you want to enter that. By the way, Leticia, I don't know. Can we go through the comments? There's a ton of comments here, and
there's a ton of awesome questions. I'm just going to start from the bottom up.
Okay.
TGC mentioned that Charles Matthews could be at a pick as a giveaway overlay. Yes, obviously, yeah, we could do that, but it'd be good if
because this is what it looks like. By the way, so I have an overlay set up for the giveaway, and it's going to look like this. So, for example, Leticia, let's pull that comment down.
Oh yes.
So, for example, I built this in Canva or Easel 1280 by 720. I added it as an overlay. So this is what you win, by the way, today. And it's just an image. So you can bring that up. Yes. I love his idea, though, of being able to do this directly in the giveaway tool so that you don't have to do the other side. So it makes it more streamlined. What are the questions that we have here?
Oh, this is a good comment. Friendly hardware battle. I like that.
Charles and I are friends, like, so yeah.
I love it. Do you need Cloud Lifter with both of them? The hardware you guys are talking about.
No, actually, with the Go XLR Pro, if you go into the back end, I don't know if you can show the screen, but you can edit your microphone, you can edit sound effects. It gives you a tremendous lineup of editing your mic, so you don't need it with the Go XLR Pro.
Okay, great. Another question, guys, is how hard is it for someone without much technical savvy to use the Rodecaster or XLR?
Charles, you want to take? By the way, you know, I'll let you take that one first. Do you think the Go XLR is hard? I mean,
you know something, it's not hard at all. Because there's a back end.
Okay.
And when you click on the back end, it pops up your screen and everything is already pre-done for you. If you can push a button, then it does it. Because when I want to add my sound effects, you click the button, it opens up your file and says, what file do you want? You click the file and it automatically drops and drags it in for you. So that's all it is.
Okay.
And I want to answer that one as well. So in terms of the Rodecaster Pro, I mean, the easiest part is the hookup. So for example, if you just want to record directly onto the device, you plug in your mic, you plug in your memory card, for example, into the back of it, and you can record directly into the product. Now, if I want to add it for StreamYard, there's a USB output. I connect it via USB-C over to my computer. And then in my computer, all I have to do is turn on the sound option. So I need to go into my system. I go into my input and my output, and I set those to the Rodecaster Pro. And then my mic is already connected. I plug in a pair of headphones. In this case, they're plugged directly into the front. And then at that point in StreamYard, all I need to do is actually select the Rodecaster as my audio option. And then at that point, everything, make sure, obviously, every time that's what it's going through. But as I'm speaking, it's going into the Rodecaster and then into my computer. So
got it.
Now, in terms of all the other features, there are a lot of features to it. For example, you can go and you can customize all of the mic settings. For example, you can turn on like noise gating. That is one huge benefit, by the way, to the Rodecaster Pro, is that they have an amazing amount of controls to help improve your mic. And that, what I mean by that is like it eliminates background noise, for example, things like that. Like I don't have a fan or anything running, but
if you allow me to share my screen for a second.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yep.
I think it's on there.
Yeah, this one.
There you go. So that's what he's talking about. That's your noise gate. Yeah. You can actually show and make your mic sound exactly the way you want it to sound.
Yeah.
So you have all those buttons to make your sound quality the way you like. And then there's the mixer. So it gives you like options, your microphone, your channels, your effects button, right? Samples. So that's it right there. And you can change the samples the way you want. So if I want more sample, less sample. And like I said, you just have to click the button. So if you want top left, you just click top left. That's what the sound will be. Bottom, right?
Yeah.
Right? So you can even change the whole board to make it look like what you want.
Right,
and then,
right.
That I'm saying is a little different. The routing.
Yeah.
With the Go XLR Pro, if you are a gamer, here's the number one feature with this that's different. If you are a gamer, then it brings in all your sound effects from when you're doing gaming, when you do live stream with gaming and stuff.
Okay.
In and out. And then you can choose what sound you want to mix to go into what area.
Right, right.
So for example, if I'm talking to you, but I want you to hear my sound, it will let you hear what sound I want.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the mix and match, and you can do it. And it's real
Right.
simple.
Yeah.
Past shows. And then one thing I do love about it, and I don't know if yours does it as well, every show that I do has different sound effects. So I just have to click on it.
Mm-hmm.
So so mine, I can actually set up banks, different banks of sound. So then that way I can, I can push those buttons and make those adjustments. I mean, they're both. Here's the thing: they're both really good products.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
You're not going to go wrong with either one.
No, you're not. Either, like I said, I almost had both, playing around with it and then see which one you like best.
Right.
And I even have a separate mixer actually that I have. Actually, give me a second. Let me go get my other mixer. I'm going to let the two of you. I'm gonna just go.
Yes,
get
good.
I can't tell what Nicole's applauding. I don't know if she's applauding the fact that I'm gonna go get a mixer.
Go get the mixer. So let's
let me go
run
get it.
through
It's
these
a little
questions.
small.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
very small one. So
Yeah.
go ahead and do me a favor. Keep running things. Let me get my.
We got it. We got it, Christian. We got it. So okay, we got Nika has a question. She said, "What is this a similar suggestion for someone just getting started to switch between video and audio?"
Just from video to audio.
Audio.
Is she asking like during the show itself when you're live?
I believe when you're live, yeah.
Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, there's one part that people forget that they can do with their camera.
Okay.
So if I stop my camera and
so there's two features. Yes.
Right. When you stop your camera, you can actually put a logo of what you want it to be. So if you don't want to show your face, you can upload a logo into StreamYard.
Yep.
So when you go off camera, it shows you what the logo of what it is. So if you want to use your logo of your company or a funny thing or a cutout, you can do that as well. So if you don't want to see yourself anymore, you can switch over that way.
So let me answer that one actually as well. So what Charles is talking about is, and there's two features here. So the first one is if you go into your StreamYard cam mic settings, there's an option in there called audio avatars.
Okay.
Yep. And so what that's going to do, if you have the box checked, and I'm trying to do all this at the same time with you all. So if you go into, so I'm going to turn off my camera right now. And what should happen is you should see an avatar if I did this right. There you go. Yeah.
Yep.
So this is the audio avatar mode. So this is going to allow me to be talking. However, I'm not actually on camera.
Yeah.
So
where do you go for that, Christian, again? I'm sorry.
Let me actually go and show you all that. So let me find it. Here we go.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Christian. If you check it, it should be always on. Like if you take off your camera, right?
Yes. So this is what it's going to look here. Let me see. Let me put my camera back on. I'm going to actually show you guys this screen real quick. So in your StreamYard dashboard, essentially what I did was I clicked on cam mic at the bottom. And then I go to general. And then there's an option here called audio avatars. And so audio avatars, what that's going to allow me to do is it's going to allow me to be on screen with a thumbnail in the box. I'm not going to be on camera and you're going to still be able to hear me. So that's going to be one option. The other thing though with that, so like, okay, so that's on. So now the other thing I can also do is this. If I uncheck that box, and I want to show you all this. So I'm going to start my camera back up. You're going to see, here I am down here in the stream. And let's see if this works. Okay. So I'm in this other screen, right? This is another StreamYard dashboard that I have. Now, watch what happens here. So I uncheck the audio avatar box. The other thing you can do is, you see how it says you're in the stream with audio only? I can be what's essentially called the Wizard of Oz, where I can talk over top of every single person. I'm still in the stream. It counts towards my streams, it counts towards the people in my stream. However, it's two different audio options as well. So I think that's answering your question.
Yeah. And don't forget too, with the avatar, you can have 3 different versions of yourself. It gives you different versions if you want. So one avatar is my logo, another avatar is my picture, and you get to choose what avatar you want to use during that time.
Definitely, yeah. And let me show that feature real quick, by the way. I'm just going to demo this. And by the way, I want to thank everybody who's patiently waiting backstage to come on with us. Hopefully you're getting a lot of value out of this. And if you are, do us a favor. If you're on, for example, YouTube, hit the like button and subscribe. And Dr. Nicole, I want to see that again. Can you show me that? So she's got a like
Thumbs
button.
up. Awesome.
We're gonna have you on here in a second. So basically, the way this, I'm gonna put this back in. This is how you change the avatar feature. So you go to Cam Mic, General, Audio Avatars. So we're gonna turn that on. Okay. So it's when your camera is off. So check the box once, and then, for example, if my camera's on and I stop it, it shows the avatar. Now you can change the avatar by clicking on these 3 dots here.
Oh, okay.
And you'll say, you obviously can edit your name. You can go in and also then choose to stop your mic or cam, and you can edit your avatar, and then you can just pick whichever one you want.
Got it.
And then there's the options, like I was saying, to add different avatars, different looks. So if he wants to upload another one, it's real simple. He hits the plus button, finds the picture he wants, and then there's your new avatar.
Yep.
Got it.
Awesome.
So this is really good if you guys are doing the podcast version, like I was saying.
Yeah.
Then you just, you can just put the avatars up, talk freely. Because remember, you don't have to look good. I could be in my jammies still, and no one's seeing me because we're using.
And just have a graphic as an overlay.
Yes.
Yep.
There you go.
Lots of options there, and there's lots of useful ways to make use of this. So, for example, if you're running a live stream like a producer, so for example, we've got Todd here backstage. Todd's with what's the name exactly? Todd, it's Gotham. Let's see. He mentioned the name here. Let me just find it real quick. So he basically has a sounds like production company. And so, for example, what you'll sometimes have is if somebody's doing live production, they will have the voice of God mode, or we like to call it like voice of puddles, but Wizard of Oz, basically where you're able to talk over top of everyone. Sometimes, that works well for a live stream or a production. If there, is a big audience and you need to get something out to people, you can come on screen, but like it's easy just to have your mic muted and still be in the stream to where then you can talk to people. Okay, so the other thing I want to do real quick. So I'm going to introduce a third mixer, and this is a more expensive mixer, by the way. It's smaller, looks like it does as much, but you've got the Go XLR that Charles mentioned. You've got the Rodecaster Pro. This is actually another one that I have. This is a Mix Pre 3. And as you guys can see, look at how small this is. Like super portable, runs off of a battery. It's got 3 channels, for example, on it. It can also record to a memory card. So this, if you're somebody who's going to be, portable and moving around, this might even be a better solution because it's small and portable. It does cost more. It only has 3 channels, but you can run it through your computer as well. And then if you want to bring in sound effects, this is the way I would do it. For something like this, I would plug my phone into it. There's an option here. Let me actually find it. There's a stereo out option here. There's an aux and mic in port on the other side. And then the way this would work is I plug my phone in, I play my phone. Like I have an app for that. It's a sound app. I tap a button and it comes in through this. This is then run into my computer. So another option as well.
And then since you're going that route,
we're going to have a battle of the gear. Oh, hold on.
That's even smaller.
Okay. So right there is an all-in-one. It's the same thing. You can plug 2 microphones in, and then it comes with an SD card on the side. And then it's also portable because it is the microphones on top. So
wow.
It's if you want to go mobile, there it is. And this is the new Zoom 4 H4n Pro. And then this is portable as well. So the thing that Christian is saying, he's absolutely right. I don't know about you, Christian. Did you start off with that first before you got the other hardware?
I actually started with this. So we're having a little battle here. A little gear battle here. So this is another option, by the way, for those of you who want to be like this, for example.
You ran out to get that way. Like, oh, you're going to do that. Okay.
No, actually, so this is actually what I started with, and this has let's see, I think this has 2 XLR inputs.
Yep.
It can also be used as an audio interface, meaning you can plug it into your computer via USB and plug your mics into this, and it does all the filtering and things like that as well. Or you can actually use it as a handheld, and it records to a memory card as well. But
right, and
you have one of these.
Yeah, and tell them how many channels we can get on these bad boys.
Well, since y'all got that, I'm just kidding.
So I got 4 in, 2 out.
Right, look
on this little product.
Yeah, so, and then show them. There's a record button right there on your buttons.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Here,
So you can record all this stuff. So there you go.
Wow.
Leticia, get yours.
I ain't got none of that stuff.
So,
Uh-uh.
and
I
how much
gotta
are
make
these?
a-
Here's the thing though. How much are these? Because these are also much smaller and they're portable and they're not, there's not a lot of bells and whistles, or they
No.
don't seem like they have a lot of bells and whistles.
Yeah.
Right.
If you're just starting off, though, this
Yeah.
was, to me, this was great.
Yeah.
The two products you showed up was great. This one was only like 400. The other one that I had is 200.
Mhm.
And if you're just starting out, people, don't go like we said.
Yeah.
Start small. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
I watch somebody like Christian on this other channel, and he pulled up all this stuff, and then the bank said your credit card is declined.
They can't order no more stuff. That's it.
Too much stuff.
Christian got so much.
and then the other side to this. So, okay, so we're showing like hardware, by the way.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
also software sides to the same kind of thing.
Right.
for
Right. That's what I was
example,
gonna ask. Yeah.
For example, it comes down to the mics. So like if you're going to plug in like if you're going to plug in like an XLR microphone,
Yep.
then you're going to need an interface of sorts. Like you don't have to get this. There's the MixPre 3. These are the higher end models of things. You can get something like a Focusrite 2i2. It's a little small desktop box.
Yes.
You can plug in 2 channels, for example, on the 2i2. It plugs into your computer, and that's going to give you the ability to use an XLR microphone, but it's not going to add the sound effects and all that other stuff. So you kind of have to look at what you're going to be using and doing.
So quick question, Christian, what is your microphone you're using?
The Shure SM7B.
Okay, and Leticia?
Hold on. ESCHLZY. That's what it is. It's an off-brand.
Right. But here's the thing. Her quality, everybody's quality sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that Christian says that when he first said it, and I always thought, my guy knows exactly what he's talking about.
Right.
He always said is your sound.
It's
Make
everything.
sure your sound, because if you're talking and you hear pure muffling and thing while you're like, no one's gonna stay on your stream and listen to you anymore. You know what I mean?
No, they're not.
He always talks about make sure your mic is clean, get the
Mhm.
proper mic, the connection, and go from there.
Mhm.
Okay, you don't have to get all the bells and whistles. Just start off. When people hear you and get the proper sound, they will stay with you. Trust me. I don't want to swell his head, but I watch Christian on his other programs too when he's on this one.
He's really good.
No, he's good. He knows what he's talking about. So
He's helped me level up. I got this mic because of him, the whole USB cord and everything. So now I got to go back into the Guitar Center and get some more stuff.
So Charles, what mic are you using? Is that the Rode Pod mic or is that the NT USB?
Yep, here it is.
Right?
It's the Rode Pod mic. I love it. It has it's a strong bass to it, and it has
we call that the Bob Marley mic. They try. Don't worry about a thing. Yes.
There you go. But if you're just starting out, I love different mics that have a 2-in-1.
Yeah.
Get the 2-in-1. I've been helping up all my friends with the what do you call Audica? The Audica mic, because it has it's plug in for a mixer, and it's also plug in for a computer, so it's versatile for both.
Yeah, so I'm gonna actually this is one of the mics we recommend. So I'll talk like price point real quick. So for example, like if you wanted to go with the mic I have and the mixer, it's gonna cost you like over, like the mic alone is $400, right? Like even their small, like even the Shure models that are like the dual ones, like that do XLR and the USB, they're $200 and something.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to, like, if you're just starting out, and we talk about this all the time, I mean, it start with what you have. So, for example, Charles's mic is, I think that's $100, right, Charles? It's $100, but you have to have the interface. Oh my gosh, we're gonna get into mic battle here.
Uh-oh.
So
Zoom.
So what I want to do real quick, I want to bring up an image and show you guys a really good starter mic. I mean, this is a dual mic. This is the Samson Q2U. It's about $70, and it has XLR and USB inputs. That's show you guys this. So this is the This is the USB input. This is if you're going to just plug it into your computer. So you want to improve your live streams. This is a great way to start. You can start with a USB connection.
Christian, what type of boom arm would you suggest with that? Because I don't like mics that are like on my desk.
So I'd recommend, so two things actually. So for starters, this does come with a stand on your desk. It is nice to be able to have it right in front of you, because then it's right there at your mouth versus then you got to bring the arm in. And then in my case, like the arm comes into the shot. Depends on what you feel comfortable with.
Right.
For a boom arm, I mean, I always recommend getting a quality boom arm. Like I went with the Rode PSA 1 boom arm. And the only reason I did that was because one of the biggest challenges when you buy this is the boom arm, by the way, this thing right here. The reason I would recommend going with something like that is because if you buy yes, there are some super cheap ones. They're $10, $15. The one problem you're going to run into with that though, is if your mic, for example, is like not heavy enough, then you're going to be adjusting this mic and the arm has a spring and you'll hear, like you might accidentally kick your desk. You'll hear vibration because it's literally going right up the arm into the spring.
Right.
So, all right. So I don't know if you guys can see this, because I'm glad he mentioned that this arm cannot hold the weight of this mic. So as see, there it goes. It's gonna go down. It's going down by itself.
She's falling, honey.
You're going down.
She is falling, honey. She's like, listen.
And by the way, we're going to get your questions, all your questions, by the way. We got some great questions.
All these questions is based around what y'all talking about. So that's good.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay,
definitely. Cool. Can you mention that one more time, my friend?
Yeah. So if you're going to buy an arm for your mic, make sure you invest in a quality arm, because it needs to be able to hold the microphone for starters. And, you know, there are going to be packages that you buy and they're going to include an arm with them. But it's not a universal, it's a universal product, but it's not, because it says it's universal, but then you put a mic that's really heavy on it, then it's just going to fall down. And so that's where, like, you know, I'd always recommend trying to get the best quality one, because I will say this. I mean, when I started, I used the Zoom H5, this is the H5N, I think. Yeah. So I got the H5. I started with this, and here's the thing. I started with it and I got as much value out of it. And then I said, you know what? I want to actually get an actual real setup.
Yeah.
And I moved away from this. So I don't use this very much anymore at all.
Yeah.
But so I'd recommend, you know, you start with something and then you continue to grow and build off of that.
Right. Yeah, when I started with this one. It's the same like you're saying.
Yeah.
And then the problem is this mic was perfect for it because it's lightweight and everything. But as you get into heavier mics, this arm can't hold this microphone anymore.
Yeah.
So like I'm constantly with my shows.
Yeah.
This is what I'm dealing with.
Well,
so I love that you mentioned that one. Which one are you using?
The arm is the Rode PSA 1, and then the Shure SM7B mic.
Rode PSA 1.
And there's a blue one as well. Like there's a Gator brand. But yeah, so the key thing is this. I mean, if you're starting your live streams, try to make the smart investments in the equipment.
Right.
Like you don't need all this stuff to get started at all.
No.
But you know, it does help improve the quality of what you're doing.
Right.
So audio is key.
Yeah.
So, and you know, like we said, start what you have. So for example, if you've got a laptop and you're recording into the laptop, wear a pair of headphones, use the laptop microphone, but you are going to notice the quality is going to sound, you know, very hollow. It's not going to sound very warm, very inviting. Upgrade, for example, from there to maybe the Samson Q2U for $70 is a great mic. For $70, it has that dual input. If you want to get something more expensive, you know, again, also more expensive doesn't necessarily mean better, because it's all about your content and what you're streaming about.
Right.
I have another business idea for you, Christian. I think you should
tell me offline. Just tell me offline.
Okay, we'll talk. Yeah.
Let's get back to this.
Hold on. Before we go, and I want to get off and get people some timeline is. One thing I love that you said this again, and I make sure all my guests do it. Headphones.
Headphones.
So I don't know if you guys saw when I came off camera real quick to get my microphone, I took mine off. You might be looking at all three of us, and you're like, "Well, you guys don't have headphones on." Yeah, we do. So see, it's there.
Yep.
It wraps around the ear, and it goes in for the clean look. Okay,
smooth.
Your sound will be 10 times better with the headphones. You hear yourself, it changes your audio, and it comes out more clearly. So I can hear the bass in my voice. So if I'm talking And Leticia's like, what? I'm like, oh, I can hear myself. Okay, let me turn myself up. Can you hear me now? Yes, you can hear yourself check in there.
Yes,
So,
yes.
wearing the headphones, and always ask your guests before they come on your show,
Put them on.
please get some headphones. Okay, and there's all different types. So if you're doing a podcast show, you don't need these ones. Go old school. Okay, I got the old school ones. So if I'm doing my podcasts on the stream, you know, I put these bad boys over. Might look funny, but they're there. But always have some type of headphones to get clear sound. So there you go.
I want to throw out a couple of recommendations, by the way, for headphones. So I have headphones as well on. These are in-ear monitors. So there you go. They basically hook up. They go over my ear. They then go in my ear. So they create that sleek, low profile. So, but here's the thing. I also have over-ear headphones as well that I wear for certain things. These are wired, by the way. You can go with something like this. This is a wireless model. This is, what are these? These are Shure, I think they're 215s maybe. But these are Shure, wireless headphones. The downside to going with a wireless headphone, by the way, is that, well, for starters, I would only connect these to one device. I wouldn't switch between devices. But if the battery, for example, it's got a good battery, but what can happen is if the battery gets low, then these are going to cut out, and then you're going to end up with like audio issues at that point. Like, oh, I can't hear somebody. And really, it's just the fact that your headphones cut out. So we always recommend using wired headphones in that case. And if you do get something, by the way, you probably have heard me like getting up during this, and that's because I have a 6-foot cable attached to my headphones. So I've got enough cable to be able to move around with you all. But this is the wired option if you decide, or wireless if you decide you want that. This is the wired option. And then Charles, to your point, I mean, get some of these. Like, these are just Apple headphones, for example. I have a whole bunch of these. Every time I've gotten a new phone, oh, I've got headphones, just throw them in a box. And the thing is, you're going to have a guest on. Here's another idea. Send your guest a pair of these. Get in the habit of, if you're going to, like, if you want to make sure that your guests sound the best that they can, get them a pair of headphones. So
say that part again, Christian.
Am I being recorded or something? What are we doing?
No, you say send them a pair. I was like,
but seriously, like,
yeah, I know. Yes.
Get if for example, it's your stream, make sure your guests are prepared, and they should have a pair of headphones. But if they don't, you could always send them.
Yeah, and listen, it's worth it, because if you have a top, like, listen, if P Diddy, Jay-Z's coming on my show and Jay-Z's like, oh, I don't got headphones, I'm sending him some UPS headphones.
That's right. And they're gonna mail them right back to me.
Because Christian, I don't know how you do it, buddy. He's killing me.
No, this is good. This is very good. So, is there anything else you want to, or what? Let's run through the questions real quick.
Here you go.
And then we're going to bring on Dr. Nicole. Okay, so let's see. Adam's Exploits. Heard a pro tip somewhere. Yep, I know where you heard this. Apparently, the retail chain Guitar Center has audio equipment, mixers, etc.
Everything.
Yes. So if you have one of these at where you're located, you can go into the store and they have all the mics set up. They have sound engineers basically that can also help you as well. And I would recommend, and Charles, I want to hear what you think real quick on this. I would recommend testing out different mics, because your voice pattern is going to sound different depending on the mic you're using.
100%, I agree with you, because the mic that Leticia's using might not be the one for my voice, and vice versa.
Right.
Out there, if you can go in the store and
go into the store
and listen to yourself. And the number one thing you should do, to me, I make all my guests do this when we come on live. I say, hey, welcome to the show. We're going to do a sound check. Can you sing your ABCs for me? The reason I make them sing their ABCs, because I want to hear the P's, the B's when they talk, the Z's and the Z's. So when you listen to yourself, when you say A, B, C, D, E, all the way to the alphabet, you're hearing the different tones in your voice. And then you can hear yourself. So when you get to certain letters, you'll be like, oh, that sounded off on me. Go on to another mic.
Yeah.
So one key thing is, when you come on my show and before you go, let's do a sound check, I tell all my guests, and it's fun. They laugh at it. I go, please sing your ABCs. They're like, seriously? I go, yeah, just sing the ABCs for me. Because you can hear when they say S, T's, P's. If it has that buzz, something's wrong.
Something's up. Yeah.
By the way,
Yeah.
lots of really good comments here. This is from Vandalin Bradley. I was going to ask if you could show it. You did. Yep. So we're more than happy to show like the StreamYard feature, hardware, for example, if we've got that, whatever to help you out with your live streams. Let's see. So I'm just reading through the comments, by the way, here. Actually, did the comments? Okay, they're still going. Good. Okay. And by the way, yeah, Coffee Talk and Tech like makes the point. Like, yes, my voice is not for the sure. Yes, absolutely. And I will say this. I mean, if you buy and I said it earlier, if you buy an expensive mic, it does not mean that it's going to be the right one for your voice. You may use it, and you're like, this doesn't sound as good as it sounds for somebody else. And that's partly because it works differently depending on your vocal patterns.
And here's one thing. I think Adam said it before.
Yeah.
When you buy a mic, or even before you buy a mic, research that mic.
Yeah.
Because Adam asked a question, does it need a cloud lifter? So I don't know, Christian, if you want to talk about that, what a cloud lifter is for your microphone, or are you even using one?
I do have one. That's this little red device. It's actually a they call it a dynamite stick. Basically what it does is it boosts the gain on my device. But you're going to have like this, for example, it increases the decibels, because what a lot of people will do is this. If they plug in this mic, for example, if you're using the mic I have, you have to have a cloud lifter. It's going to sound really, really, really low. And here's what people are going to do. You're going to increase the gain. And what's then going to happen is you're going to hear all sorts of noise. You're going to hear like crackling, anything like that will probably happen when you don't have enough power for your microphone. And most mics don't need that. That's the thing. So if you're going with a USB mic, you're not going to have a cloud lifter for a USB mic. It's when you get into the XLR mics. So you don't. So for example, you spent $400 on mic. You're also going to have to buy a cloud lifter.
There you go.
$100, $150. So your prices are going to add up. And that's why I said you don't necessarily need it.
Right. And also, if you want to hold up your box again, Christian.
Yeah. This one.
Yeah. Certain components that you put the mic in might have a cloud lifter built in it.
So
the thing is, if you run out and go buy a cloud lifter and the system like my Go XLR already has a cloud lifter built in it, you're spending money you don't have to.
Got it.
So when you get your mic and your tools, research them to see if they're compatible and what it does. Because a lot of people have these mics and they're like, I'm not sounding great. Why am I not sounding great? Because they're missing one little component that will take their voice over the top.
What's the next level? Yeah. Okay.
And by the way, Excellent Dude has a comment here. So Charles, feel free to take this one. I find that the Blue Yeti will gain turned way down, picks up way too much ambient noise. So can you kind of talk to that point?
Okay, so a lot of those mics that I love them, right? But you have to make sure if they're using it for podcasting and live streaming. Here's the other thing I'm going to throw out at you guys. Certain mics are fantastic for podcasting, but they're not that great for live streaming. They were built for a certain way of not hearing the sound come back and not seeing it. So whatever mic you get, make sure that, okay, what are you going to do? Are you going to do podcasting or are you going to do live streaming? Because I have like probably like Christian, I have 3 mics. If I'm doing one show, this is the better mic for it. If I'm doing another show, this is the better mic for it. So that's the one thing. And plus with he has a Blue Yeti?
Yes.
It brings in it like it hears it's so clear that it hears everything. So for you, my friend, you might want to damper your room a little bit. Maybe the sound is coming from the ambience in your room.
Right.
And I'd also add in placement as well of that mic. So we talked about this earlier. Leticia asked about putting a mic on a stand. You can put one on a stand right in front of you, but here's the thing. If it's right in front of you and your computer, for example, is right there. And you're going to be typing on your keyboard, for example, that mic may be picking up all that noise, picking up all the desk bumps, anything like that. So what a lot of people will do is they will put it on an arm, for example. That's another option. They'll put it on the arm so that, any kind of like noise on the desk, for example, is not getting picked up by the mic because it's off the desk. And then, to your point, obviously, Charles, also is making sure that you have an optimal setup in the room as well. Hopefully Leticia's going to join me back here in a second.
Here's one thing that everybody. Well, here's one thing that little simple. I call it little tricks and tips for your house.
Sure.
If your mic is on the desk,
Okay.
run upstairs into your towel closet and grab a towel.
Mm-hmm.
Put the towel underneath your mic stand.
Okay.
It dampens the sound from your desk.
Mm-hmm.
So like when you're typing on your desk and bouncing around, the towel underneath your mic stand kind of dampens the sound.
Yeah.
So if you don't have an arm yet and you have something small, put some towels there. Okay.
Awesome. Yeah. No, definitely. Yeah. And this is a good point. And also Adam's Exploits brings up a comment about making sure, for example, on the Blue Yeti, there is an option on the front where it's a knob and you can adjust the mic, the type of pattern.
Right.
That can reduce a good chunk of the noise. Not going to reduce everything, probably.
That's a great point, Adam. Maybe you're better than this to explain it. Cardioid and forgot the word now. What's the other? One's cardioid and what's the Adam? Can you help me out? What's the other version? Cardioid versus
omnidirectional, or
yeah. So here's the thing that I learned when I first got into microphones. There's ones that are just it takes all the different sound around, and one is directional mic. So depending on your mic, when you turn the dial to cardioid, depending on the microphone, it brings in different sounds. So this microphone, for me, I have to talk on top.
Yes.
If I don't talk directly on the top, it's directional mic, you won't hear me. So if I start talking like this, and I say Leticia, 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 it comes out here. So you have to make sure when you're speaking into the mic you have what directional mic it is.
And what I want to do actually real quick here is I'm going to actually bring up, this is a screenshot of like the back of the Yeti box.
There you go.
This instruction actually. So hopefully you all can see this. I want to talk about the various the mic patterns here. So you've got stereo, you've got cardioid, omnidirectional, and bidirectional. And
wow.
If you all you literally need to do is look at the first two columns. Well, actually, sorry. We'll look at all four, because here's the thing. The first column, obviously, what is the pattern? So stereo, meaning you've got sound coming in from both channels. Cardioid, meaning it's, and you can see this by like the second column here. So you have the ability, for example, in the second column, it's getting mic input from somebody speaking into it, somebody on the backside, the left, the right. When you move to the cardioid pattern, it's only accepting what is in front of it.
Right.
And then if you do omnidirectional, it's doing everything that's around it. So for example, if somebody's walking in the room, you're on the desk typing something, for example, like it doesn't matter where you're at, it's picking up everything that's around it. Even if there's the air conditioning, it's going to pick up all that stuff. And then you've got the bidirectional option where it's only open on two sides of the mic versus four. And then what's also really important here is looking at what you're going to be using it for. So for example, if you're using a cardioid mic, it's great for podcasting because it's only getting your voice into the microphone, not all the other noise that's around you.
Okay.
So, and then,
Sorry. And the thing is, you'll learn that real quick. Cause I spent all the money on a microphone and I realized the microphone I got was made for voiceovers, not for podcasting. Cause it was taking my whole sound of my voice because I was doing a voiceover commercial compared to directional. So when I put it on the stream and I was talking, it heard my fan kick on. It saw my light kick on. Anything I touched, it heard it. And I realized it was the wrong microphone.
Got it.
And I just got a couple other quick points here, by the way. So JP says, cardioid still picks up everything. The mic is super sensitive. Yeah, absolutely. And so the thing you have to be careful of is like you change the pattern, and then what a lot of people do is they'll crank that gain way up. And the thing is, then it's going to pick up everything. So you got to make sure you get the right mic, you power it correctly, you make adjustments, things like that. But to get started, obviously, definitely, I really like the Samson Q2U is a great starter mic. It's $70. It's a mic that you can grow with.
It's an all-in-one, and that's the main thing. It's an all-in-one microphone.
Awesome. So let me see if we have any other comments here.
Y'all giving me some ideas.
So Tommy's saying PodMic is a great value for the money. Yes, it's $100 microphone.
Yep.
The alternative, I think, to that would be the Rode NT USB Mini. And that one I think is also $100. And there's a cool little feature, by the way, for those of you who want to bring in sound effects. If you happen to buy the Rode NT USB Mini, they actually have a companion piece of software that essentially duplicates a lot of the Rodecaster functionality.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
It's all computer based. It's on there. It's here's the thing that you said, and I'm going to repeat it. You need to know your show. I'm more hands on. Like I need to push a button real quick compared to grabbing my mouse and going and clicking.
Yeah.
Each person will be different, right? Do you have? And here's your setup too. Me, I have 3 computers in front of me. So I'm looking at 4 screens at the same time. I'm looking at my monitor right here. If you're not there, you might want to use what Christian just said. It's easy. You open 2 windows and then click. There's your sound effects. Go back.
And the one thing about that mic is you do have to have. So you've got the pod mic, which is what Charles has. That is XLR. So it has to have this connection basically. So it has to have this kind of connection right here. This is XLR. So you can't go from USB to XLR, by the way, as well. So you do have to have the right kind of connection. If you want to go with just USB to get started, the Rode NT USB 1, $100 mic as well. It's just USB. It's super small, by the way. It's like about this big. Great little mic. And it also has companion software that only works with that model of that microphone.
Yes.
But if you want to go, even lower than that, get the $70, the $7 Samsung Q2U. That's going to help get you like good audio to start that you can grow with
right off the bat. Yeah.
Cool. Let's see. Any other questions here? And then I want to make sure, we give everybody.
Everyone's loving the towel idea.
Oh, here's another good one. Actually, this is a good one. So for those of you who have a tile room or you have vaulted ceilings or you have no carpets on the floor, it doesn't matter if it's linoleum tile, whatever, put carpet down on the floor, or you can use NLTMW suggestion throw laundry or on hardwood floors to help soak up the sound. Yeah, hardwood floors as well do create a lot of reverb. So
here's a funny thing. I'm sitting on a carpet right now.
Yeah.
And I went onto Amazon and got the sponges for the wall. So you can buy a pack of them, and there they are right there.
Oh wow!
So they're a little easy. Something I just tack against the wall because I realized where I am, this wall is too close to me. So a lot of the sound was bouncing off this wall. So I dampened the wall, and then the thing is too. Another way of doing it is my pictures behind me. If you notice, this one's on a box.
Yeah.
It's actually a pillow underneath it.
Okay. Nice.
So there's pillows and stuff all around me to dampen my sound for the studio. So little tricks you can do to make your sound quality better. Even the chair that you're sitting on, there's a cushion behind me. So it doesn't bounce back from my monitor back to me. There's little dampers here and there.
Okay. Wow.
Awesome. Yeah, this is great. This is if you like this, by the way, if you like the information we're giving you, do us a favor, hit that like button.
Right.
And we're gonna bring on Nicole here in a second. Answer a few more of your questions. But like if you have any questions, like seriously, just drop them in the comments. Use hashtag ask. Sorry for this slight aside. We do hope that it actually has been helpful for you.
This was really good.
And then here's the main thing, guys. Follow them on their separate channels. If you don't know, Leticia and Christian, they do other shows and help out there as well. So follow them, and you'll follow all his other channels and little snippets on the shows to get you to the next level. Go ahead and follow them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, one last question for you, Charles, before we drop you off here. Tommy is wondering what camera you're using tuned in late. Actually, we didn't mention it, I don't think. So what are you using?
Yeah, no. We didn't talk about it.
I'm actually using it's not a camera. I'm using a webcam. So I'm using a Technica C922.
Nice.
So I'm using the webcam. I found that one for me, plugging into the StreamYard, and I just changed the quality a little bit, and it worked perfectly.
Yeah. So you've got the Logitech C922, right?
Yeah.
And then did you use the companion Logitech app that they have?
I went into the system, it pops it up automatically. But one thing I noticed with StreamYard, it took the quality and then it brought it in. But here's the funny thing. I don't care what camera you use or what webcam you use. I think you mentioned it one episode. Lighting is key.
Everything.
Okay,
Yes.
you can go out and spend the most money on a camera, you know what I mean, a big, huge camera and put it on. But if your lighting is...
Yeah. So I'm gonna actually pull this up. So, okay. So you have no lights on right now.
I like that.
But the thing is, like, for example, I'm drawn to the background because that's where I'm like seeing small amounts of detail. But, you know, so you've got no lighting on, you've got the 922. And then in terms of the quality, I mean, it actually doesn't look that bad, minus the fact that your face is not lit up. And if you're the person on screen, you know, I want to obviously see who I'm connecting with, right? And I'm listening to.
Right. So and then it depends on how much bleed you want.
Yeah.
So, you know, with the ring light, you know, I suggest get the ring light that has gradual, because each person's skin tone is different and your shirt's different. So either I can overexpose myself and change it.
Yeah.
Or, you know, you go on lighting quality. Each one of these are shades. And so you find the best one that works for you. So you can overexpose yourself or get a little too bright there. But you have to find your medium. Yeah. What makes you cute? That's what you got to find out. What makes you cute? What makes you cute, Christian?
I don't know. I'm going to pass on that one, actually. So,
Leticia, what makes you cute?
Everything.
See, I knew she was going to come with that. But before we go, since we're talking about that, Christian, do you have a hair light?
I do not, actually. I've got one light actually in my
Me too.
office. That's all. I've got my ring light, and I've got the ring light. So if this is the ring light, I have it angled just a little bit. And so the reason I do that is because then when it's angled, it's creating that effect across me. So it's basically spreading out versus being directly on me.
So here's the two things you guys got to remember. One, okay, this is perfect because we have three options here. So there's Christian, there's someone with a bald head. So remember, the light you use will shine off of your head. So so mine is directly this way. And then Leticia, she has a light on, but hers is actually perfect because she has glasses on. And you cannot see her light bouncing out of her glasses.
No.
There it is, right there. Put your hand up again. See, right there. Do you see her light? Right there?
Let me do full screen. So go ahead and tell her what does she need to do, Charles?
Okay, you see, stop right there. If you tilt your head up a little bit, right there, there's her ring light. You can see it in her glasses right now. So she has it set perfectly. When her head is perfectly down now, you cannot see her ring light. So remember, I know a lot of people are complaining about their lights and they go, well, I can't wear my glasses because my ring light and I can't do this. It's the way you position it, and she has it perfectly. Right? So you can't even tell until she puts her head all the way up to the ceiling. So there you go.
If I talk like this, then y'all see it.
But
I actually have it angled wrong today. I have to turn it more now that I saw that. Okay, that's better. Okay. I had to turn it. You see,
there you go.
It's more lighter. Yeah.
By the way, Charles, we have one other question here from Albert, actually. Let me find it real quick. So he's asking, how do you prevent the glare? And I'm wondering, is that glare, is it like, for example, like my forehead is obviously oily right now. Is it glare on forehead? Is it glare on the top of the head? Or
I have the glare on the forehead answer for you, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Is that going to be a little makeup there, Leticia?
Yes, it will.
So how do you prevent glare? Okay, so for those of you doing live streams, obviously the first
thing
is
my stuff out since y'all pulling stuff out.
If you're wearing glasses, okay, so the first thing is if you're wearing glasses, you don't want if you have a ring light, you don't want the light directly into your face because it's literally going to create those alien eyes, as you can see with Leticia. So what you need to do is you need to either go up higher, for example, so that the light is coming down on you and it's not shining directly in your glasses. You can also add some additional lights to fill in various spots of your lighting.
Right.
if you want to deal, go ahead.
Sorry, and pick one. So, for example, if you're going to use your room light, use the room light. Don't use both.
Yeah.
So,
oh no. Mm-mm.
Okay, my room light is now on.
Ooh.
Mhm.
Yeah, that changes things.
That's what I say. It made you very tired.
Christian went, "Ooh."
Well,
Yes.
no, because here's the thing that changes your live stream, like,
Everything. It changes
completely.
the mood. It's
All right. So I tell everybody, check if you're near a window. You might want to get these black curtains that you can buy them. They're dark curtains. Black it out. You set the lighting you want. Okay. So I change the whole room. I put the lights in, and then there we go. That's the lighting I want. And if I want to bring it up more, change it more, like Leticia said, I just change my ring light to get higher or lower.
Yeah.
Okay. And if people don't remember, we have lighting and it's on Amazon. It's key. So if we do this, let me just shut this off so I don't change anybody's stuff.
We lost your audio, Charles.
Yeah, we lost your audio.
Yeah, I muted you guys for a second because I didn't want to. It's okay. Stop.
I think Alexa was trying to help him out with something there.
Yeah,
Like,
and
hello.
I didn't want to change everybody else's because when you say that word live, it changes everybody else's on the screen too, right?
Yeah.
So I did that on purpose. So if you look now, I'm red. I use red and purple.
Yeah.
Okay. You need to change your mood to whatever you want to showcase for the people.
Yeah.
So it's simple. If you go online, you can pick up LED lights, set them up, and then every show, set your mood.
This is excellent.
All right.
And, so one other last question, by the way, that we had.
They said the forehead one.
Yeah. So we were talking. So if you got glasses, don't shine the light directly on you. Set the mood, as Charles was showing there as well. So make sure, for example, if you have a window, and if you're gonna be streaming during the day, like that's a source of light you could use, but don't put the light behind you.
No.
If you put it behind you, here's what's gonna happen. It's gonna blow out your camera. You're gonna look really like there's not gonna be good detail. For example, it's just too much light coming in. So you control it a little bit. So you may have a window and you put it facing towards you. So that's going to actually shine light on you. Then maybe you fill in a dark spot, for example, that's happening. The other thing also Leticia was mentioning. So for example, if you happen to get if you get shininess on your forehead or the top of your head, obviously you can add more light behind you, essentially the hair light. But Leticia, what was your tip there as well? How do you take care of
air spun? This is what grandma used to use to go to church. This is so good. Okay, you can get the full coverage or the translucent powder, put it on your forehead, and it gets rid of the shine. Or anywhere on your skin that gets really oily and shiny.
Yeah, and why is that important, Leticia? Like, why does that matter?
Because it soaks up the oil, it soaks up the shine. You know what I'm saying? And it makes your skin look more even. So that's why that's what people use in the newsroom as well. Like before they, hit lights, camera, action, they're putting on translucent powder on the men and the women face. So that's another tip to use. Just get a little air spun.
Excellent tip.
Men, if y'all afraid to buy it, just tell your wife to go buy it or get on Amazon.
There you go. Amazon doesn't show the package. It comes, knocks at your door, and just go out and get
and just put it on your face.
Little pat here and there.
Yes. And
like,
they get this type of brush to put it on because it's the flat surface brush. Okay?
Yeah, and if I think the person that asked the question, I think he's like me. Don't put cream on your head.
No, don't do that. Don't.
Okay. That's mistake number one. You want to
look like a bowling ball.
Good. And then I came on the screen and I was like, why am I shining? You know what I mean? People were like calling, remember, it would look like a crystal ball.
Yeah, you had to get a towel and wipe it off. Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
So this has been really good, Charles, by the way. I want to thank you for joining us. Adam's Exploits and Tommy Bernard were asking how do they learn about your channel. So feel free to drop a link to that in the comments.
I appreciate that, guys.
Approved, let me know and I can get that added. Let me see. And then just one other quick question, I guess. Lights, but I use the monitor as my background, but my lights shine onto the monitor. My laptop's coming to the monitor.
Oh, okay.
Any
So
tips there?
yeah, so take a snapshot. Okay, here's a funny tool. Every computer, if you go into your search bar and type the word cut, CUT, it brings up a tool where you can take a picture of your screen. So sit in front of your screen, take a snapshot, and then look back at yourself. Bring it back on screen. That's what I do to see where the light's shining from. So at one point, when my ring light is too high and too bright, you will see it in the Bob Marley picture right here. So those are little tricks that you have to angle it. So all I did was angle it some more. So if you see the reflection in there, you're just keep moving your lights off to the side a little bit so you don't see the reflection. It might be a hair to the left, a hair to the right, and the strength of your light is what's doing it. And here's a funny thing, you guys, if you look over my, what shoulder is this? This is my left shoulder right here. You can actually see the screen right into the wall. If you look very closely, my monitor is reflecting in that wall. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it's right there. And I know it does it, so I put a statue in front of it a little bit to cover it up.
No, but this is these are great tips. I love the screenshot idea. I mean, that's the other way I use a screenshot as well is if I'm building overlays. I also for example, I'm like, oh, hey, it's the three of us. That's a shot I would have in my run of show, for example. I take a screenshot of that and then I build my overlay around that to see what it's going to look like. Whether it's, for example, if I'm just putting the background up or if I'm putting an overlay over top of us and I want to see what that looks like, I bring 3 people in. Now, if I don't have 3 people, by the way, here's the other thing I do. I find an iPad, an iPhone, another tablet. I log myself into I log into my StreamYard account or I send myself the guest link.
Yes.
And then I come into the back of the dashboard and then now you have 3 of me on screen. It doesn't even have to be me. It just creates that placement to where I know what those positions are going to look like. So,
right. And number one thing, before your show, get into your platform early and set yourself up. That's the number one key. I think a lot of people always ask me, oh, I couldn't do this, I couldn't do that. And I'm like, well, did you get in early and set it up? Oh, no, I came in right on time. No, get in there.
That's the worst that you could do. It's just coming at the minute of.
Yeah.
On time, by the way, is 15 minutes early.
Yes.
Late is the
or
exact
more. Yeah, at least minimum 15 minutes. That's minimum 15 minutes early.
Say that again, Christian, so everybody can hear you.
Yes. Say it again,
I said
Chris.
that, if you're going to be on time, it's 15 minutes early. If you're being exactly on time, you're actually late. So
there you go.
Yeah.
There
Absolutely.
You go.
And by the way, Albert, you're mentioning where's cut at. So if you're on a Mac, actually you can look up the word screenshot on your Mac, and there's a separate app that Apple has for that. There are also handy keyboard shortcuts, so you don't have to launch that every time. For example, I think it's Control Command Shift, I think, and then the number 4. Yeah. And that lets you take screenshots, save to the desktop, save to memory, all that stuff. But that's if you're on a Mac. If you're on, I think on a PC, right, Charles?
Yeah, if you're on PC, go into the search and type the word cut, and then you'll see this little picture of a scissors. And it gives you all these options of screenshotting, cutting, everything. It's built into all the PCs.
Awesome. So here's what I'm going to do real quick. I'm going to keep you on for 2 seconds. Okay. Leticia, I'm going to let you bring on. I got to go plug my laptop, and I forgot to plug it in.
Sure thing.
I'm going to go ahead and bring on. By the way, Albert, if you have a question on the Mac side, feel free to reach out. I'm happy to answer that.
Yeah.
Go ahead and bring on. I think it's Dr. Nicole, right? Or let's actually. Can we bring on JP real quick? Sorry, let me bring on JP because I think JP has a question, or he wanted a demo. I think the Yeti.
Yes, guys. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Leticia, I'm going to let you control things. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Sorry for jumping. I'm sorry for jumping the queue here. The Yeti microphone. I am currently in cardioid mode, which is facing me.
Yes.
Now I am literally sitting Let's break this open. I am literally sitting 80 centimeters away from the microphone.
Right.
That's how sensitive you can hear this thing.
Right.
Wow.
That's 80 centimeters. Watch this.
Yep.
Okay.
Have you heard
because it's in this direction. Now I'm going to step away from the desk.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to go into the room behind me.
Uh-huh.
Well, not behind me that way, but behind me that way. The mic is facing this way.
Yep.
Cardioid mode.
Mm-hmm.
Take a listen. This is how sensitive this stupid mic is. Okay. You guys, listen to it.
Oh my God. You could hear a whole conversation in the next room.
Yeah. It's
wow,
also,
that's
yeah.
And what setting is that? What's the sound option?
So for
that is cardioid. That is unidirectional.
Wow.
My gain is set at about 55%.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do for you, my friend.
Yeah.
Take the Blue Yeti and put it directly in front of you right now.
Okay, here we go.
Did you hear the sound difference
Ooh,
in the
sounds better.
Right. So with a microphone, any microphone you have to chew on it. When I say chew on it, it's got to be up in your mouth.
Yes.
No, I don't disagree with you. And with the new desk placement, it'll be right in front of my keyboard, right in front of
camera.
The camera. So I want it all lined up.
It will.
Yeah.
But the thing is, with the Yeti,
Mhm.
it picks up everything. As Leticia said, I was in the other room.
Yeah, because what you can do, like what Christian said though, when you reset it and put it right in front of you, you can turn down the gain to cut some of that back noise out.
Okay.
Would you like to try that?
Yeah. So when you put it directly in front of you.
Okay, let's do that. Let's turn down the gain.
Yeah.
Okay, we're turning the gain right down. Okay, it's right in front of me. Still sounds good?
Yeah, but now your bass came in. Now we're hearing a bass in your voice. And then now it's not as echoey as before.
Oh, okay.
So now let's go to, can you hear the tap?
Yeah, but
we can still hear it.
Okay, let's try it.
Here's the tap is still there, but now it's more bassy, not as a high tone.
Not that ping ping.
No. When you tapped it, we really have to listen now.
Okay, let's try the other room.
Okay.
The exact same test. Now
you're going to hear it, but you won't have, when you're speaking, that echoey sound anymore.
Okay, well, let's take a look.
I hear it.
Yeah, you're going to hear it. It's like that. You're going to hear it. But did you hear the difference on the tone of it?
Yes, the tone was different. Absolutely. When you spoke directly into the mic. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, exactly.
So what it is
my issue with the Blue Yeti is its oversensitivity.
Right.
And I'm sitting here trying to teach a class. I'm live. And the wife is washing dishes, and then bing, 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 bing. You can hear everything.
Yeah. Yes. So what I suggest though is, here's two things that can help you. If you get an arm, do you remember Christian was talking about an arm?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Get an arm, and can you hold the Blue Yeti to your mouth?
It's really stupid heavy.
Right.
Yeah. So he's strong enough arm.
Yeah.
Right. So if you get a strong arm. And now put it right to your voice. It will cut out some of the background ambience noises.
Yeah.
And now it's directly trying to focus on your voice.
I can kind of see that working, but again, because of the demonstration, it's still picking up noise from.
No, it's going to, but did you hear how his voice just changed now deeper? What it does is I'll show you with my microphone. If I'm talking with my microphone, can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, but very faint.
Right. So with this microphone, even if I go back here, can you hear the knocking?
Oh yes, of
Yep.
course.
Right. So they're all going to do that. But when I brought it in here closer and I'm going to knock again, can you hear the knocking?
No.
Oh.
I'm seeing, because what it's doing is it's picking up my voice.
Oh, so it adjusts itself.
It's concentrating on my voice compared to just being open.
This is gold.
So that's what I'm saying. If you put it on closer to your mouth,
Right.
you talk, it can't hear so much of the background noises, and see if that helps you out.
Okay. I will definitely do that. Thank you.
Not a problem.
That is awesome.
Yeah. That was amazing. Thank you. If you have another guest, Leticia, I'm out
Will
of here.
do.
Thanks,
Thank you,
guys.
JP,
Take
for
care.
coming on.
Thank
So
you.
happy to have you here. Yes. Okay, so let's bring on Dr. Nicole. First thing,
Well,
Dr. Nicole, thank you so much for your patience. Go ahead, Christian.
Okay, here, let me do one other thing. I did want to answer a couple of questions that were here, actually. So we had a couple people asking about using software, actually. So, for example, Jolyn Bowler here was asking about being able to use like some software. There is, for example, software called Crisp that does actually do some artificial intelligence to listen and then adjust the sound. Here's the thing. You can use that. I've used it myself.
Yep.
And what will happen is it can do too much processing on your audio.
Yes.
So I'd recommend you can try it. I've done it before, for example, where I was doing an interview with somebody and they had it on because it was very noisy in their environment. And it got to the point where we had so much on, like when we had them on, that it actually cut them out of the broadcast. So you're going to have to play with it. You're going to have to see if that works for you. I think they do have a trial. If you have any questions,
and be careful. Be careful if you're using it with the Go XLR. I don't know about yours, but they fought each other.
Yeah,
and it chips one each other out.
Oh, I see.
Because
so I think,
so both of them are trying to work against each other. So be careful what software you're using with what microphone you're using.
Right. I think maybe that would be good for like pre-recorded content, maybe because it's not live, so you're not, overpowering your computer too much. Yeah.
Awesome. So Dr. Nicole here. Thanks for joining us. And I know you told us, you said you had a question, I guess, a tech question.
4 and 7 years ago, my question was, no, I'm just kidding. So here's what I am in my stream, I'm brand new.
We can't.
Whose audio is that?
That's not mine.
That's Dr. Nicole. She was jamming earlier.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, the music you were playing was still on, sis. The
music
you're playing is still on.
And it wasn't in the background. You guys could only
No,
we can hear it was going over you.
Yeah.
That's the question. So how do I, in my streams, I use a lot of music. So I either have one problem or another, like with this, or it sounds terrible. It sounds tinny. There's no bass. It just sounds terrible. I sound like I'm standing in an aluminum can, and I'm not sure. I've got an XLR mic that's into a mixer.
What mixer?
Don't laugh.
No, here's the thing. There's
she says, "Don't laugh." You make someone laugh.
Don't laugh. Audio 2000s AMX 7322, no name mixer, basically. So I don't know. The mixer was under $100.
Okay.
And the music source that I'm using is I'm bringing the music in through my phone into the mixer. Okay. And so I don't know how to work with my settings in StreamYard or I don't know how to work with my settings, period, to get the right balance.
And is the phone connected via Bluetooth? Because it looks like that mixer has Bluetooth on it, or is it connected directly to the mixer?
Yeah, I've got a line in because I didn't want to risk Bluetooth.
Okay. I see what she's using. Do you see it, Christian? I pulled it up as well.
Yeah.
Can I?
Go ahead, Charles.
Your phone. You're taking the music off your phone?
Yes.
Are you plugging in? How are you plugging it into your mixer? Which connection are you using?
It's the 1/4 inch into the mixer, I'm on line 4. Yeah, I'm on line in on channel 4, excuse me.
Okay, and if you're lying in, are you using Okay, I see what you're doing.
So it's got, yeah, go ahead, Charles.
No, I'm looking at her mixer on my other computer to see how she's bringing in the sound.
Yeah, I was trying to check that out too.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's got, I can't find a background photo of it actually. I want to look at the inputs.
For the input channel on that line 4, right? It's got the XLR right at the top.
Yep.
At the 2/4 inch. So the first one says line, and the second one just says insert. I have it in the whatever that says insert.
Right.
Gain for the music, the gain is pretty high. For the mic, it's only at like, I don't know, 3 or 4. Tom was just saying it sounds like the gain. Tom, are you saying the gain on the mic, Tommy, is too high on the mic or on the music or both?
Okay, so what I'm looking at for yours,
Yeah.
what do you have the mic set at?
I have the mic set at, for volume, the mic is set right at level, so I'm at 4 on
And
the
what
little, the knob.
Right. So then here's what people forget is also, because you're using your phone
Yes.
and you're using the gain on the mixer.
Yep.
Do remember, everybody, there's actually 2 volumes when you're using your cell phone. There is your cell phone volume and your mixer volume.
Okay.
So you have to play with your cell phone volume first to get to a certain level, and then use the mixer to tone it back down. So what I usually do is your cell phone maxed all the way to the max on your cell phone?
Just before I came in, I cranked up the cell phone volume, and frankly, I forgot to turn it down.
Exactly. So there you go. So that's
up.
There you go. Because I used to do that as well. I forget that the cell phone has its own volume.
Yes.
So preset your cell phone volume, and then when it goes into the mixer, then there's the 2 different cell phone volumes.
Mm-hmm.
So the other thing I also noticed, though, I also noticed her volume is very low from your mic.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's like for starters, I'd make sure that I have the right input selected on my computer, the inputs and the outputs. Like, as you can hear from like Leticia, her sounds very bold. Charles, your sounds very bold as well. And then go and say
Thank
something,
you.
Dr. Nicole.
Hello. Welcome.
Yeah. What level is your microphone on?
So the volume, I just turned it up a bit. The volume is a little bit over half, but the gain is just at like 3.
Okay, can you jack up your volume a little bit?
Yep. How's that?
So I'm hearing a lot of feedback at that point when that gets.
Yeah, because okay, so here's the other question. You see that feedback sound you're hearing?
Mm-hmm.
It might be the connection that you're using for your cell phone.
Okay.
So if you don't use the right plugin for your cell phone, that buzz sound is coming from your cell phone.
Okay.
So 2 tricks that I used to tell everybody is take your cell phone off of Wi-Fi and put it on airplane mode.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not bringing in the Wi-Fi buzz, the buzzing. That's number 1.
Okay.
Number 2, plug in. Is your phone plugged in or not plugged in?
It's not plugged in at this
Okay, because when you plug it in, sometimes, depending if you have power through your house, you hear the buzz as well.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And then now when you do the gain, you will hear that buzz signal to see if your wires, if you have the proper wires, then you won't hear that feedback that Christian was just listening to a while ago.
Okay.
And the other thing also, by the way, when you are if you're hardwiring your phone into that mixer, for example, make sure you have the right kind of connector. So this is this is a TRRS connection. And so in this case, there's three poles here. So if you have the wrong one, go ahead, Charles.
No, you're right. It's 3 ports.
Yeah.
So when you're doing computer, it has to have 3. If you're just doing audio, it has 2.
Okay.
And so that's one thing to consider, because, like, for example, I can go and grab this cable out of my drawer and I have a 3-ring one, I have a 2-ring one. And if you plug in the wrong one, it's not going to sound correct because it's not able to make the right connection.
Ooh, it's 2.
Yeah.
It's 2. Okay. Very. That right there. That right there. Awesome. Okay.
So
My
back
cable.
to your one last question on your mic, by the way. So like when you're, I don't know, I'm actually wondering if it's where you're positioning yourself over the mic, because a second ago it sounded really good and then it sounded very different. And I don't think it's the cable necessarily. I think it might be like where you're speaking into the mic.
Okay.
So I'd find that sweet spot, like move around. Like for example, if I turn off to the side, I don't sound as good probably as if I do when speaking right into the mic.
Okay.
And when Christian was off a while ago, we were talking about mic positioning,
That's right.
right? And which one? So what mic are you using?
I'm using an Audio Technica 2100 USB.
Oh, okay. So that microphone has to be directly in your face, in your mouth. The Audio Technical is this one right here.
That's exactly right.
Okay. So this is the mic I started off with as well. It only takes it from the top. So if you want to take your microphone and put it directly in front of your,
Okay.
there you go.
That's better.
Sounds better, yes. And Leticia's giving it a big thumbs up, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that microphone, if you dip like you did before, like you're excited and you dip left to right, your sound dips off like what mine's doing right now. You have to be directly onto the microphone.
Okay. So I can go back and listen earlier, but is there, because I'm very mobile when I'm doing my stream. So that will continue to be a problem for me if I stay with this mic. Is there a mic that I like with the Yeti, for example, be better for me because I move so much, so it can pick up whether I'm this side or this side? Is that
what do you mean by move so much? Is it like I physically, like I move around when I'm doing my live stream, or are you talking about I'm moving around, meaning I'm changing locations?
moving around the mic, not like
Why do you move around?
location?
What's the stream about? What's the stream about? I guess like
I have a.
I mean, if I'm doing like I don't dance very much, but if I'm dancing, for example, I'm moving around, for example. But if I'm doing an interview, I'm going to be focused here on the mic. So
while I am, for example, opening the show, I have music. Closing the show, I have music. So I may be particularly, whether I'm opening, hey, welcome, come on in, let me know, holla at me in the chat, boom, boom, boom. So I'm dancing while I'm talking.
Okay.
The way out, I'm dancing while I'm talking. If there are times, depending on the content of the interview, where I'll be using a different kind of music, but again, I'm not standing stationary.
Okay.
Just be honest, Christian. I am the daughter of an evangelist.
Okay.
So
and this is a good I totally get, like, there's some really good points here, by the way, and I want to highlight everyone's comments here that's talking about different types of mics in the situation. And Leticia, feel free to bring up Adam's comment or JVlog or Tommy. I'll show you guys some more gear as well with this. So depending on you moving around, you may need a lapel mic, meaning it's something that's going to clip on right here.
Yep.
Now, obviously, you don't want a lapel mic that's got a short cable because you're moving around. That mic's going to travel with you, but you need to make sure you have some ability to move around. So therefore, I would even go to JVlog's comment, or Adams, about a wireless lapel. Definitely an option. And that's where, like, I will show you guys this. This is the Rode Wireless Go. And basically, this is a wireless lapel mic. It's a wireless mic. So basically, the way these work, one of these plugs into my computer, and then another one, for example, could clip on me like this.
Right.
And so therefore, I'm able to move around.
Okay.
There's also the ability to plug in a microphone as well into this one. So I could plug in a lapel mic and still be wireless. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Here's the last one. I think that for your style, because when I'm like, we're watching you love the headphones feel and the microphone. I call it the Janet Jackson. The microphones, the headphones with the mic attached to it that comes down to your mouth, in front of your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Then
bring it. Yeah.
Yes. So you can always use that one, because every time you move, the microphone is attached to your face, so
Mhm.
it's always going to be there. So you can pick some of those. It has the headphones. It's attached to your headphones, and it's always in front of your mouth. That way,
Right.
you can dance and move wherever your head goes. The mic is attached to your face. It
Yes.
stays with it as well.
Okay. And let me ask, the ones that I am familiar with that fit that style tend to sound bad. So
Mm.
are there any ones that have that that you all would recommend, or that
There is one I can't remember off the top of my head. They went through a tester phase with it, and it sounded great. If I was like doing a live show, I would get it. I will try to find it. Are you coming in through Facebook or YouTube?
I'm in through YouTube, but I'm also a member of the Facebook group. So if you
Okay.
get out to the community there, I'll be able to catch it.
All right, if I find it again, I'll drop it in there because they actually tested that one, and it sounded great. It was clear, and
I think
it's
it's
for
actually.
people.
I think it's this actually, Charles. I think it's the Sennheiser ME32 headset. It is a wired one. Here I'll show you guys what this looks like. So I think it's this, which like I know, for example, I know there's a lot of people that do a lot of like they do, for example, arts and crafts, things like that. They want to be moving around.
Yeah.
I think they're using this.
So that one is, behind the head. You don't see it. You just see the microphone to your mouth. So if you want to do the Janet Jackson pop and move around and dance, the mic is constantly at your mouth.
Oh,
Perfect.
So
Perfect.
that's
that would
something
be
to
perfect
consider.
for you.
And I actually have two other questions real quick for you, and then I want to make sure keep giving enough time to bring everyone else on. Tommy says he's confused about the USB mic into a mixer with power. Thought most USB mics had self-application. Yeah. So I guess the other question is like, why would so you've got the mixer. I mean, if it were me, I'd consider something like this. I'd consider like the Rode Wireless Go with a lapel mic attachment. So this could be, so one of these would go in, and then you're going to need a little adapter they sell for this. It's for XLR. It would allow you to do XLR into the 3.5 millimeter here directly into the mixer. And so then that way you could be wireless, but you still have the mic right there on your mouth, and you're able to actually have it go with you versus if I'm moving around, of course the mic's going to sound like it's going off because it's the wrong type of mic for the application.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And there was one other question, by the way, about background music, actually, why you were bringing it in via your phone versus software, actually. Leticia, I don't know if you see that one. Here it is. Actually, Rosalind was actually asking, why don't you bring the music in from your laptop instead of the mixer?
Okay.
Like connecting your phone into the mixer.
And she had another question too behind that as well.
Okay.
Let's see.
For me, initially, the way I was using a MacBook Air, and it was running extremely hot. I'm a trainer, speaker. So with the pandemic, like everybody else, I had to start doing all of that online, and the computer started running extremely hot. The fan was going crazy, and just it was messing up my speed. I mean, everything started getting glitchy. So I was trying to figure out, how do I take the load instead of streaming music through the computer to play? How do I kind of take that load and outsource it into something else?
Okay.
If I remember correctly, 5 episodes back, Christian talked about the right laptop for the right laptop for what you're doing. Yes. You need storage, or do you need? I think you were talking about that, Christian.
Yeah, we were talking about for like a laptop, I will say like the MacBook Airs, like the new ones mean the Apple M1 models. The fan thing is like a non-existent issue. There's actually no fan in that model. But any of the previous ones, the Intel ones, the fans were definitely an issue. And you have to also look at what you're using. So I always tell people, like, the brain of your operation it's your content, but it's also your computer. And so you want to make sure you have a machine that's capable of helping all that stuff work.
But when she need the hub, remember we were talking about hubs before?
Yeah. Well, so for what she would need, I mean, the air, if you're getting if the fan's kicking on, that's telling me like, oh, it's out of resources.
Right.
So it's like the fan's just going to get louder. It's either going to get louder, or that computer's just going to slow down to a crawl. And so that's do what?
It just died. I was getting ready to go on live and it blacked out.
Yeah. Yeah, you got too much.
Back on.
Yeah, you got too much stuff on it. Remember, one episode Christian talked about having too many things on your desktop. Is your computer used for work or is it used for streaming? Because the more stuff you have on your desktop and you open it, it slows it down as well because it's going through all the stuff that you have on your desktop. So when you're streaming, remember to close off some of your other stuff, like how many windows you have open, how many stuff you're using at the same time.
Right.
I mean, trying to follow y'all, I was looking at the makeup, I was looking at the boom arms, I was looking at the so I was checking out Adam's exploits. I mean, I got some tabs open. I'll give you that, Charles.
So the thing is, so part of it's going to be this. It's going to be, if you're going to be doing a lot of live streams, obviously you can start with, any computer, but you are going to want to try to build that out. So if you've been doing this for a while, maybe you haven't upgraded your computer. For example, I had a almost 10-year-old computer I was using at one point, but it could only take so much. And so what I actually do is I actually have two machines. I got a desktop machine. I have a Mac Mini, for example, that I use, and I use that just for as a production machine. So nothing else goes on it, for example, and then I have a separate machine that I use for other things. So then that way I can I could have a laptop and the Mac Mini, so I can have two different options. If you're like, well, hey, I just want to get one machine, a gaming laptop, for example, is a great machine. It's not just for gaming,
right?
It's got the internals, it's got the video, it's got all that stuff that can really help you. If you're noticing, hey, you know what, my computer's my bottleneck. The key thing is let's eliminate the bottlenecks. So
right.
You get a gaming laptop, you can you keep your existing mixer. Your mixer goes directly into it. Maybe you upgrade your microphone to that wireless model, for example, because you're going to be moving around a lot. And so you want to make sure that mic travels with you. For example, this would be a bad mic for me to have if I were moving around.
Right.
So does that help?
Sorry. The one thing I helped out with my friend is I told him to go get one of these. So it's an external terabyte cartridge.
Okay.
And I told him to download all his pictures, his files, his music onto this. That way your computer doesn't have all that on it. And like Christian said, when you need it, just plug it back in, drag what you need for the show, and everything else is on here. So your laptop is what it's made for, streaming, and all the files and music and overlays is somewhere else. And this is what I have with all my stuff on it. That way the computer's not, like he said, overloading. Because once you hear that fan kick on,
that's it.
It's telling you better slow down.
Right.
And the other thing also, by the way, this is a Mac comment. So one thing that Apple also recommends is they recommend keeping a certain percentage of your hard drive space free.
Okay.
And so even though, for example, if your computer has 256 gigs of RAM, sounds like a lot of space, but they actually recommend having, I think it's 20 to 25% of that minimum free. So but the problem is that what do we all do? We just keep accumulating on that.
Yeah,
machine.
keep saving stuff on. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
A piece of advice would be maybe go through your downloads. So this and I like to give you guys tasks or homework. What's the word? What's the right word I'm looking for, Leticia?
Homework. Yeah,
homework.
Homework. Start emptying out some of your files. I have to get into the habit of uploading it onto my Google Drive since I'm paying for that every month. Just back it up on there. So you're totally right, Christian.
So move maybe this weekend, a little weekend project. Go on your downloads, or first off, on your Mac, go up to the Apple logo, go to About This Mac, and then you can go to storage, and you'll be able to see what is actually taking up storage.
Yeah.
And so, if you're like, oh, well, there's only if it's 256 gigs of RAM, and you're like, oh, I only have 10 gigs free or 20 gigs free up more space.
Right.
And how do you do that? Go in and go through the downloads folder, take anything that is on the computer itself, move it to an external hard drive.
Okay.
If it's an application, of course, those run better, obviously, on the machine, but move the download, the photos, for example, put those on an external hard drive, get them off the machine so the machine can actually do what it needs to do.
Yeah. And the terabyte, you can go on sale, $60, $70 for the terabyte. Grab one. Yeah.
It just whatever I want to pay for in terms of the external hard drive.
Exactly.
Okay.
And external hard drives, by the way, another little tip. So I always try to get something that is an SSD drive. So you're going to see something that might be super cheap. And if it's for example, if you get something that's, it may have moving parts in it. So like things have transitioned to where they're SSD, where there are no moving parts. It's very fast memory. So
right.
try to make the investment in the right kind of hard drive. By the way, you also will see the ones, so there's two kinds of hard drives. You'll see the ones that plug into a power outlet, and chances are they're going to power outlet, and then you're going to plug into the computer, and those are going to probably be a slower hard drive.
Yes.
So it may be like, oh, hey, it's 8 terabytes. I'll get that because it's more space. That's not the best thing, actually.
No.
If you get the portable ones, for example, they are designed for speed. They don't actually have to be powered. So just keep that in mind. They are going to maybe cost you a little bit more.
Right.
But the reason is because you're actually getting a faster hard drive than you are in the ones that plug into a power adapter. So
So would y'all prefer us getting what Charles has, or use something like Google Drive as a backup? Like what would y'all prefer?
Well, I can say for me, backup is a backup. So I do have Google Drive, but I also have this as well.
Okay.
Because what's important to me, Google Drive locks out. I can't get into a computer. I need something real quick. All like Christian said, I don't need any power. I just plug this in USB. Boom, everything gets downloaded right away.
And to that same point, like in Google Drive, for example, I may put documents that I'm going to collaborate on somebody on. And the reason is because then we can collaborate in real time, all that stuff. But then I'm going to take my files, the things I don't necessarily want in Google Drive, I'm going to put those on a hard drive. And then I want to bring up Adam's exploits comment here as well. This is some other stuff to consider. So if your fan is kicking on, for example, on your computer, reduce what is on the hard drive. So free up more space, but then also turn off programs such as Dropbox. Apple has iCloud. Apple has Time Machine, which is a backup solution. Skype, any of that kind of stuff before you start a stream, because those are all taking up resources. Dropbox, by the way, takes up quite a bit.
Yeah.
So, Dropbox, Google Drive, anything that is cloud-based backup, it's operating in the background, which is great, except when you're trying to do something.
Yeah.
And so that can actually severely cripple your, it can cause, major issues there.
And I think that, sorry, Christian, you mentioned it. I'm not a Mac guy, so I don't know. I know PC. Isn't there something on there that you click and it shows you which application is using the most downloads, the most power?
Actually, you can open up. Let me see. It's called it's called Activity Monitor.
There you go.
If you go on your Mac and you go into, so open up Finder on your Mac and then go over to Applications. They bury it in the Utilities folder, and it's called Activity Monitor. Or you can also, I think it's Command Space. I think, it brings up Spotlight search, and you can just type in Activity Monitor if you have that on, and it'll bring up the application, and you can see what applications are using the most CPU on your machine.
Yeah, and most times we're not even using it.
Right. Okay.
And if you've not restarted Google Chrome, by the way, in a while as well, that's another thing. Update Google Chrome, and then quit it from time to time. Quit it and then reopen it. So
here's a question for everybody on the panel, because I do it sometimes. Do you guys get lazy and don't shut down your computer?
Yes. No, I shut mine down because the kids use it for remote learning. So I make sure we shut it down.
So some people put it to sleep and it's been on for 2-3 days. It's running too long.
Wow.
So shut down. Like when it says sleep or shut down. Because when it shuts down, it calms itself down, it powers down, it saves energy. Even when you think your computer is sleeping, the fan's still running. Everything is still running.
Right. That is so true.
If you're doing a lot of streaming, you're just giving it more pressure. So now and then, shut it down.
Pressure bust pipes.
Yep.
And if you're on a PC, by the way, so the alternative to Activity Monitor on a Mac, on a PC, it's called Task Manager. Again, same thing. Go in and look at like the things that are taking up the most CPU usage. And if you're not sure, for example, what something is, go to Google, type in the name. For example, what is, Google whatever. And, a lot of times you'll find, and people will be like, well, you know what? that actually shouldn't be running. You can turn that off, in that process, and you may notice your fan may actually shut off.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Okay.
but does this help?
Actually, yes. I have one more question.
Sure.
In a previous show, you were mentioning too about just cables. So I got the cable that's connecting my phone to the mixer. That's one.
Okay.
The thing that was happening with this mixer, and I have an iMac, is that it's the compute. It's like it keeps losing the signal. So, for example, if I'm doing a workshop in Zoom, it will. I can see it in my system preferences input. It'll show up as, I think, Jet Lee 0217 or something like that. And then it will disappear, and then it'll come back, and it just keeps kind of going on and going off. So you mentioned something, Christian, about cables. My problem, this mixer, if you guys have the picture still up, it doesn't have like the printer cable USB connection. Like one end doesn't have that printer. It's just USB to USB, and I can't find a replacement cable to try out just to see if it's maybe.
Tell me what the model is again, real quick. I closed the window, but I'm going to pull it back up.
Audio 2000s AMX 7322.
Okay, let me see if I can find this. Charles, if you find it, let me know.
Hold on. Say the audio 2000.
Audio 2000 AMX 7322.
I actually have the owner's manual here. So I'm going to quickly flip through the owner's manual. Actually.
You flip through it, Christian.
Oh, is this? Did you get this off of Amazon?
Yes, Charles. I'm afraid I'm so afraid with what you're going to say now.
No. Because you know why? I looked at this one too. This is the one of the ones. If I'm taking it correctly, this is one of the ones I looked at. Like I said, at the top, you can put a USB stick into it.
You can.
Yes. I almost got this one, so I definitely know what you're doing. I definitely know. I looked at it because it has all the options of you can record a podcast directly into it.
Yep.
Right. You can set it. You can record it. But I remember there was one thing. Someone said that if you're gonna put your sound in, there's a button you can switch over, and I can't remember for the life of me what it was. For that same reason, there's a button on there somewhere that you switch over, and it will help with that problem that you're having for the sound as well.
Because
by the way, go ahead.
The only thing that I can see, there's a mode button, so I can hit the mode to switch quickly from Bluetooth to PC, or just to turn that, I guess, that PC USB, to turn that off altogether and just use it like a straight mixer. But that's the only thing that I can see. If you're looking at the top of that mixer, there's the USB port.
Yep.
There's the red button, which is for the mic, to turn the power on for the XLR mic.
Yes.
It's just to turn, the USB on or off, basically. I mean, the computer connection on or off.
Right. Do you have that on or off?
I have it on.
As a USB mic or a XLR mic?
Oh, the XLR mic is just plugged into channel 1. So the the button that I'm actually speaking of, it changes between, it says USB when it's pressed down, so that connects me to the computer.
Right.
Right. Or when I leave it up, it just lets me use that line as another, kind of input, I guess. It says 5 or 6, line 5.
So I'm going to tell you something right now. I'm actually reading a couple of Amazon questions, and I don't know, and this might help you. So there's actually people saying that it's not actually a computer interface, so it doesn't have the computer interface part.
Yeah.
Really?
It says that this mixer only has USB input, like a flash drive full of MP3 files. It doesn't have USB signal out to record music from the mixer onto your computer.
No. So, sorry to go on. So that's why I didn't go with that one, because it's a mixer itself compared to what you're looking like, what Christian just said.
Okay. So that's why it's iffy. So sometimes it'll show up and sometimes not. Somehow they've put this USB piece in here, but it's kind of like the mixer is like, yo, I'm only created to, record something with the USB stick in here.
Yeah, it's not if you're plugging it into the USB part, the USB part was only to record your podcast and then take it with you on the go. It wasn't made to plug in to go to your computer.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is an easy question. I already got what y'all was saying about the Go XLR Pro, sell my right toe, Rodecaster. So I'm saving up for that. But is there an interim USB mixer? I think somebody in the comments had said a Behringer for a USB mixer.
Yeah, you can. There's a Behringer one. There's also a Mackie mixer as well.
Yeah.
The key thing you're going to want to look for on these is just to make sure they have an audio interface.
Okay, like a real audio interface.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
And actually, I was wondering, even Charles, how much is the Go XLR Mini?
Okay, you're thinking the same thing I'm thinking, Christian. Instead of you spending on another one, save up a bit more.
Yes.
Be patient and take all that money and just get the one you really want.
Okay.
Because Charles and I both don't like we don't like to rebuy stuff.
Exactly.
So like for example, that's why I held up gear earlier, and I'm like, oh, I held this up earlier. I have the Zoom H5N. I didn't want to necessarily. I didn't do my research enough, honestly, on this when I bought it. It's a good product.
Yeah.
But the thing was, I didn't have the right kind of equipment that would work with it, and so at the time, I didn't do that, and so therefore, I ended up buying this, and then I actually bought, then I bought the MixPre 3, and then I actually got the Rodecaster. The reason I, by the way, have this and the Rodecaster is because I travel a bunch, so this is actually super helpful. It's portable versus the other one, which is not as portable. This can actually fit in a backpack.
Yeah. So I would just say save up, be patient, and then just go get the one that really works for you. Because if I could go back, I love this thing. Don't get me wrong, but it's made for someone on the go. I'm not on the go.
Right.
Exactly. So I would take the $300 for this, and then the $295 I bought for the other one, and put it together. Now I just bought the Go XLR.
Okay, that's super helpful. So I will find another way to get my music in for my streams in the meantime. But thank you. This was wonderful, and it was nice being backstage while you all were having all the other helping.
And then just one more thing before you go, because I realize what you have now.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of using your phone to bring in your streams, you can actually put your streams on the USB stick and drive it directly in through the USB top.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you could load that a couple ways. For example, you could take the USB drive, for example, something like this.
Yeah.
And you could plug it directly in your computer and open, for example, Finder on your Mac. Drop your files into this folder or into this device, and then plug this directly into that mixer, and then you can play directly from it. That actually should give you. I think that's actually going to give you a much higher quality sound than using it directly with your phone plugged in.
Yeah, because if you look at the 4 buttons, you have play and pause and fast forward on there.
Yes.
And you can go to track 1, track 2, track 3, put it directly into that mixer, and then push play when you want it, and you can touch the volume, and it'll be cleaner than using your phone.
Okay, so going back to the run of show, then I would just playlist my show as I'm just kind of.
And it's easy. And then your hands free because you don't have to worry about your phone.
Right.
You just push the button and boom, there goes your song, and then you can fade it out, fade it in. It's all right there without your phone.
That's excellent. Well, thank you for letting me know what I actually bought versus what I've been plotting to throw out the window because of what I thought I bought. So it's super, super helpful. Thank you.
And part of it also, by the way, is not looking at everything as the same thing. So, for example, it's a mixer versus I have a Rodecaster versus the Go XLR, for example. They all seem like mixers. However, they operate a little bit differently.
Yeah.
And it's not because of the cost, for example. It's just however that company decided they wanted to build it. Yeah. So, so you would want something, for example, if you wanted to be able to plug this into a computer and then have it actually work as almost like a pass-through, that's where you'd want to have it be able to be an audio interface. By the way, that's a big reason why I got the H5N because it could be used as an audio interface over USB. So just some stuff to consider. But hopefully you're getting a lot of value out of this. And
yeah,
you know,
I'll come back and listen to this again, Christian, because honestly, I heard every word you said, but I did not understand a single thing that you said. I just saw the box come back up. So I'm going to listen in again, and go, you know, hydrate myself, and then I think it'll land.
You're very welcome. And do me a favor, just private message me if you have questions. One other thing I do want to touch on real quick before we bring on our next guest. Charles, you know about this as well, but another option that you can use in the interim period is to use like software like Loopback.
Yep.
That basically is virtual cable routing. So that way you don't have to have the hardware, it's the software side of things.
Yeah.
Now, granted, I think that's going to cost, I think that's $100.
Yeah. But here's a funny thing. And while I to let you know, your mixer is good because I almost got it myself. People don't know on that mixer, you will actually have sound effects as well.
Well, and that was, to be honest, Charles, I was like, sound effects, schmound effects. These people, you know, because I don't know how to, I didn't even know what I had. So it's, you guys.
You actually have a button there. If you turn it, you have reverb, you have sound effects, you push two buttons. You have what the Go XLR Pro has, but just like a little, like 10% of it. Because there's a sound effects button right on the machine itself.
Yes.
So play around with it. So you can put your music in, push play, and then like when you're doing your intros, flip the sound effects, and then there's your show. You're rocking, doing something a little different.
You see what just happened? You see the smile? It like came automatic when you just said that. Okay. Somebody else is waiting to have a moment with you three and to get what I just got. So I will step out. Thank you so very much.
And I got one last thing for you. And I'm going to bring up Tommy's comment here, by the way. So Tommy said, and we talked about this earlier, Rode and Elgato. So another interim solution, you know, if you want to save up for the others, say you're like, hey, I want to upgrade my mic at the same time. There is the Rode NT USB 1 that has a companion software that does some of that virtual cable routing as well for you. There's also the Elgato Wavelink 3 as well. They also have a companion piece, and they both have cable routing basically built into their software, but it's only specific to that software. Those mics are going to cost you $100 and $150. So if your mic is good now, then, you know, okay, then just save up for the mixer or go with the software option, I think. And they do have a trial, by the way, of Loopback. I want to thank, who was it that actually mentioned that? Albert, actually.
I think it was Adam.
Thanks for mentioning there is a trial of Loopback as well. So you can easily just do that this weekend. Download the trial, just, you know, run through the setup with it. Make sure, you know, okay, hey, this does what I want it to do. And then you now have a good interim solution. They can actually be used for a whole lot of other things. So.
Well, and I want to thank you for dropping that P8 in there, because I heard you and Mel talk about those two mics and the software. I did watch that. I've watched it twice actually since the conversation. So as I'm kind of budgeting ahead, I will keep that in mind. And anytime you guys can talk about the Zoom PodTrack P8, I would be thrilled to listen in. I'd love to hear another tech battle about that. So Charles, get ready.
Thank you for joining us. Yeah, and for those of you, by the way, the PodTrack P8, I'd recommend it to Rosalind, I think, at one point as well. It's basically, it's just like the Rodecaster. It's just like the Go XLR. It's about budget, though. It's, I think, $600, $500 as well. It's basically, it's just like the Rodecaster. It's just like.
He did a loop back, a playback.
Awesome. Okay, so we got. I'm going to let Leticia, where do we go next? I mean, I want to thank, by the way,
well,
I will say, I want to thank everybody who's sticking with us. I hope you guys are really, you're taking a lot away from this. Like, I love helping you guys. I mean, we love getting questions. So, Leticia, I'm going to turn it over to you. What's next?
John is actually next. Yes, let's bring him on. Hey, John.
I had to wake up. Hey, guys. I don't have a question. I'm so happy to be. You guys have this show. I look forward to it every Saturday. Your show and Chad's show are two of the best shows on StreamYard, and I just wanted to come on and say thank you for educating me and everybody else. It's just been awesome. You guys have killed my wallet. Christopher has killed my wallet.
Between the both of them, yes.
Yeah,
By the way, I've heard I have that effect on people sometimes.
Yes.
But here's the thing.
I'm just
I
glad
want
we
people
don't
to
live
get the
next
right
to each
stuff.
other. Yeah, I'm just glad you don't live close to me because that could be even worse. Because
John, can I ask you a question, my friend?
yeah,
See, so John has the same microphone I have, but I
Yeah.
love the way John has it set because I've seen other people do that as well. But like I said, my arm is not good. What arm are you using to hold yours?
it's a little bit of an upgrade to the one you have. It's just a more heavier, dutier one. If you look on Amazon, you'll find it. It's a little more. It's got a little more strength to it.
Oh, I see.
It's similar to the the Rode mic one. It's the same design, and it's just a little bit better. You can see it uses. It's a different type of wheel thing than that. Because here I have an old.
Yeah, than this, right? Yeah, I've got the PSA one. So you're talking. You got a different wheel. Basically, we're looking at this part. Yeah, right.
Oh, that's the difference. Okay.
So it's got a little more strength because that you're right. That mic is heavy, and this is the old one. You could see.
See, that's the one he has in his hand is exactly the one I have right now.
Yeah.
So do me a favor. Yeah. And by the way, here's a little trick. I like we're all using this
He's
trick
doing
now.
it.
So if you have something you want to hold up on camera and it's camera's not focusing, put your hand behind it.
Yes.
Your camera's looking for your face.
Yes.
Yeah. So I love that because, like he said, this. If you notice this, I'm constantly tightening this sucker because the weight keeps loosening it up.
Listen
So
down,
Yeah. I had to. That's why I gave up to it because everyone's like, John, I would start it up here, and then as the show is going, everybody's like, all of a sudden it would be just
Is
gone.
somebody moving your mic? Tell your boom man.
If you look at my last 5 shows, I'm constantly doing this. Look, see?
Yeah. And it didn't help when I was doing one of my podcasts on paranormal activity stuff, and I had guests on, and my mic was just disappearing, and everyone's just like, "Okay, what's going on? Are you doing that on purpose, John? Because of the show tonight?" I was like, "No, I swear to God, I'm not doing it."
So if you don't mind me asking you, John, what you got? Like 1, 2, 3, 4 headphones, a big boom arm behind you.
Yeah.
You have another microphone with a cover over it. What's all that stuff, buddy?
Yeah, I have a lot. I have different headphones for different things that I'm doing. I have studio headphones when I'm doing studio work. So it just depends. If I'm listening to music, I'm using some of those back there because they're just more designed, more bassy. But most of the time, I use the studio ones because I don't want to hear any bass. I want to hear your voice, and I don't want to hear. I want to hear your true voice, and not hear, just all. I get the kids today. They want all that bass, but it's just like, where's your mid range? Where's the tweeters? I don't hear someone's voice because I'm hearing bass, and I don't. So yeah, I just kind of switch it around. The mics is when I have other guests on, and I can just grab up that boom arm and put it in front of them, and so I'm not having to. I'm actually getting another one of these. I'm debating it, so everyone likes the way it sounds, and I like the way it sounds, but like Christopher, I didn't buy. To me, if I'm going to spend $100 on this microphone and then spend another $100 for a cloud lifter, I might as well move up mics. Then
great point,
because it doesn't make any sense to spend $100 on this and then put a cloud lifter on it for another $100. Now you're at the $200 range. You might as well save up a little bit and get yourself something a little better. So
you have a cloud lifter on that?
Nope. I am using the Behringer. Let's see, which one am I? I'm using one of these today. The UMC 22.
Oh, okay. That's what I was going to ask you because this one, if I'm not mistaken, and you guys can correct me, said that it's already built in.
This thing needs a cloud lifter, period, because it's silent. It's too quiet of a mic, and unless you like right now, it is pegged. I am pegged. I'm not clipping. I get green light, and it's not pegging. But I have to crank it all the way up to get anything out of this without that lifter. But I like I said, if I'm going to buy this and then spend another 100 for a cloud lifter, I might as well move up mics and get something, a little bit better.
and that's
Right.
what
That makes total sense.
Yeah. And that's what Christian and I were talking about. Depending on your mixer, find out what you have first before you spend all that money. Because my mixer already comes with it built in, so I didn't have to go spend the extra.
Right. Well, yeah, because I have I have 3 co-hosts on my thing and on one of my shows, and they're kind of trying to build their studios around the shows. And it's like I told everybody, well, it's funny because everybody seems like it's the look. Everybody wants that style mic. They don't care, they want that mic to look a certain way. And I'm just like, forget about that. Number one, treat your room, and pick a mic that's going to work for your conditions, your environment, because that's the problem. Like, the Yeti's a huge mic. Everybody has a Yeti mic, but that doesn't work in everyone's situation,
Yeah.
So, your problem. I had this, you guys were talking. Let me see.
By the way, Studio 1209, we'll get to your question here as well. You have a question about how to.
This is an amazing microphone.
Yes, it is.
But this thing will pick up ants having sex.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
What mic is that, by the way? What mic is that happening? Does that happen to be the same one that Studio 1209 has?
Samsung, the G-Track Pro.
So is that the same one basically that this person is asking about?
Oh, I don't know. I don't see the comments. I'm just I'm in the room.
How do we feel about the Samsung G mic actually?
Yeah. That thing is so, and I mean, I've turned the gains. I love it. I love the way I sound with this microphone, but unless I am in a completely treated room with no windows and no sound at all but my own, it's a beautiful mic. But as soon as like I say, I would hear my neighbor 4 blocks away weed whacking.
Oh my gosh.
So here's the funny thing, and John, you can say it. You have to determine what you're doing, because when I started doing voiceovers, I had the wrong microphone. That microphone, most people you see, it's like a voiceover microphone, because the pattern inside, if you look at the ball inside, shows you where to catch it and it catches it all over. So unless you're in like a sound booth box, it depends on what microphone you I started doing voiceovers first before I did this, and it was all over the place. So I love that you brought up that microphone.
Yeah, no, and then I have the it's the Shure.
Yep, I have that one too.
And I love that microphone. I come on, camera.
That was actually good. You could snap and get the camera to come right back. That was good.
I almost said the kill word. I almost said Google or I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it.
You'll kill my whole system if you say it.
Yeah, I know.
You actually gave me a really good idea.
Yeah.
It would actually be. What do you guys think about this? And I'll put it as a feature request. I think Leticia is going to say it'd be actually pretty cool if you could put in like the names of all those devices and have it where like they could be blocked maybe in the studio.
Yeah.
Just a thought. I'm going to throw that in the feature request. But
yes, I like that idea, Christian. Awesome.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So, no, everything's working great. I love this program.
Here's a quick question for everybody, because everybody's asking. Does it make a difference, Christian and John? You guys probably know this better. When someone's bringing all different mics into your feed, is there a way of testing each person's feed to get the sound quality better?
There is actually. Yeah. No, there is software actually. So let me see if I can get the name of this.
I use it. I know which one you're talking about, because I think you're the one, you talked about it before and I uploaded it.
Yeah. I can't remember the name offhand, but there is software. Yes. Basically, the software will it is pay software.
Ulean?
I think so.
Yeah. Sorry. I remember every show you guys do. I just can't remember the names of the products.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, here you go. It's I don't know. Can you share?
Yeah, Ulean loudness meter. Yes.
Yeah.
Let me see. There you go. John's got this pulled up. So we're gonna pull this up real quick. So this is software that you can basically do audio leveling. So the way you would use this is, for example, you would bring up, for example, Charles I would maybe start this, and then Charles and Leticia, we'd bring them on for audio, and then we'd talk and we'd see what levels they're actually hitting.
Oh,
and then we make the adjustments.
Yeah. Now listen.
Wow.
Hold on, before you guys get confused, this thing for me, and correct me if I'm wrong, is made for like if you have someone on a regular. So you see how Leticia and Chris, they're both on a regular.
Okay.
And this is something very cool. But if you're bringing a guest on here and there,
yeah, you don't need it. Yeah.
No, but if you're having like a podcast or a thing that you have like 4 guys that are on all the time,
yeah,
this is fantastic. So we know each one. Like when we start the show, oh, John, you're on. Okay, John, you're at level 6. Oh, Leticia, you're at level 2. And Christian, okay, you got to go up to level 10. Okay, I got your mic sets. Let's go.
Yeah. That's why I make them come in 30 minutes before my show.
Right.
Well, and I like the fact that you mentioned, that if it's like for example, Leticia and I might use this once.
Yeah.
Once we get the level set. So, but if we're going to have like certain people on, like you want to maintain the integrity of your audio, you want to make sure that you're making these adjustments. And I did make a note, by the way, too. I know a lot of people are probably going to say, well, hey, I want to have that as a feature request in the StreamYard dashboard. I'll put a note in there as well, because people have asked for, audio leveling features.
Right.
Yeah.
I think Eldwin has the same mic. I'm interested to see.
He's got a, actually, no, he does not actually.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think he's got it's either the Procaster or it's, what's it called? It's electronic, I think.
Electronic makes one. Yeah, that looks kind of like the Rode. Gotta get them all mixed up. Procaster.
Yeah.
Rode. God, what are all of them?
Rode mic.
Rode mic. Rode Podcaster. Rode. Yeah.
And
Procaster. Right.
Can you, and Christian, if you don't mind, can you show everybody when you go into the settings for your microphone, how you can turn off? It asks you questions. If you have a professional mic, leave this on. If you don't have a professional mic, leave it on, because StreamYard has a little bit of tweeting you can do for the microphones.
Yeah, let me go ahead and actually pull that up.
Yeah,
that was my request years ago, or not years ago, but was being enabling us to make some of those adjustments ourselves instead of just clicking that button, actually having a separate advanced feature where we can actually dial in our gains for each individual. That would be awesome, instead of just echo cancellation and then stereo audio, because that would be awesome.
So can you explain to everybody what the two differences?
Yeah, so let me let me make sure this comes up. Okay, so there we go. So you've got echo cancellation, and you've got automatically adjust your microphone volume. So basically, I'm just gonna just read this. So so basically, if people aren't wearing headphones, things like that, you want to make sure you have these settings turned on. So like, for example, echo cancellation, it's going to do some processing when you check the box. So it's kind of do some I don't say listening. It's going to be doing some adjusting for like gain and things like that. But it also comes down to like the type of thing you're going to be doing. So for example, if you're recording for a podcast, you want to wear headphones and turn echo cancellation off.
Okay.
But if you put it on, because it does alter the sound. Charles, is there anything else you want to add to this?
Yeah, and then going back to a couple of questions other people were asking. Remember, we were talking about the software. Yeah. You have to remember, if you're using StreamYard and this button's pressed, the software you're using and this button are going to fight with each other.
Yeah.
So remember, whatever software you're going in, remember to go into the back end and turn it off, so the software you want to add is working on its own, and StreamYard is not fighting with it back and forth.
Okay.
By the way, John, we got another question here from Rosalind. She was actually wondering what camera you're using.
A really nice camera.
Actually, I'm using my cheaper camera. I'm using the Canon M50 right now.
Nice.
Yeah, instead of my R. But yeah, it's just been a great camera. I need my good camera for taking pictures, but so I was like, I had it on, and I was like, you know what? Everyone just has been raving about the M50 for years, and how great of a camera it was, and it was cheap, and so I gave it a try, and I love it. I love this camera, and I use either two lenses with this camera, either my 50 millimeter or I'll push my camera further back and use my 85 millimeter. And people, when I use my 85 millimeter lens, people are just like, that's crazy. It looks almost too fake. It almost looks fake. It's just so clear. And
Is that
so
the same as yours, Christian, or is you both
different camera?
Yeah. You're using the R?
No, I've got a Sony Alpha.
Oh, the Sony Alpha, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Those Sony people. Those Sony people.
Listen, you think me and Christian are fighting with tech? Ask two camera guys to go at it. It's
Sony makes good stuff.
I will say this: I like my Sony, but I also have been a fan of Canon as well. So it doesn't bother me.
Hold on.
But I stuck with Canon just because that's what I learned to shoot on, and it was just I knew where the buttons are. I love the menu features. It's just to me, even if when I pick up my buddy's Sony and I go through the menus, I'm like, you need a college degree just to use the menus, and just trying to find what you need to do. They've gotten better. They have gotten better. Their menus have gotten more simplified.
I don't know about that, man. I just had to set mine up, and I'm like, somebody asked me for the settings, and I was like, there's a ton of menus. I literally actually took photos of every single menu and sent them a whole folder, and I think it was like 20 something like photos. I mean, it was like there's so many settings and then sub menus,
settings, sub menus. Yeah. They've gotten a lot of my friends say they've gotten better. I think they've taken a look at Canon's stuff and realized, okay, it's impossible to have the menu set up for every individual, because some people are basically like, Christian's probably doesn't take photos. That camera's always used for video. So it maybe make that settings a little bit easier for the video user than it is for the actual photographer that needs to.
That makes sense.
So it's just, I think with Canon, Canon's, the thing Canon does is if they kind of separate the two groups. If you want a camera designed for video, and you're going to have to buy a higher end Canon camera for video, and that camera is going to be more designed around your, around doing video. Or if you're shooting pictures, you're going to have a menu or setup that's just dedicated to taking pictures. And that's the difference. But Canon likes to cripple things. Sony likes to cripple things. I'm done with that stuff. It's like, well, you can get this, but you can't have that. So you want to shoot 4K? Charles.
No, I was just saying, tell everybody, because I can see it, because I'm into lighting. The lighting is from you're facing your left shoulder back and forth. Yeah, tell everybody about your lighting.
I just using studio lights. I stole from my photo booth. I was just like, okay, I paid all this money for this light, so I might as well use them here, because I'm not taking pictures of anybody right now, and I don't want to take pictures of people with masks on, so it's just.
You have them on a 90-degree angle on either side of you?
Yeah. This one's right here, and it's above me, probably 8 feet up, and then pointing down towards me. And this one is a little lower, so it's kind of catching this part of my face. And it's hard with glasses. People with glasses, we're just kind of screwed. So you just got to do your best and move them around and try to place them somewhere that where they're not going to pick them up as much as So I try to look this way, but I have two big friggin' monitors, one on the right and one on the left. So I've given up on trying to always look directly.
That's sometimes you have to choose. Absolutely.
It's just, it's just ridiculous. And, so I stole those lights from my studio and put them in here. So like I said, I mean, it's ridiculous. I'm not taking pictures of people with masks on. My grandson up in Washington, they just did their Little League photos. And because they don't want the kids all together, they're going to single shoot each kid and then Photoshop them in the team photo. I was like, are you freaking kidding me?
It's something.
Are you freaking kidding me? So you're going to Photoshop every kid in just come on. It takes maybe, it is kids. So say 10, 15 minutes, but They can get together for a few seconds to take a friggin' group photo instead of photoshopping every kid in there.
I like the Photoshop idea.
Yeah, but it's just, I guess it would work because you can actually kind of go through all the goofy pictures that are no good.
Right.
And then Photoshop. But then what are you going to do? You're going to tell 6 kids to kneel down so that way they can be kneeling in the photo. It's just not going to work.
My kids' school is doing that. They ask pictures from the parents. That's what they said. We're going to Photoshop it. We're going to do like a class photo. I'm like, cool.
Oh, so they're doing it there too.
Yeah, so we can have, because obviously they can't walk the stage,
right?
So we can have that graduation photos. Yeah,
that's why you use StreamYard to bring it out live to show everybody
right,
the graduation.
Right.
Yeah,
if you guys don't remember, StreamYard is mobile. So you can go online, set up your show. Go to the graduation, because remember, they only allow like 1 parent or 2.
Yeah.
Tell the rest of the family, I'm going live. Here's the show. Here's the kid. You can all watch it. And look, there goes.
Just duct tape the camera, the phone to your kids to his lip. You could just duct tape it to his shirt there and just have him walk around with it.
Oh, that'd be a great idea.
By the way, I have another idea for you as well. So if you are gonna, if you can only have 1 person at the graduation, but let's say you know other parents. The other thing you can also do is you could have kind of like what we're doing right now. You could have, let's say it's 4 parents. You could give each one the invite link to the studio, so they become your on the ground camera source, and then you could have 1 person producing this.
Yep. So Leticia and myself.
You just blew her away. I
didn't even think of that.
Just blew her away.
So you give the camera. So each person has a camera. You give them the invite link to your StreamYard dashboard, and then you have 1 person. For example, if it's me, I'm here producing that. And then I'm able to switch between the different cameras.
Right.
You also can be using the banners feature, by the way.
Right.
So
Class of 2021.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, the thing is,
sorry, sell that package, Christian.
Everybody keeps forgetting what StreamYard has. We can do multiple things. You have to go into the system. I keep telling everybody, any idea you have, don't throw it out the window and go, oh, this can't work. There's an option.
There's always a way.
StreamYard has an option. There's always an option.
Yeah,
definitely. No, this has been really good information, actually, John. I appreciate you popping in to join us.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I just wanted to come on and just thank you guys. I love this show. I look forward to it every Saturday. Your show and Chad's show. I love Chad's show because it gets goofy and crazy in there, and I just love coming here to hear everybody what they're doing, what they're buying. I try to block you out, Christian, because you just cost me money. So
I'm only here to help. So that's all I'm trying to do.
I try to listen to everybody else because every time you throw something up new, I'm like, ooh.
You don't know what he has behind behind that background.
It's literally just a wall. It's not a gadget. Like,
hey, John, why do you think I asked you about your arm? Because Christian told me which one. I already ordered it on Amazon right beside me on this other screen.
I have so much stuff in my shopping cart on Amazon because of Christian.
You ever seen that episode of Family Guy where he's what's his name is dropping a piece of candy? He's trying to capture Peter, and he's like, and Peter's walking, going, "Ooh, piece of candy! Ooh, piece of candy! Ooh, piece of candy!" And then he gets stuck in the box. That's Christian throwing out, "Ooh, piece of candy! Piece of candy!"
Listen, Amazon asked me for the code. I kept putting Christian's name in, thinking I'll get a discount on the Amazon code.
He's an Amazon exec.
Very good one.
He's an Amazon executive there.
That's right. He can sell a product, honey.
No, it's good because what I like about what you do, Christian, is you give us not just the higher end stuff, but you also show us the mid tier stuff and the lower end stuff, and I think that's awesome because everyone just and Charles made a great point. It's like sometimes you really do need to save. Just wait. And because otherwise you have, 15 microphones sitting in some box that are just useless because it's $25 and that's great. If that's where you want to start there, but then, start saving up to buy yourself a better mic or a better camera or other equipment. And,
that's right.
It's good that you show.
Don't
you give
pull nothing
everybody-
out, Charles. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm only doing this because I love you all, just to show you don't do what I did.
yeah. See, that's what
let's-
happens right there.
wow.
Yeah,
That
that's what
is-
happens.
That's all the gear
Yep.
that I bought on Amazon, and half of that stuff
You don't use.
I'm
You're
not
not
even.
using it.
I'm not even.
Wow.
You know what I've been doing, Charles, is
What?
now that I have co-hosts to other shows,
Yeah.
I give them that stuff. So
Mhm.
I was like, hey, I want to improve. One of the guys is like, hey, I want to improve, the show and be a little better.
Mhm.
What do I need? I was like, you don't need shit.
Mhm.
I got XLR cables. I got
Mhm.
an extra audio interface for you.
Oh,
I said, if you
okay. That's a
seriously
good
want,
idea.
why just sit there and collect dust, especially if you have someone that's going to be part of your show a
Yeah.
lot, and it's only going to make your show better
Exactly. You're
upping
totally
his
right.
quality. So I
Yeah.
gave him a mic stand, I gave him a microphone, I gave him XLR cable, I had an extra audio interface that I wasn't using anymore, and I said, look, now go get yourself a good laptop, because that's the problem I think a lot of these people are having right now is you can't find a good PC right now with a video card in it. You
Right.
can get a good PC right now, but you're not going to get one with a video card on it.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are having issues, with older laptops that they're trying to run with these, even though this program it's not taxing on your system, but it's like you guys said, it's all the other stuff in the background that's running.
Take your time, because you don't want
That is true. I do believe in save up to get that perfect device.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
totally agree with that.
and just stop buying the stuff from Alibaba. Stop buying stuff from you're making that guy so rich. Stop buying stuff from Alibaba.
And I mean,
Right.
the key thing with just equipment in general is just, plan out what you're going to get. And seriously, if you're like, hey, you know what? I'm thinking about these mics. You're welcome to reach out to me. I'm glad. I'm happy to give you advice and recommendations. I mean, if you're like, you know what? Hey, this is it. But the one thing I'm going to ask you is what's your budget?
Yeah, that's true too.
For example, to Charles's point, you end up with all that extra gear just sitting around.
Right.
The other thing you can also do, by the way, if you happen to be building let's say you happen to have a Facebook group or a community you already work with, consider maybe even repurposing and giving some of that back to your members. Because, for example, even if it's used gear, as long as it's still working, people are going to love that. So, that way, you're able to also engage your members more as well if you happen to have that sort of stuff sitting around. Because otherwise, it's just going to sit and collect dust.
That's right.
That's it.
That's what got me listening to you, Christian, first was your mic and your sound. I was like, oh my God, it sounds so amazing. That got that, and it is important you make that, investment, which you all can do.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hey, you guys have a great Saturday. Like I said, just wanted to come on and say thank you to all you guys and for everything you guys do. It's a great show. I look forward to it. It's the best show. It's the best show. It's the best stream show. It's the best show. And
By the way,
Charles, nice meeting you, Charles.
You too, my friend.
Yeah.
By the way, John, feel free to email contact StreamYard.com and let them know, if you like this show, let them know about it. So
I will.
Yeah.
I will.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. We
All
got Eldwin in the green room.
Okay, so
Christian, quick question for you.
yeah, sure.
I looked over my junk over there.
Yeah.
And then I realized I got 4, because I was all excited about going live. I got 4 blankets of green screen, the pop-up green screen.
Yeah.
And I remember StreamYard, green screen.
Yes.
Can you tell everybody about that?
So yes, so there is a green screen feature within your StreamYard dashboard.
Yeah.
And basically what the green screen is going to allow you to do is, it's going to work best when you have an actual green screen behind you. You are going to need to light that green screen properly as well. That's a whole topic for another episode.
Lighting is key.
But basically, yeah. So if you have a green screen, and green screens, by the way, don't have to be complicated. You can get the ones that are pop up that raise up, raise down. They're nice and they're packable, I guess I should say.
Yeah.
So, those are fantastic. You can also, if you want to go the super cheap, inexpensive route, all you have to do actually is go to a dollar store, buy some green poster board, and you can put those together and you can build a green screen. If you decide you want one, personally, I don't use a green screen. This is a t-shirt he's going to put on, or is this? I'm interested to see what he's going to do. So,
I think
what
it's
have we
a
got here, Charles?
tablecloth. I bet it's a tablecloth.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. I went out to Fabricland and
Yep.
just bought. There it is.
Green screen. Yeah. And then
put it up.
basically take that. You can take it and you can put it on your wall. So, and the key thing with this is you're going to want to get the wrinkles out.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to get the wrinkles out, and then, by the way, you could turn your green screen feature on actually if you want to, Charles.
Ooh, okay.
I thought he was gonna put it. He's gonna put it like a head wrap.
Green screen, by the way, whole nother topic. But you basically take a green screen. In this case, a green. In this case, this green background, and what you're basically going to be able to do is you're going to make it really tight against the wall, but you're going to make sure also you have enough lighting so there's not enough there's not shadow around you, because it's going to create some banding around you if you don't have enough.
Right.
So, Rosalind, he's going to actually just hold it up behind him. He's going to, so we're going to have him enable it first, and then enable, and then turn it on. And by the way, I can't enable the green screen for him, so Charles needs to do that himself.
Right.
But what I want to do, by the way, while Charles is setting that up, I want to show you how to access this green screen feature. So here it is. So within your StreamYard dashboard, you simply go to Cam Mic. So Cam Mic setting. And then we're going to go to the green screen feature. And then, as you can see, I have it off. I'm going to then be able to turn it on, or I can actually upload my own background. So I'm going to put the brick wall up. As you can see, here's what's going to happen. So I'm going to actually change the fader, and I should actually start to disappear. There we go. This is me having no green screen up. So as you can see, it doesn't work too well in that sense. You do need good lighting. That's actually decent. Not great, but not bad. And you can change the lighting here as well. So if it's blue or green, for example, my shirt is blue, and as you can see, it's replacing it with the brick. Obviously, the closer I get to the camera, and I create some separation there. So that's the green screen feature. Personally, I don't use it very much. And that's just because, again, it also takes a lot of processing power. So if you don't have a lot of processing power in your computer, it may cause, like you may notice certain things happening. So let's see. Let's bring Charles up and let's see what that looks like.
Actually, I just remembered too, and this is the thing you have to play around with is
I
set my camera to nullify green screen to get better lighting from my background. So I have to go into my system, change my camera view and all this stuff. So it's a lot of work. But that's the other thing too. You have to figure out the camera you're going to use. Will it attach itself? Because mine right now is set to not taken, because my C922 automatically has green screen built, the capability of green screen built in. So it's fighting StreamYard right now. So that's the other part you guys have to remember as well when you put it in there. So I can't actually flip it on. I have to go into my system and change it.
Yeah. Excellent point. Yeah. So in terms of the green screen, I mean, again, Leticia, what do you think? Would you use a green screen, or do you use a green screen?
No, I mean, I don't feel it's a necessity for me. And for me, it became more of a distraction. I have one. It's boxed up. And it just became like another thing I had to do set up on top of. And plus I have 5 kids, so they kept knocking it down. It was a lot.
So I like your point about the distraction. And that's the key thing. Like we talk about like gear and things like that, and gear's great, but you don't need a lot of it. And
yeah, because you got to make sure you're not wearing a certain color, and even it would even catch my eyeshadow. I was like, okay, it's time to go.
So it can complicate your shoot. So it's not as simple as put the green screen up, turn on the feature. No, because you do have to have the right lighting. For example, like you see how I get closer to my background, it creates shadow, for example. And so if you have that happen with your green screen, it's not going to chroma key basically remove the background for you the way you think that you want it. It's not going to be smooth around the head, things like that. And that's where like you kind of have to weigh the pros and the cons of like backgrounds for your live streams. For example, Leticia's got a physical wall behind her. Charles has a physical background behind him where he set up. I just have a vinyl background behind me. So none of us are using green screens. You can use them, but you do complicate the setup. Like these are 3 different options. So, let me see.
And you got to ask yourself when it comes to green screen, is it going to be a permanent setup, or is something that you're going to use for a certain show and then take it down? So that will also help you to determine what you should get. You know what I mean? So sometimes you could have a setup like the one I purchased, which was more of a permanent setup that didn't work for me because I didn't want to always have it up for all my shows. You know what I mean? I had different shows for different reasons. So that's why I just X'd it out completely and just went with, found just a solid wall in my home. So yeah. That's
an excellent point. By the way, we got a comment here from PokeGals asking, what camera are you using, Leticia?
Logitech 1080p. Been using it for over 10 years. I love it.
And by the way, and I'm going to actually transition. I'm going to bring on Elwin here actually, because Elwin makes a good comment. We're talking about 3 different types of backgrounds for your live streams. Elwin is actually, well, let's have him, bring him on and let's see what's he. So Elwin.
Oh dear. I'm going to have to get rid of my green screen, I guess.
No.
Well, no, hold on. So let's do this. Let's ask the audience. So everybody who's still watching with us, okay, so I'm going to switch between these real quick. So this is Leticia's. She's got a regular wall behind her. So I have a vinyl background behind me. Charles has a physical set. And then Elwin's got a green screen.
There you go.
And it's well lit. It's very well lit. You obviously can see like the edging around the banding around your chair. But again, I mean, it does
usually,
quite a bit of stuff, right?
Usually I'm sitting like this though. So yeah, I can adjust that as well. So.
And those are actual books behind you, or is that part of the design?
No, they are all actually investing books and stock market stuff and all that kind of stuff.
Nice. So what's your live stream about, by the way?
The live stream is about totally ATVs and UTVs up in the backcountry, and it's on our. Well, I live in Newfoundland, and our island. There was a railroad track that went from one end to the other end, and they took the railroad out, and now it's all for side-by-sides and UTVs and ATVs, and so our Facebook group, there's 6,700 members on that group, and so we brought the live stream in to that Facebook group so that folks can talk about their adventures that they had. They went up for overnight, or they traveled for, say, 400 kilometers, and because I'm in Canada, so it's kilometers. So, and they talk about their adventures that they had. And this coming week, the RCMP here in Canada is they're having a safety kickoff, because May 24th is our first real weekend that we get out and do a lot of people go camping and that kind of stuff. So they put off a campaign, and I'm taking the live show on the road to one of the detachments, and it's going to be a kickoff. So my system, I move it back and forth, and so I got it set up here at home, but at the same time, my camera system, and I got a AT Mini Pro, and I take it with me, and we do our thing on the road. So
nice.
That is so cool.
Yeah. So,
go ahead.
No, I was going to say, one thing I like about Elwin, he's actually wearing the headset with the microphone that I suggested to.
But I'm not using it now. I just stuck it on. But when I'm doing my live show, I have an earbud in, and but I stuck it on for this just to pop on here. But I do use it when I'm not here. So
yeah, but that was the type. So the mic is always close to his mouth. You can move around with it. So that's what I was trying to explain to her, that there's that option as well.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So, but it was a great conversation around the mics and the cameras and lighting and all that. And I was going to just put a little bit of a skew into it. And there was a topic on the StreamYard community page saying it's about countdown timers. So I want to ask you guys, what do you think is a good time for a countdown timer? Now, I do a minute. And the reason why I do a minute is because I bring my guest on 15 minutes prior to the show. So if there's anything I got to adjust, that's all taken care of. And I'll take them on at night prior to the show for 10 or 15 minutes just to get them set up that way, to make sure when I do bring them in for the 15 minutes prior to the show that they're actually going to be ready to go. And so my countdown timer doesn't need to be 5 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever, right? So it's a little off topic of what the conversation was about earlier here about the mics and that, but I just want to know your opinion on that.
Well, for me, I have countdown timers and I have intro videos. If I'm doing an intro video, I'm not going to use a countdown timer because to me, it's no point. The intro video is sort of the countdown, even though it doesn't have an actual timer on it. It's like a hype video. It's getting the audience ready for the broadcast. But if I'm not using the intro video and I'm just going straight into the guests, I will have at least 30 to 60 minutes, no longer than that for me. But, obviously everybody else's shows are normally different. So that's how I do it.
30 to 60 minutes. Is that
30 to 60 seconds. Sorry. 30 to 60 seconds. But because what I was doing in the beginning was I was doing the countdown timer and the intro. And I was like, that's too much. It's already going on by 5 minutes. And I was like, that makes no sense. So let me just, if we're going to do the intro, let's just play the intro and have that sort of go into the show. If not, then do the countdown. Yeah.
So here's how I do it. I schedule my show, say 3 days in advance. And then what I'll do is that same image that I got up on the show, I'll do a 1 minute countdown timer to that, showing that same, what we're going to be talking about and our guests and all that. And I still have a 30-second intro. And it flies by what we're doing and that kind of stuff. So that's how I put it off anyway.
Well, I guess I'm the same as you. My countdown is 5 minutes, but the countdown is not just a timer. I made a video to go with the timer.
Yes, that's what I mean.
I got a microphone sliding through. I got my image coming up. I got this coming up. Because here's the one thing that I learned. Depending on how many platforms you're streaming out to, each one takes a time to notify people. So Facebook, YouTube, Twitter all takes a certain amount of time to send the signal out to let them know, hey, Charles has just started his show. So that 5 minute window gives the system enough time to let everybody know that I've started the show.
And by the time they get on, the show's already started.
Exactly. So, and then what I do too is I use that time to also send out my feed. Emails. Hey guys, I'm going live. Send. WhatsApp. Hey guys, I'm going live. Send. And it sends it out. So I use that 5 minute timer to let everybody know I'm about to go on.
To do an announcement. Because I'll be honest, if I just go on somebody's show, I don't care if it's on YouTube, Facebook, whatever, and you have an actual count timer and it says 5 minutes and the numbers are going down, I'm not staying on. I'm like, I'm not waiting 5 minutes for sure. I'm out. You know what I'm saying? Because that's too long for me to sit around. And that's why I was thinking, like, and the same thing somebody mentioned in the comments, they said, the countdowns is more about for us. Same thing what Charles was saying, than it is the viewer. So it's like having it too long can actually hurt your stream. You know what I mean? So
so make the countdown interesting. Don't just make it numbers, because like you said, people get tired. Make it music, countdown, pictures. You get the feel of the show.
Hype sounds,
Yeah, so that's what I play music for the still picture, and then you see on my screen there I will be live in 1 minute, and as that counts down, just before I go live, then I got that 30-second intro. It's a big caption of what we do and that kind of stuff. So. But
it's the same thing for TV shows. They don't just start right away. They're showing you what happened in the last episode and what's to come, like a preview to come. And just look how long those are. And that's how you can sort of gauge and tell, okay, this is how I need to be doing my timers or my intros.
Okay, so quick question, because I just got excited a while ago. Ellen, can you put that back up again?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. What are you using?
I got Wirecast.
Yeah, so
Okay.
he's bringing in an additional product. Yeah.
Okay, so that was one of my features I asked from StreamYard is if each one of us can show our drop thirds in the platform.
So I went ahead and made a note of that. Yeah. So in regards to that, so
I did put on the community page. You were talking about green screens a second ago, and you see where I got Adventure Talks, and I drive that through Wire. I can move that in behind me in that area right there. But if I was to use the green screen inside of StreamYard, it's a full, like the whole picture, right? And if I could, if I can take the 6 points of that image that I can move around and put it anywhere, whereas in StreamYard you can't do that. It's you can crop it, but you can't move it and put it placement, right? So I mentioned that on one of the on the community page actually.
Okay, so I made a note of that, by the way, the ability to change the placement of the green screen. That's a good point. So
yeah, and that's why
if we're going to allow guests to do their drop thirds, can it be like an option for us, the host, to control that? Because I don't feel comfortable with co-hosts putting stuff on the screen without you don't know what they could put up there.
It's for somebody like you and Christian, how you guys both are co-host and host.
Oh, okay.
So like when he says, "Oh, Leticia, I'll be right back," and then if someone asks a question and you went, "Oh, the link is right here," you don't have control to make the link go across. Because you're waiting for him to come back.
Right.
And you're like, oh, by the way, Christian, when you're off, can you hit the drop third for us? It's kind of late.
Right.
Only for the co-host and the host. Like you determine who can have control.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to drop on for. I'm changing the subject a little bit, but I just wanted to know your thoughts around countdown timers and bringing guests on earlier to make sure everything is set up and not to do that on your 5-minute countdown. They're sitting in the background just waiting or in backstage. And as soon as I start putting them on the screen, because there's 4 of us that's involved in the Facebook group that's on, and then I'll bring on 3, probably 4 guests. And we're either talking about safety in the backcountry or we're talking about, the next adventure. And so we got a lot on the go. And but the talk show is starting to kind of get some footing here now.
Yeah.
And, so anyway, that's like the countdown timer came up on a conversation in the community page. And I said, oh, maybe I'll ask what you guys' opinion are on that. So.
And I have a couple of quick questions actually. So, and these aren't mine; these are comments from people. So, Adam's Exploit saying, do you start the timer 5 minutes prior to your show or at the time you are scheduled to go live? What's everyone's take on that?
Well, for me, before you go live, if you're starting your show at 7, you start your timer at 6:55.
And obviously start your stream, right?
Yeah. So when 7 o'clock hits, your show's on. Don't start the timer after 7 because you said you're going live at 7. You didn't say 7:05.
Like for example, if we're going to do a 1-minute countdown timer, and we're going to start at 12, we start the countdown timer and the live stream at 11:59. Let that 1 minute play. Boom, we're live.
I like that idea.
What do you think, Elwin? Anything you want to weigh in?
No, I do it the other way because it's basically live. It's basically live at 7:30, and that's when I hit the button and the countdown timer starts, and then the 30 second, because it's only 1 minute, and then there's the 30-second intro, and then I'm there. So,
and here's the thing: like, there's no right or wrong.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah.
No.
So
I agree with that because I send out an email. So again, you got the email piece too. So by the time they get the email, then now it's time for the show. So I like starting it, like what you guys were saying, starting a little bit early with the countdown. That makes sense.
Yeah. No, excellent. Awesome. And let me see if there's any other, if we have any other comments, we'll, feel free to weigh in on those, Elwin. So
yeah, sure.
Awesome. This has been a lot of fun. Thanks for popping in and joining us and sharing the information with us.
Yes.
Like John said, this awesome show. I really enjoy it. I'm usually busy on Saturdays, but I'll try to get here sometime during the show, and I'll put a comment up here now and then. So
fantastic.
Awesome. We appreciate
Cool.
you, and I'm following you now. I'm subscribed to your YouTube channel.
Okay.
Thanks,
All righty. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Very cool.
I love that Christian found the 4 different types of backgrounds. That was I like how you did that, Christian.
Mhm.
It was totally a coincidence, but it totally worked out. By the way, Alpha T, I got your note about sports scoring for sports fans watching along. Got your note there. Thanks a lot for that. TGC Consulting, loving the conversation on countdown timers. I'll put my learning on getting the intro video instead. That's one thing I want to recommend. I want to say a weekend project, because you could get your intro video, your countdown timer created. And by the way, you can go in, if you want an easy countdown timer option, you can go into Canva, for example. Canva has some built-in countdown timers. We also have some in StreamYard here. So by the way, we do have the one at the beginning of the show. If you want that, you can email me marketing@streamyard.com, and I will send you a link to actually access those. There's that and some other things in there as well.
And so someone asked about intro videos. Like, I got mine done professionally, but I paid a lot for that. But I'm going to be using that forever. I
built my own on the weekend, like Christian said. I just sat there, put in different things that I wanted, and added it in there.
And the other thing, so if you want to create a countdown timer, by the way, there's you can check out Canva. There's also Wave Video. We've got a great article on that as well, on how to use the Wave Video as an option as well. So that's another countdown timer. Some of them are more like, okay, I drag on a clock that ticks down for 5 minutes, but it's not related to, like, it's not customized per se, because it's a clock that just ticks down. Versus if you go with Wave Video, they actually will let you extend the amount of the time and so forth. So there's a lot of, there's different options, but the key thing is don't complicate things. So, make a couple of timers. As I mentioned, we've got the ones we can provide you as well. So
I love it.
And test them out and look at what other streams are doing as well for timers. Are people using them? It's not to say, oh, well, no one else is using them, I shouldn't use one as well. Decide if you want to use one. It can enhance your live stream.
Yes,
but you do need to make sure that it fits with what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Let me see. What other questions do we have here?
Someone asked, does Easel have countdown timers in there also?
I don't know, actually. Let me actually log in. I'll log in with Easel right now and see what that looks like. Otherwise, if it's not there, I can actually reach out to Annette, who owns Easel, and I can actually try to get the direct information.
So here's a question, though, Leticia, then, while he's looking for that. With your 1 minute countdown, do you do a pre-teaser, then the countdown, then do you go in your show, or do you do the countdown? So, for example, hey, everybody, welcome to the show. Coming up next, I have Leticia. You don't want to go nowhere. She's doing her new project. Stay tuned. Let's go. Push the countdown.
I would show a teaser. I would show my speakers reel for that.
Oh, okay.
And that's about 41 seconds.
Okay.
And then I'll jump into the next guest. I wouldn't do a timer. Yeah. Because again, it's like the experience of the people watching is like, I want them to get hyped up for the conversation to come. So then a timer is like,
So then the reason I asked that question is, everybody remember, when you're setting up your StreamYard stream, you have that box to put the description of your show.
Right.
So the better description in the show, you don't have to do that little intro, because the description of the show kind of tells everybody what's coming up and what's good. And remember, if you're using it for YouTube, in the description of the show, you can put all your hashtags, you can put your links, because it automatically transfers from the StreamYard right into your YouTube.
Right.
So
it's like being creative, I love the timer option. I'm not bashing countdown timers, but I'm always thinking of what I can add. Like, I can tell one of my clients to make a testimonial video for 30 seconds, and I could put that in between, like transitioning from one guest to the next.
Right.
So, you know, and I can still have a timer on it, but
Right.
it's still something. I don't want people to hop off the stream. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to find ways to keep them on and in the conversation. Yeah.
So remember, your description is key, and your thumbnail that StreamYard gives you is key as well.
Amen.
Because if you make that exciting, then people will click on it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If you're different guests, the picture, if you keep it different and people look at it and go, oh, okay, a different guest is coming on. Okay. Then they'll set a reminder and you click on it. You drive more traffic to your shows as well. And that's one thing that StreamYard does that people don't take advantage of. Title, description, and your thumbnail is key.
Amen.
By the way, I just want to answer just a couple of questions here real quick, and then we're going to bring Steven on. So Rosalind was asking, the StreamYard timer, can it be customized? So it can be customized outside of that. It cannot be customized in the sense that if I gave it to you right now, it can't be customized.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something that we built from scratch.
Right.
So same type of thing. So like if you did want to customize, for example, I'd have to go back to the person who created that and say like, hey, you know, can you change this on it? Can you change the background on it? You know, can we extend the countdown timer? I'd have to ask for a whole new project.
I use the StreamYard countdown timer in my group because I use it as like a sponsorship thing so I can get credit. Like, you know how we could become affiliates through StreamYard, like put our link and say, hey, you know, open up a StreamYard account. So if you're a business and you're trying to find ways to not have so much expenses, use your affiliate link and that will pay for your monthly subscription for your pro account. So,
and I remember you guys talking about the StreamYard Facebook group.
Mm-hmm.
There is people in the group itself that make countdowns.
Right.
So if you search and ask people in the group who's designing countdowns, there's a lot of great designers in the Facebook group that are making countdowns.
Mm-hmm.
But don't be afraid to like reach out to people there. There's also, you know, again, if you want to get the easy way to get a countdown timer made is to buy something that's already pre-made.
Right.
In our case, like, I have free ones I can give you. You can't customize them, but they do work, for example, and you know, for what you're doing. That might be like your first step. Second one would be to go to, you know, maybe a Canva, for example, see if they have a countdown timer that you like, fits with your brand. Use that to get started. You know, it may require a paid subscription. I don't think you actually need a paid subscription for that to start with it.
I don't know. I have paid
for Canva.
Yeah,
to get the countdown timers.
No, there's a free version.
Yeah,
and for certain things that you can go into Canva and use. So, you know, go around, like you said, play around with it, put some colors in it. That's the other thing too. Design it for your color.
Mm-hmm. So that'd be an option to work with. And then outside of that, if your next level would be, okay, I'm going to go buy a countdown timer from someone else. And that's where I'm going to it won't cost a lot of money. We're talking, you know, I don't know, it might be $20 to $50 maybe.
Yeah.
You know, you may buy a countdown timer there. And then the other option would be to have somebody make you a full on countdown timer. But it gets back to, do you actually need a countdown timer? And the answer is it depends, because it's going to come down to whether that fits your show, whether that is, you know, it's something that you have the budget for. So I can't give you the answer to that. But it comes down to like your topic, your audience, you know, but don't get hung up on having a countdown timer.
No,
don't.
And that's the beauty that, like Leticia said, each show is different. She does it one way, I do it my way, Christian might do it the other way. That's what makes your show unique.
And I don't use a countdown timer. I have an intro video. So I play an intro video. And then on this show,
I lean more the intro video side to like you, Christian. Like, I feel like those are more fun. But
for me, if I want more views, but when my show starts, I have a big poster of Christian and Leticia's face on my screen before the show starts, and then my show starts. So that's how I do mine.
Amen. That's awesome.
So, and there was a comment, by the way, in here as well. Somebody was asking about, they said, you know, they don't like to use countdown timers because if they ever want to repurpose the video, it will, you know, it can detract from that, for example.
Right.
Then you got to trim it off. So that's a process you have to do every time. The other option, some people like Veronica, for example, let me see if I can find her comment.
See, while you're finding that, it's funny that she mentioned that. But the thing with me, when you go into YouTube to add the little hashtags in YouTube, you can do editing and just cut off the beginning of the countdown timer.
Yeah. So Veronica mentions, by the way, she's a Shopify queen. So if you're interested in Shopify, make sure you check her out. She doesn't like countdown timers because you have a short time to grab someone's attention. So if you've got a 5-minute countdown timer, somebody's got to wait 5 minutes to get to your live stream.
Right. And I leave. I leave. But I like how what you do with your channel, Christian, how you have like timestamps. So even if you do have like a 5-minute countdown timer, you could have a stamp saying, okay, you know, this conversation starts at minute 6.01. You know what I mean?
Right.
So they could just hit that and go straight into the conversation. So I like that feature.
So, okay, let's do this. Let's go and bring on Steven. Steven, you let me know. Give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Cool. So Steven's all ready. We're going to bring Steven on. And then, by the way, just a quick note, for those of you who want to enter the giveaway, just put in #LoveStreamYard, and we're going to pull a giveaway winner here shortly. We're going to wind down here very shortly. So I'm going to go
wind down and get some wine.
Steven, thanks for joining us. Thanks for being patient as well. I think you've joined us before, actually, right?
I have. Yes. Second time caller.
Anytime. No, we appreciate it.
So you get a car. So.
Yeah. Awesome.
What can we help you with?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, first off, I guess, so who are you? What's your stream about? What can we help you with?
My name is Steven.
Hi, Steven.
And,
hi, Steven.
I like to take walks along the beach. I think I checked. I've been using StreamYard since December of 2019. Is that right? Okay. So, I've had StreamYard for a while. I do a lot of shows. I produce shows. I'm trying to do an online network, BBL TV. And one of the challenges that I've had, I got this mic right off of Amazon, and I did not pay a whole lot. I'm actually, I'm a little ashamed. I don't want to tell you how much I paid for this, but I did not pay a lot because you guys are pulling out all of the, all of the big boy equipment, and so I just got this little special deal off of Amazon, and didn't pay a whole lot at all. And so I'm using like Audio Hijack to try to improve the sound of the mic. And so I was just trying to get some feedback. I did some little tweaking on this particular mic to see if it would improve the sound. And I'm never a guest. I'm very rarely a guest. So I just wanted to know from your guys' perspective what it sounds like to you. How's the sound?
To me personally, if you didn't say anything, I wouldn't have known because you're the way you position the mic right in front of your voice. You look like you had training. Your voice is right into the mic.
Right.
You sound good to me. So any mic that goes up, you're going to just get better. But that's my personal feeling. You sound great.
Awesome. Well, the training I got was from earlier today when you said put the mic in front of you. So, so I'm a quick learner. That's first of all. I appreciate the tips you guys gave. But that's good to hear. So I was just really concerned. I wanted to know what it sounds like after those adjustments I made in the software, Audio Hijack, to try to improve the sound as opposed to the hardware. So appreciate that feedback. Yeah.
I think the only thing, and Christian, you can think it's missing the bass. I think.
Yeah.
It's missing the bass. The the clarity I can hear, but it's missing some bass to it. But what I like about it is, like I said, I can hear each word you're saying. I can hear that little accent, so I know I can hear if you're from somewhere, and that's what you want to hear. It's just it's the bass. I know you got that Barry White bass, but
a little bit. Yeah, a little really? His cousin.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We need to add some bass to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing I hear. I mean, from a cost standpoint, I mean, again, it's not about cost as well. So like if you're just getting started, start with that. And there's quite a few people here. I mean, mics are Calm Down Rich saying like, fine mic. I think fine mics are just fine. I'm not sure what they're saying there, but
beefy fine.
I'm not really sure. But the key thing is, I mean, if you had not told me that, I wouldn't have known it either.
Yeah, me either.
Okay. I just tried to add a little bass in there.
Oh, I hear it now.
Do you hear it? Yep. Does it sound better or?
It It sounds better. It does sound a little hollow, like it's not as warm. But here's the thing. I mean, and by the way, he's using Audio Hijack, which is also another software application from Rogue Amoeba, who makes Loopback. So they make a great package or a great suite of products. If you haven't checked those out. Adam's Exploits, by the way, thanks a lot, by the way, as well, for the Fifine. That's a brand. Thanks for.
Oh, good. I never heard of it before. But are you in like an open room?
Yeah,
I am.
Yeah. Is that a radio? Is that you hear like a radio or a TV or something on?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was me.
Yeah. No.
Well then, here's what that tells me. Your microphone is clear, because if I could hear that, that means your microphone was picking that up, so I can hear it. So you have a clean mic, because I could hear it, right?
Yeah.
So the other the tricks that I did was, have you ever Googled your microphone?
No.
So a lot of people don't know. If you take your microphone and Google it, it gives you all the steps and what people suggest you should do with that mic, what it's good for, how much gain you should put on it, how much stuff you should put on it. So when I first got my mics, I always Googled every mic I had, and it would bring up all the specs from like top people like Christian. He would make a comment. I'd be like, oh, okay, Christian said do this. And the factory said I should do this and this. And then I just took with everybody's comments and found my base. That's where I left it at.
Wow.
Awesome. Wow.
That's a good piece of advice right there.
Yeah. Okay. Google, here I come.
That's right. I never thought of that.
Right, because the specs is there, and then you have experts like Christian that leave their comments, right? So if you take everybody's with a grain of salt,
I'm just gonna buy everything Christian has. That's it. I save my money.
I appreciate you all for giving me all the credit here for this. I mean,
I'm not going to ask for my husband for an upgrade. I'm going to I want his camera. It's $1,100. Give me that instead.
There you go. No biggie. Yeah, between Christian and two other guys I watch on stream.
Yeah.
There's two other guys, and they say, "Oh, this just came out." And I'm like a dog, squirrel.
Yeah, this is why I have the Mac M1 Mini. For that same reason.
Great choice.
Yeah.
Yep, great choice. So awesome.
Yeah,
Thanks for
my
joining us.
laptop was struggling before, so I had to do something. So
there you go. But you keep tweaking it, because we can hear it. We can hear the little your bass is coming in now. Your sound is coming in now. So keep tweaking it. And like you said, you have it positioned perfect in front of your mouth. There it is.
All right, I appreciate it.
Fantastic. Thanks for joining us, Stephen.
Thank you.
Okay, so Leticia, we have one other person actually. So let me actually, Charles, we have a question about a mic. Charles, can you answer the question from Veronica here? She was asking about what's a good priced mic, I think. And then I'm trying to get the other person to come on if they want to come on.
So a good price mic is what your budget is.
That's right. That's like a loaded question.
Yeah, I can't tell you, because like Christian and everybody says, it depends on what you're starting off as. But the microphone, if you're starting off like what he said, the all-in-one is perfect as a starter. But
right.
As you get better, as you get more sponsors and more money coming in, then you upgrade yourself a little bit at a time.
Right.
But don't go out and grab $1,000 mic when your system's not built to hold $1,000.
To hold that, yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't have the proper interface. You don't have the proper mixer, but you got this beautiful $1,000 mic that you can't do nothing with it.
Right.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I think a lot of times, I mean, especially for me, somebody that started off with not knowing anything about mics, we go with a referral instead of doing research. Like somebody referred my first mic to me.
Right.
But that worked for them. It didn't work for me. So I would say research is so important when it comes to equipment. But again, I have Christian on speed dial. So if I'm at the Guitar Center, I'm like, Christian, where is he at? Like, I'm like Facebook messaging.
So here's the thing. The microphone that Christian's using, I wanted to get that so bad.
Yes.
I mean, I came from radio. That's a radio mic. Like,
yes, it is.
That is the grandfather of all microphones.
Boss, honey.
That's the mic. But then when I was looking at my budget and I was like, but I need a mixer and I need this and I need that. I'm like, you know something? I'll go with the next best thing. So I cut the money in half between the microphone and got other equipment, and this is where I am now.
And squeeze the most value like out of what you have. That's the other thing.
Right.
So yeah, so definitely check it out and go with what you can afford and grow from there.
Right.
Okay.
Christian, they're asking what's the name of your mic?
Okay. This is the Shure SM7B.
Yeah.
There's also a second option, by the way. So there's the Shure SM7B and there's the Shure MV7. But to Charles and Leticia's points, like it's not just about the mic. So it's the mic. I also have to get this. I have to add a cloud lifter or something to boost the signal, basically. So that was an additional cost. And then I had to get a stand to be able to hold this. And then I also had run it through an interface. So you're not looking at like, oh, it's a couple $100. It's a couple $100 for the mic. On top of that, it was like $100 or so for the device to boost the gain. Also, you can have a cloud lifter, and then the audio interface. In this case, the Rodecaster.
Yeah.
So, and here's the thing: I made that investment because I said I'm going to use this for other things.
Right.
It wasn't just for live streaming. It was okay, podcast, live streaming, great. And then I'm able to like get more out of it in that sense.
Right.
But yeah.
And it's tax deductible.
So yeah, so
just some stuff to keep in mind.
Yeah, get what's comfortable for you, and then move on from there.
Okay, so do we have time for one more question, real quick?
Oh yes.
Okay, one more question here. And by the way, Rosalind, I want to mention this real quick, and then we're going to move to the next question. So Rosalind's asking, she used the Shure 58 with screen and Zoom. And the Zoom 8. Yeah. So you can also go that route as well. You don't need the Rodecaster. You don't need the Go XLR. There's a Zoom PodTrack P8. It's basically a similar mixer. It offers a few more channels. If you ever need those, you don't need them probably. And it's a little bit less money. It's a little more complicated to use. That's the ease of use factor. But and the Shure SM58, I think that's a $100 mic, and it's a handheld mic. So it's also another one that's been around for a while. It's a great mic though. So, okay. So let's go ahead and look at, let's go ahead and bring on Nicole. Actually, she's coming back.
Oh,
I think she had a channel. Actually, she wanted us to kind of take a quick look at. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring on Nicole. Nicole, how you doing? Good to hear you again.
Fantastic.
Oh, I don't hear her. You're very low, Nicole.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yep, much better.
Yep.
Here we go. Am I in? Okay. So this is really brief. I got so into the tech gladiator battle between
I think it was a tie today. I think it was a tie.
Yes.
Most deaf. So that's what I was hoping to be able to get some wisdom from the community. I'm a total live stream newbie. I've only done 3 shows so far. So I'm just really looking, it's kind of like builder's basics. And I wasn't, Jericho was going to want to go there, with his question. And then, like I said, I just went total shiny penny syndrome, ADHD, and just was all over Amazon looking at tech and all that business. So that's what the deal is. The show is, it's under my name, TGC Consulting, Practicing Positivity.
Okay.
That's nice.
Okay, so I'm going to bring this up while we're talking about that.
Yeah,
but this is the live stream side of it. So, so remember, like there is a YouTube channel review that we also do here at StreamYard.
Okay.
But what we're going to do is we'll talk about the videos that you're doing. So, okay, so do I have the right ones pulled up or right one?
Yep.
Okay. So obviously,
yep, there you go. The one that's me. Yep.
Okay. What questions do you have about this?
So, as you can see, I'm literally just coming in. So I've got, I think, 13 subscribers as of right now. Okay. You all have helped me some with the sound. Okay. I'm comfortable with the concept. My channel is for people who are helping the humans be resilient, rebuild, refocus, and then get to work on their lives, get to work on their profession, get to work on their dream. So this show, Practicing Positivity, is what are the tools, the routines, the habits that one puts in place to be able to do that sustainably over time. So I'm talking to coaches, I'm talking to leaders, I'm talking to directors, I'm talking to parents. So that's kind of what I'm about. But I really going and doing that live stream, that's all really new to me. So I can only go up. I can only go up from here.
Exactly. I'm going to turn it over to Charles and Leticia. Any feedback? Any initial feedback
on her YouTube channel?
Yes.
Okay, so if you go back to her YouTube channel, in YouTube, there's an option to put your art. I don't see an art banner.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Where's your banner?
So you can add an art banner. So because when I look at it, your art banner kind of tells everybody what your show is right off the bat.
Got it.
So put an art banner in there.
So you're going to put that'll go up here at the top. If you don't have a designer to make one, just go into Canva, for example. They've got templates for a lot of this. So you can basically get the structure, and then you can go in and add some additional features. Leticia, anything else you want to add?
Well, I do like the graphic you have for the profile pic, but I think, yes, the banner is so important because we don't know what TGC means. Like somebody just looking at it, we don't know really what that means. So the banner will definitely help. And maybe having some shelves, like what we call where you have different
levels,
playlists and levels.
Yeah.
So when we do go hop on your channel, we start basically binging your content right away.
And then what a lot of people don't know, that YouTube has a part where you can put a trailer.
Right.
There's a trailer feature that when you go into the show, you can put the trailer to start automatically. So if they click in, the trailer just pops in and says, hey guys, don't go nowhere, don't do anything. And it kind of tells you a little bit about your show. So there's a section where you can put a trailer in there.
And I want to do, I'll mention like what Leticia was talking about here. She was talking about how these are their playlist shelves. So basically, you can have a shelf that shows your upcoming live streams. They'll show up as like, if you've got 5 of them going on, it's thumbnail, 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 thumbnail that shows up. In this case, we would go in and there's an option when we're logged in to customize the channel.
Right.
Where we'd be able to then move these playlists up and down, change the sort order of things as well. So you can have it show like, instead of here's the first video I did, and then here's the 5th one, you can say, show my newest video, for example, here. So you sort the playlist by order of what is actually being like uploaded to that playlist.
I really like the fact that she has that subscribe button there on the first page. And some people have their Instagram or their Facebook there, and it's like, like they say on the YouTube reviews, it's like, what's your goal of the channel? If you want to build more subscribers, have that subscribe button right there. So I like that a lot.
And then there's the other feature, I don't know, a lot of people know about it. You can actually set it that YouTube automatically puts in your top rated videos on your first line. So whatever video gets the most views, it will automatically populate and bring that up to the top. And then there's one line with all your major top. So people are like, oh, she got 400, she got 300, she got whatever. Okay, it must be a reason. And then they'll continue from there.
Right. Speaking prophetically about my channel subscribers right there, or views right there, Charles. I appreciate that. That was awesome. I'll take the 400 views. Thank you.
Don't worry, you're gonna get there. See, here's what everybody fails to understand. With YouTube, it's not the 100-meter dash. Okay, you're running a marathon. It takes time to build the channel. So if you put out videos and you go, why is nobody watching? Why don't I got views? No, it takes time to get everybody out there, know your channel, and followers to go to your channel. It takes a process.
Right. I don't want everybody following my channel. And I'm just not saying to say that. I want targeted people subscribing that's really going to watch, look at it, listen to my content. And that's what's important. Why we can't just jump into this pool of saying, I want to get 1,000, 2,000 subs. No, build and grow through time.
And I want to add a couple other little points here. So, and these are things that I would definitely check out since you have a YouTube channel. I definitely would encourage you to go to the YouTube channel reviews. They do that on Leticia. When did we do that?
Every second Saturday. Yes. Every second Saturday.
So it's literally specific to YouTube channel reviews. They'll pull your channel up. They'll give you their initial impressions. Some of it's the same stuff we're saying now, but like the other couple of things I would say, obviously the channel name TGC Consulting Inc. I don't know necessarily what that means. The other thing also though is your channel is called Practicing, or your show is called Practicing Positivity. but I will say this: my initial impression is this looks like a music channel.
Yeah,
because
that's what. Yeah, like you're a rapper.
you're on the microphone, so that's the first thing. And then the second thing I see that sort of stands out is your thumbnails, for example. Like, this is good, for example, that you're showing the studio with, the time that this is and the whatnot on this one. But what's that episode about? I realize you got the title here, but that should probably be something you put clearly on the thumbnail.
Right.
And you need to build some consistency here as well. Like this one, for example, is square versus this one's rectangular.
Mm-hmm.
And do remember on Christian's point, you can go in and this. I watch those guys every other Saturday, like he said, and the number one point they said is you're naming it the same across the board.
Yeah.
So give it the title, what the episode is. So each one is called the same thing, but we don't know what it is in the show. So give us some keywords what each episode was.
Okay.
So, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, episode 3, episode 2, it's got the same exact title.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if Christian was on episode 2, put in, hey, catch up my show with top mic guy Christian. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
How to do marketing with Leticia, and then put it in so we know which episode is right there.
Got it. That's great.
And I'm gonna actually pull. I mean, I will say this: you're actually doing really well considering you've got 40. You've got 40 views on this video. Like if you had shown me, so if you had shown me like the videos and I've got like 1 or 2 views, chances are it's you viewing your own content.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the fact that you do have 40, that's good. I haven't watched any of this. I'm not actually going to like play the audio, but a couple little things. I'm going to go and bring up this video. I'm going to go and mute it real quick. So let's just look at a couple of things here. So for starters, the other thing also, so part of it is this title. So for example, Real Love, like I'm not sure exactly what this episode's going to be about, but you need to put that in the title. So like take out maybe Practicing Positivity Studio episode 2. That may be something that you throw in the description. And then for your descriptions, like you're being pretty descriptive here, but make sure those focus on time, on the topic you're covering.
Right.
So I like that you've actually filled out most of this. I'd have to read through a lot of this. But that's the one thing. And then the other thing also that's kind of important here, you don't have any tags on any of your videos. So putting that in perspective to what Charles was talking about having a keyword for each video. The video is a specific topic. So that might be the keyword you put in, but then this is where you can play off of things like Practicing Positivity, for example, or TGC Consulting, the person's name, for example, whoever your guest is, you put them in as a tag. And then you're going to then be able to try to rank for some of those terms.
Gotcha.
And then another quick thing here. So I'm just throwing this out there. You've got, is this you or is this you or is this her? The Calendly link you have here.
That's mine.
Okay. So I'm going to throw, I want to get Charles and Leticia's opinion on this, but
top of the chart.
I would not put my Calendly link in there because here's the reason why. You're inviting people to be a guest, which is great.
Right.
The only problem though that I see with that is this is public. So you're going to have a whole bunch of people that are going to potentially go and book all your time.
Right.
Nothing against them booking your time, but it's your show. So you want to be very specific about who you have on your show.
Okay.
And for something like that, I would go and ask people for feedback.
Okay.
Yep. See, I started off doing the same thing you do with the Calendly link because when you're fresh, you want all different guests. But if you're going to do that, it's not your main Calendly booking site. It's your secondary one.
Gotcha. I got you.
So the Calendly link is for a potential guest. They go into the calendar and then you vet them afterwards, and who you like, then you send them the real Calendly booking site.
Okay.
Don't make this be your main one if you want to put it on there, because like you said, you'll get everybody and that might be the right fit for your show.
That's right. That's right.
Right. So put it in, they go in there, and then you call them later and you talk to them and say, hey, well, yes, you're a great fit, or no, thanks for coming on, but you're not a good fit for my show. And then you
Mhm.
put it on from there.
Okay.
And I got 2 more additional tips, by the way. For starters, if you want to include hashtags in your live streams,
Yes.
actually, I got 3 tips for everybody. If you want to include hashtags, you can include up to 3 hashtags on a YouTube channel per video, and you can put them in the title, you can put them in the description. So the benefit there is that, and let's see, it'll look something like this. So if you go to like youtube.com/hashtag/ okay, so what's your show about? Just give me a basic topic.
It's real love. It's like, what does it take to have real love in your life? What is real love versus just like fantasy Hollywood love? How to cultivate love, how to love yourself more, like that.
So if you go to youtube.com/hashtag/real love, and Leticia, I'm not sure if this is going to be the right thing to bring up. I don't know is there a better keyword I should use? I want to make sure because I don't know what I'm going to pull up with this.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
How about this? Let's go with relationship advice. Okay. I'm just going to throw this out as an example.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay. So if you pull up youtube.com/hashtag/relationship advice, okay.
Mhm.
When you include those 3 hashtags in your live streams,
Mhm.
this is live streams or pre-recorded YouTube content, by the way. What's going to happen is you're going to pull up a page like this, and you're going to be able to, this is going to help you give you some idea of, am I on the right trail of including the right kind of hashtag? In this case, yes, because there's 20,000 videos and 4,600 channels.
Got it.
So my recommendation to you would be pick out 3 hashtags, and you can put them in the title or the description. For example, if it doesn't fit in the title, put them in the description, put them at the bottom, and they will become clickable for people. They also will appear at the top of your YouTube video description as well. So they would actually appear right here above the name.
Got it. Okay.
The title, actually. So that's the first piece of advice. Second piece of advice I have for you is every single live stream, if you're going to have live chat replay, for example, or you're going to have chat on the side here, like we have here, there's an option inside of your dashboard. You're going to have to edit the video after you schedule it, and you're going to have to check a box that says turn on replay.
Okay.
And then the third piece of advice is going to be in terms of your live streams. I'd strongly recommend that you, actually, I'm trying to remember what was my third piece of advice. My third piece of advice actually is the optimization part, making sure that when you schedule out your live stream, and once it's up on YouTube, go into your YouTube channel under your channel studio, and there's an option to go and add additional information. So add the title, the description in StreamYard, but then go over to the YouTube channel afterwards and add the tags and tighten it up a little bit.
Right. Because if I can add on to that, Christian, when you go into the back end, there's a section there where it asks you for show thumbnail. Like it'll take a thumbnail from the actual video itself.
Okay.
So, when people scroll over, you see how when Christian scrolled over your show, the video automatically started to play. You can pick which part that it gives you a little snippet to show you to get people excited about it.
Okay.
So when you go back out and you go over the videos, it'll show you a little bit of each one. And then can you scroll down and show more, Christian, in her description?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Scroll down. Okay, so here's the thing. Some things you have as tags and some things you have as printed. So it says stay in the game and follow us on social. Those are the IGs and Facebook.
Yeah.
He can't click on those.
Ah, okay.
So you'll want to actually put the URL. So like Instagram.com/ what is that? Woo Forever, for example. And Facebook the same way. Go to your Facebook page, grab the URL, put that in there. It'll appear like this the shop link.
Right.
And then the other quick point to Charles's point here, you put at 12 o'clock, it actually gets picked up as a hyperlink. So it's actually picking up if I click this, it's actually going to go to 720 seconds into your live stream. So it's going to go into 12 minutes into your live stream.
Right.
So it's picking that up like a timestamp on the actual stream, not like the date that I wanted.
Exactly.
Time. Okay.
So like, for example, take out the @ do April 23rd write out the word at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, for example.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else you want to add, Charles?
No. Oh, can you go up to her main screen?
Yeah.
So here, So here's a question: is that your background all the time for your shows?
Yeah, this is my work office. This is my everything, and I do a lot of training and teaching and all of that stuff. So break it down.
Okay, so for me, like, see how you're using your white on white?
Yes.
You got to be careful when you're blending in, because when it replays back off, you see how, and then you see where the text is coming on, it's blocking the bottom.
Yes.
So you got to be careful of what you're trying to showcase behind you.
Okay. Okay.
So you might want to put some color on the two sides so we can determine the two distance between you and the camera.
Okay. Okay. Okay, got it.
Okay, so Leticia's had to drop off, by the way. So I'm going to be wrapping up the show here in a second, or very shortly at least.
Sure. Super helpful.
So that's where I would start. I think you got a lot of really good advice here from everyone. Some things to adjust. The other thing you could also do, for example, if you want to get a more zoomed out view, you can use kind of what we're doing here. So for example, if it's just us, we have a background, for example. And so that way, we added a background. In your case, you could use, maybe you could use a solid white color. You could use an orange if you want to, something that goes behind you that adds a little bit more of that definition for your show. Like use some of your brand colors, for example. I don't know if your brand I don't know if your brand colors are orange and white, or is blue part of it?
It's actually orange and kind of taupe. So tangerine and taupe are actually the color.
Okay, so is that a wall on your right side shoulder?
Yeah, that's actually, I'm standing right in front of my whiteboard, and then my whiteboard runs out. So that's what you're seeing over. I think.
So real quick, like what Christian was saying, I would put color on either side of the whiteboard.
Okay.
So the whiteboard stands out, because right now the whiteboard looks like it keeps blending all the way past on that white wall.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Awesome. So let me see. So I'll give you guys one more little demo here. And by the way, I want to hear from you all. Like, for those of you who are watching, what do you want us to, like, are there things that we can improve on the show? Are there things that we can do better? Are there things that you'd like us to cover more of? It may be this show, it may be an additional show that we also do. But I want to hear from you all in the comments. So if you have any feedback, please definitely give me that, because it helps us craft what we're actually doing. So, okay, let me find this. Okay, so
guys, this is amazing. This is masterclass on live stream happening live. We got to be able to pay you guys.
Definitely.
Yeah, all right. I noted the silence. I'll take care of you later, Charles.
Let's see. So,
all right, man. I got that's good
let me
stuff.
find this. Okay, got a comment here from Veronica, by the way. She says, how to use the background on StreamYard. So I'll even show you this, Dr. Nicole here. So the way that this works, let me actually pull this up. Let's see. There we go. Okay. So the way that the background works in your StreamYard dashboard is it's very simple. You just go over to the brand section. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna make sure I add that to the stream. So here I am. I'm in a StreamYard broadcast, and I'm gonna go over to the brand section on the right-hand side. Now, a couple of quick notes I want to mention. If you've got multiple brands that you work with, you can click the drop down here at the top, and you can add a new brand.
Yes.
And that's going to allow you to define your color, and then you can set different themes for each one.
Right.
You can upload a specific logo. You can upload overlays. As you can see, here's what we're giving away today. We're giving away StreamYard t-shirt. You can upload overlays, and then you have video clips. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, you have this option to display names. So I'm going to add myself to this stream. And let's say I want to turn this off because I want to just record myself without that. I can turn that off. But what I wanted to show you here is the background option. So as you can see, I've got one already uploaded here. But basically, I just go in here. I create an image at 1280 by 720 for basically under 20 megabytes as well for a background image, a static background image. And so I can now quickly change this.
Right.
Wow.
And so we have a default option, but that's pretty much all you need to do to change a background.
And then here's a funny thing. What I love about StreamYard, you can actually change that background on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
So part of my show, I have one background, and then when we're going into the next part of the topic,
Mm-hmm.
I go, okay, let's go into this, and I hit the button, and then the background changes to the other part of the show.
Okay.
So on the fly, I think Christian, right now, if you look at Christian's background, it's 1. If he clicks the button, it will automatically flip over. There it is.
Yeah. It's a subtle change. It's going from lighter blue to navy blue.
Right.
But
Okay.
So go ahead. So you can put your name on one of the backgrounds.
Yeah.
And put your show name right on one of the backgrounds.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you flip it, push the button. Oh, now we're going to this topic. The name's on each background. It's right there.
Okay.
And then one other quick tip to this, by the way, is if you're going just understanding kind of the sandwich. Mm-hmm. And by the way, I want to say, Neil Perek, I want to give you a shout out because Neil, he and I have talked about the StreamYard sandwich, and it's basically the background is behind you on camera.
Yeah.
So that's how the background works. So if you're going to put text and all that sort of stuff and you put it as a background, it's going to be hidden by every single person that comes on screen.
Right.
Now, the next item you can add an overlay. And an overlay is going to go over top of everything. And there's ways to design various ones. For example, this is the one we do at the beginning of the show. Mm-hmm. But we also have some built in that we've added. For example, like we've built one specifically for our Facebook group. So if we want to share that and show people, we put that as a full screen overlay. But you can also do some of the ones like this.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's literally, so all that is, this is a graphic on the right-hand side. And then everything else, the reason that shows through is because it's transparent.
Yes.
Okay.
And you can do the transparent in Canva. There's a button there. It's a paid one though, if you're going to use it, but it will help you take all your art and turn it into transparency.
Okay.
Yep.
And I just signed up for easel, so I can do that. I think I can do all of that in there too. I think I can, or I'll pop over to Canva and figure that out. Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And feel free to PM me if you get stuck and you're like, hey, I have questions on things.
But the number one thing, if you guys take anything from that, is what he did at the very top. If you have multiple shows coming up, multiple guests, on Sunday, you can set your whole week up and just click each name, and all those will be already pre-branded in. So if he goes all the way to the top, so that's Monday show, that's Tuesday show, that's Thursday show.
Mm-hmm.
So, I got Thursday show. Click it. It has all my uploads ready to go, has all my music ready to go, it has all my pictures ready to go.
Yeah.
You're not scrambling before your show to do everything. It's already pre-populated.
Yeah.
And as you can see, there's certain things in here. So for example, like when we do a Learn with StreamYard episode, we have an overlay that we use specifically for that. So we add it to that show, and it doesn't show across all the other ones.
Right.
Okay.
So in this case, I'm going to just delete it because, hey, I don't need it. So because we've already done that show, but that's how you go about using those. It's the StreamYard sandwich. And as I mentioned, if you have an overlay you want to put up, it can be a full screen overlay, or it can be one that is, just a small layer. So in this case, this is overlaid over top of a background. So it creates a certain look.
Right.
And
so
let's say,
can you put that back up for a second?
Which one? The one I have right now?
Yeah. So you see where it says live with StreamYard? You can actually change that with your logo and put your show name.
Yeah.
So people know that they're watching the show now and then. Hey, you just let them know what show they're watching, push it back off.
Yeah. So just a couple of things to think about.
And I think the other thing people forget too, Christian, is you can put your brand logo on the top right corner of every show. They give you that option, but that's the next tier up in StreamYard. If you pay for that one, you can put your brand in the top right corner of your show.
Okay.
Does this help?
Oh my God, you guys, I'm woozy. I'm
projects.
Awesomeness. I'm woozy. So thank you. Yes, I don't even know what to say. Thank you. StreamYard community, thank you, because your comments have been dope as well. Thank you guys. I can't say it enough. 10,000 times would only be a start. Thank you.
Our pleasure.
There you go.
Thanks for joining us, actually. Okay, so let me take. I think we got like 2 more questions here, Charles, and then we're gonna do a giveaway.
Sure.
And I want to thank everybody who has continued to watch us during this this live stream. So Albert was asking. Let me find it real quick. Can StreamYard display a real-time clock? So the answer is so you'd have to use like a third-party tool to bring in like a virtual camera,
Right.
to bring in a clock, like a real-time clock. So I think you're asking if you can display that during the live stream, right? Like
you want
literally, like if I wanted to show the clock right now to everyone else.
right.
Yeah. So you'd have to use a third-party tool to do something like that. In terms of like you doing a live stream and having a clock, there is, when you do go live in StreamYard, there is a clock that is going. For example, mine's running right now and it's saying that we've been on for crazy 4 hours plus right now, but it does show that. That is only shown though to you backstage. So let's see what else we have here. So you're going to get a lot of reviews on this show, and it'll be by Dr. Nicole. That works. We like reviews. So, you know, again, if you've not yet subscribed to the StreamYard YouTube channel, or if you're watching us in Facebook, so make sure you subscribe to the StreamYard YouTube channel. You're going to hopefully you don't miss all of the shows that we do, by the way, because we do have quite a number of shows. For example, I'll just give you a quick rundown. We have the StreamYard Town Hall on Sundays. It takes place at 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And that's basically where you're going to get to chat with Gage and Dan, the co-founders of StreamYard. They basically like to hear from the community. So feel free to stop by and watch that. It's a very quick 30 minutes for their live streams. And then on Monday, this particular Monday, we have Live Stream Impact. Julie Riley, the social media manager at StreamYard, she runs that show. So that's just the first 2 shows. And then we have shows on, let's see, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I think we have shows pretty much every day. So Adam's Exploits, by the way, yeah, do me a favor, send me another email. We'll see what we can do about that. Let's see. Bargain for Biz asking, can you use and Charles, you may be able to answer this. Can you use your Apple TV to share from iPad and iPhone? I don't think you can. If I wanted to share from iPad or iPhone, this is what I would do. I would use a tool such as, like if I'm on a Mac, I would use QuickTime.
Yeah.
So you hardwire your iPad or iPhone into your Mac. And then when you open up QuickTime, there's an option to open the camera at that point. Once it's hardwired, that will be the first option. The second option is, and I'm going to talk simplicity, and I'm not trying to sell you guys on tools, but Reflector 3 is, or Reflector 4, actually. That's the app I use. And the reason I do that is because it has 2 options. For starters, I can connect with a cable, but I can also connect over Bluetooth.
Yes.
And it will connect directly to my device, and I don't have to be tethered. It is extremely smooth. It can take up my full screen. It can be something that I just show, and I'm able to actually show you guys what my iPad or iPhone will look like in real time. And then the third option would be if you're really wanting to like up like everything you're doing, it's to use like an ATEM Mini Pro. And the reason is for something like that, it plugs into your computer and it's seen as a camera. And so you can use it. For example, actually, do you want me to hook this up real quick, Charles?
Yeah, and I was going to mention I love the idea of showing people what's on your tablet and on your phone, because you have more control of that, right? You know where the buttons is, you can draw on it. And I do believe that more people, if they're teaching classes, should mirror that, because then that's your actual writing. You can scribble, you can erase and draw little pictures and do diagrams, and people will see exactly what you're doing on your pad. It'll show up. I think that is a great idea to do it that way.
So here's what I'm going to solo myself real quick. And the reason I'm going to solo myself is because now all I'm going to do is press a button on my ATEM Mini. And literally, it's like a keyboard. You plug in your cameras into it, and I can just do that. And now you can actually see my iPhone screen, for example. And I'll move this in real time here. So you can see, you know, my iPad. You can see all the stuff that I've got going on and things like that. But that's a great way for you to be able to display what is on your iPhone. In this case, I'm literally just pushing a button to switch back and forth. And that's a physical hardware.
Here's a question. Can you split screen that?
Split screen in what sense? Like
I still want to see your face, but I want to
Okay,
see the hardware as well.
Do you mean maybe something like this?
There you go.
Does this
See?
work?
That's the part I love. So as
Here's another cool thing. I can now have picture-in-picture inside of StreamYard. I'm using hardware, though, by the way. This is a third-party solution.
Yeah.
I'm using a literally a physical keyboard to move this around.
Right. But see, with that, for me, for teaching, people want to see the teacher, and you can go around and do everything right there as well, because we're getting the feel of you and the feel of the hardware at the same time, see how you're using it. So this is what I love about this project.
And this is how simple it is to just go back. There you go. There I am. And then there's Charles.
Yeah.
So it is possible. Granted, though, and I want to make sure I caveat that this does require an ATEM Mini. To do that, it requires an ATEM Mini Pro, which is about $300 up to, I think, $900. Or sorry, there's one that's over $1,000.
Yeah.
But it's a quick solution to switch. And then I also have to have this sort of stuff. So I do need an adapter to be able to plug into my phone, an HDMI cable, all the other standard stuff you need to make sure that the stuff works.
And guys, don't get me wrong, but if you are a tech person, if you are doing a class, I think that is awesome for you, because like how he showed me and he showed the phone at the same time, if you have someone working the back end, as I'm teaching the class, he's scrolling through each part. So if I say, hey, yes, go ahead to the drop-down menu, he can hit the drop-down menu. I'm like, okay, scroll over to the left. On the left-hand side, you'll see 3 key components. Check those boxes. He's doing that as I'm speaking, so people can see the instructions and see the teacher at the same time.
Yep. So you have to kind of think about all, and I will also say this, it's an investment you're making in your business.
Yeah.
Chances are, for example, if you're already doing live streaming, say you're a church, for example, you probably already have a switcher that you're using, but if you're like the solopreneur and you're looking for ways to level up your live and to make your course, for example, easy to do, you can do it directly in the StreamYard broadcast without actually going live. There's a record feature, but then if you want to add some of these, and we call them bells and whistles, you could upgrade to that kind of device if you want it. And Milda, by the way, what's the solution for the small U in the corner? So it's an ATEM Mini Pro. It's a switcher, but I think it's a pricey upgrade, right, Charles?
Yeah, it definitely is a pricey upgrade. There's other features that you can use with StreamYard, because I'm actually testing a couple right now, and I'll tell you, I'll put it in the chat later, that you can actually do 2 of yourself. Like you basically send yourself the link, like Christian said. So you have you on one side and you on the other side, and the one side you're doing picture-in-picture and showing your work on that side.
Definitely, yeah. And there's that option. So one option is the ATEM Mini. I think you can do this with, you can actually do this with Manicam as well, actually.
Right.
So Manicam has an option as well. So there are tools to kind of combine things.
And okay, real quick, here's a real fast, cheaper way. Record the class.
Okay.
And then put it into StreamYard as a video. Because remember, now you can upload videos into the new process.
Yeah, the long form video feature. Yeah,
the long form video, and then you're still on screen, and then you just mute the video, and as it's going through, talk over it, and there's your picture-in-picture.
Definitely, yeah. Alpha T, by the way, asked, what am I using to display that? I'm not sure. I don't know if you're asking about the picture-in-picture or what, but I'm using the ATEM Mini Pro to be able to bring my picture-in-picture in. So it lets me, for example, it's got camera inputs. I can connect an iPhone to one of them, and an iPhone, an iPad. I could connect this second camera as well. And so basically all that stuff is in there. Veronica, do me a favor, just send me a message and I'll send you guys, if anybody wants anything, just send me messages and I'll get to them. And I'll try to get a list together of this. There's quite a lot of stuff. So, Alpha T. Yeah. So I was recommending some options for you to be able to display like your screen. If you want the easy way to do it, Reflector 4 is probably the easiest way.
Yep.
It'd be Reflector 4, or you can use QuickTime. Reflector 4, though, is a really good solution. I've been using them for years, and it's a great product. Let me see. Do we have any other questions? Let's see. One last question. The guest can manipulate the mouse that points to the slideshow during the live, or only the host. So if it depends on who's doing the screen share. So for example, if I'm doing the screen share, I can control my mouse pointer. If Charles adds a screen share, it comes into my backstage, I bring it live, and then he controls his mouse pointer.
Right.
So it's based on the person who brings it in. Okay, cool. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a quick giveaway, and you all already know about this. For those of you at the beginning, just put in hashtag. If you don't know, just put hashtag love StreamYard in, and you're going to have a chance to win a StreamYard t-shirt. So StreamYard t-shirt, hashtag love StreamYard. Take your time, and I'm going to show you guys how this new giveaway tool actually works. So this has been a lot of fun, by the way, hasn't it, Charles?
Listen, I didn't expect this, but I appreciate all the comments and everybody asking questions, and I appreciate you having me on. This is a highlight of my day. I can check this off my box.
It's been a lot of fun, by the way. By the way, I don't know the answer to this one, Stephen. He was asking, does Reflector 4 replace an NDI source?
Oh, okay. So he's asking to if you bring it in, it's a different option. So if you're reflecting what's off of your tablet and your phone, then you don't need the NDI source to come in, because like Christian was saying, it's reflecting whatever you're using. It's pulling it directly in. Yeah. So it's one or the other. You don't need both.
Okay. So let's see if there's any more entries for the giveaway. Okay, cool. So we've got the giveaway tool. Feel free to, by the way, put again, hashtag love StreamYard. You only need to enter once, by the way. And then the way this tool works. So again, just go to StreamYard.com/giveaway. If you're a StreamYard user, this is included in your product.
Yep.
We had so many, like Dan and Gage, they use the StreamYard giveaway tool, and they've been using it on their town halls for I don't know how long it's been around. It's been around for quite a while. So much to the point that everybody was asking us, how do you guys run the giveaways? They want the giveaway tool. And so they built this tool. And so this is the way it works. And so basically all you have to do is, as I mentioned, you start the giveaway at the beginning at StreamYard.com/giveaway. In this case, this was the hashtag. It could be a hashtag. It could be a keyword. And then there's a number of entries that display there. And then now we're just going to draw. So if there's any last entries, go ahead and put them in.
Put them in. And now what I love about this tool is that you can hashtag your episode. So the keyword of your episode, you can put in whatever hashtag you want, and it brings up what episode you're on live. So say you forget, you're midway and you're like, oh, I'd love to do a giveaway. It still recognizes your show while you're live, and you can do it midway.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to set it up in the beginning. You can do it near the end of your show, the beginning. It still recognizes what show you're doing live and pulls it right up. So I love that part that they did.
So this is basically how it works. If there's any more, do you think we should go and draw, Charles?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's smack that button.
Okay, let's see how this works. There we go. And as you can see, it's going to pull up pretty much every single person who has put in Love StreamYard. And then a couple of things to mention about the way this thing works. So, oh, that's cool. TJC Consulting, actually, you want a t-shirt, a StreamYard t-shirt. Awesome. So I want to highlight a couple of things about this. So for starters, let's just say you happen to have to redraw something, you can just do a draw again here. There's a button to redraw it. A couple other points. That color for the branding, by the way, was pulled directly from the color that I have in the brands tab.
Yes.
So that would be the second point. And then the other part about it is, if somebody has entered a giveaway, by the way, and let's say they put in 5 entries, it only counts once. And then the other side is, if somebody's entering on Facebook, for example, and let's say they have not authenticated, say this is in a Facebook group, they've not gone to StreamYard.com/Facebook, this will actually not let them enter the giveaway,
right?
Because you don't have the details about who the person is. It just says Facebook user.
Right.
So, I'm going to say congrats to TJC Consulting, Dr. Nicole. Do me a favor, send me an email, marketing@streamyard.com. And we will make sure that we get I need to get your information. I basically need your.
And then here's the number one thing, guys. If you look, you can tell she's coming in from YouTube because there's the little YouTube insignia right underneath her picture. So if some people are like, oh, how do I find my winner? I can't remember. It's right there.
Definitely. Yeah. And another point that we want to make sure we mention as well with the giveaway tool is that you want to have a way to contact people. And so, you see what I do. So for example, I say, you know what, hey, Nicole, send us an email, marketing@streamyard.com. However, if you're somebody, you don't have an email address set up, you just have like your business email, set up an additional address on your branded domain and use it just for like a contest. It could be giveaway at whatever the, domain is.
Yeah.
So that's one option. The other option, you can always tell people, hey, go send me a private message on Facebook. The challenge obviously with that is if you're not connected with those people, what will happen is it'll go to like your other inbox on Facebook. So you may never even see the message, but you do have to set up some sort of system to make it easy for you to collect the winner. But
here's a little trick that I do for mine.
Yeah. What is that?
I tell everybody before they enter, you have to like and follow so I can get a hold of you if you win the prize.
Nice.
So everybody, okay. So I get more viewers that way, more subscribers.
Yeah. Make sure you follow the giveaway rules, by the way, too. If you're going to do this, follow the giveaway rules of the platform. Some of them do have specific rules about how you can get likes and things like that on your channel. But this has been an awesome show, by the way.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. You guys had some great questions. We got into microphones, lighting, and tools. And yeah, this was great.
So I just want to give you guys a quick reminder, just a quick heads up here. We're going to be doing this show again. Let me just get the date. Let's see. Today's the 15th. It'll be the 22nd, right? Yeah. So we got the show the 22nd at, again, same time, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you didn't get a chance to have your show reviewed, you want to actually have us do that, do me a favor. Just send me an email, marketing@streamyard.com. Just tell me live stream reviews in the subject line. That would be fantastic. And what we can do is we can try to queue up some of this for next time. But with that, I want to thank Charles for joining both Leticia and myself. Remember, I'd recommend find a weekend project to work on in your live streams.
Yeah.
Small improvement. Again, getting better 1%, for example, every single day. So for example, if you're somebody who struggled to get, you want an intro video, go and look at what other intro videos are out there. Like go to Google, for example, and look up intro videos. Canva, for example, go to these, there are even sites that just design intro videos and that's all they make, but go check those out. These are some usually built for you products, and then start there. And then consider leveling up at some point to, a more advanced one as you need it, but you don't necessarily need it. So awesome.
Everybody be safe. And
yeah, this has been good.
Talk to you guys later.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.